Let's begin new story. Chapter 1. The Emperor's son is born. 10 female emperors come to propose marriage. 3,000 provinces. The ancient and powerful Qin family. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou, pregnant for 100 years, is about to give birth today. The entire clan is in chaos. The Empress's delivery is a momentous event for the Qin family. The clan's protective array, dormant for 10,000 years, has been activated today. It is extremely meticulous. Inside a room adorned with exquisite gold and jade, Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou has a serene expression, her delicate hand gently stroking her belly. Child, judging by the time, mother will see you today. You've kicked me for 100 years in my belly, it's about time you kicked enough. 100 years of pregnancy has consumed countless divine fruits and immortal elixirs, and the child in her womb, after each elixir, would jump and kick incessantly, forcing the Empress to remain motionless for years. So naughty, still moving. Feeling the tiny arms and legs inside her belly, the Qingzhou Empress smiled contentedly. The next second, the Qingzhou Empress's smile froze. A barrier within her belly suddenly ruptured, and an aura sealed for 100 years overflowed. The Qingzhou Empress, Yi Xinyu, paled for a moment. Terrifying blood energy spilled out, swirling in the room for a brief instant. Seeing the room filled with blood energy, the Qingzhou Empress was suddenly shocked. Tens of millions of units of blood energy, truly worthy of being my child. After the initial shock, the Qingzhou Empress murmured triumphantly. Whoosh! Immediately, a strange phenomenon descended upon the entire Qin family. The sky, which had been clear and sunny just a moment ago, suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The sky had split open a massive gash. Twisted runes fell from the sky, lingering there for a long time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Accompanying this celestial phenomenon were 10 aurora beams rising from the horizon. Vast and terrifying, their aura obscured half the sky. The 10 empresses had arrived. Their imposing presence was overwhelming. Each was a ruler of her own domain. In this vast land, they were virtually invincible. As their figures flashed, spatial rifts could be seen cracking around them. Radiant light, overwhelming power. Inside the exquisitely carved room, the Qingzhou Empress sensed the 10 imperial auras, her expression calm. One of the imperial auras belonged to her best friend, Bai Moyan, the Netherworld Empress. This caused the Qingzhou Empress to frown slightly in confusion. I'm giving birth, and they are here to join the fun. Wah! A cry rang out as the 10 empresses arrived. The sound was clear and crisp, lasting only a moment before abruptly ceasing. But everyone knew that the emperor's child had been born. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou waved her hand, and a golden swaddle lifted the child. Whoosh! Then, Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou beckoned and cradled the child in her arms, showing no signs of postpartum fatigue. Her figure remained graceful, her skin delicate, and her long hair flowing. A purple robe adorned her, exuding the grandeur of an empress. The Empress of Qingzhou maintained her composure, her slender hands carefully cradling the child. Her gaze remained fixed on the swaddled infant. The child was fair and clean, with a round little face. The tiny arms and hands were still moving. You naughty little devil, now you're in my hands. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou couldn't help but pinch the child's cheek, exclaiming excitedly. The exquisitely beautiful face was something the Empress couldn't bear to part with. However, considering the 10 empresses were waiting outside, Yi Xinyu took a graceful step and went out. Her face still wore an expression of excitement. One of the 10 empresses was her best friend. Creak. The door opened, and the 10 empresses stood in the doorway. Each one was exquisitely beautiful, full of vitality, their auras concealed by a vast radiance. Ordinary people couldn't see their true faces at all. When the Qingzhou Empress came out, 10 pairs of eyes turned to the child in her arms. A fair-skinned, delicate child with slightly closed eyes lay in the Qingzhou Empress's arms. The child's little arms and hands were still waving around. Quite adorable. The Underworld Empress, Bai Moyan, was immediately captivated by the child's appearance. Then, she swiftly stepped in front of the Qingzhou Empress, reached out her delicate hand, and pinched the child's cheek. Wow! So smooth and tender. Her skin is so elastic, it's like it's not prickly at all. The Underworld Empress exclaimed excitedly. Then, she began kneading the child's cheeks with both hands. The other 9 empresses. Sister Bai, the child is still small, don't be too rough. Although the Qingzhou Empress was also happy, her protective instincts prevented her best friend from continuing to knead the baby. Sure enough, Once you have a child, your mind is entirely on the child. Friendships have faded, you won't even allow a touch. Let's sever our ties. The underworld empress's voice was like heavenly music, yet extremely serious. The other empresses were completely bewildered. What's wrong with you? Qingqiu Empress Yi Xinyu asked, bewildered. Before she could react, the underworld empress Bai Moyan's body trembled, and the white sleeve on her right hand was severed by a vortex of energy. Whoosh! A pure white long sleeve fluttered in the wind and landed on the ground. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingqiu, I, Empress Bai Moyan of the underworld, am no longer your sister. Her words were resolute and decisive. Yi Xinyu, it can't be that bad. Then, the Empress of the underworld revealed a sly smile and said, Mother-in-law, I've come to propose marriage. Marry your son to me. I promise to treat him well. He can roam freely throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The atmosphere instantly became awkward as soon as the Empress of the underworld finished speaking. I considered you my best friend, but you want to be my daughter-in-law. This thought immediately arose in the Empress of Qingqiu's mind. Empress Juyu, why should I marry you? I'm here to propose marriage too. Empress Qingqiu, no, mother-in-law. What the Empress of the underworld can give, I can give as well. This is a jade pendant made from the bones of a true dragon I hunted 10,000 years ago, refined over 1,000 years. Now I present it to my husband as an engagement token. Please accept it on his behalf, mother-in-law. Empress Juyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she presented the engagement gifts. Whoosh! The dragon bone jade pendant landed steadily in Empress Qingqiu's palm. Scorching dragon breath swirled within the pendant. This supreme treasure would have countless old monsters fighting tooth and nail for it. Now, it's merely an engagement token. Empress Luli, tisk tisk, a mere jade pendant, and you dare to show it off. I'm also here to propose marriage. This is my engagement token, my most precious natal treasure, the 9-colored glazed cup. Empress Luli, not to be outdone, directly took out her natal treasure and handed it to Yi Xinyu. All for the sake of arranging a marriage between them. The treasure, shimmering with light, released an ancient aura. Strands of shimmering flames swirled around it, dazzlingly bright. Everyone has treasures. I'm also proposing marriage. Anyone who tries to take it from me, I'll fight them. Ellipsis exclamation mark quote. The 9 empresses, vying to betrothal gifts, handed over their tokens of engagement. They addressed her as mother-in-law, with perfect naturalness. Empress Qingqiu's expression constantly shifted. 9 empresses proposing marriage. Only Empress Guanghan, the most powerful among them, remained silent. Empress Guanghan, also known as the Fairy of Guanghan, possessed an overwhelming aura of coldness, always appearing aloof. Crucially, her strength was terrifying. Among the empresses present, in a one-on-one fight, Empress Guanghan might be severely injured, but she could easily kill any of them. Empress Guanghan, everyone, listen to me. You are all Empress-level powerhouses. Fighting over a child like this damages your imperial dignity. Her icy voice silenced the fiery enthusiasm of the empresses. Grandma, this is my betrothal gift. They are too weak. Betroth to me instead. However, Empress Guanghan's words shocked the other empresses. So this righteous woman was actually acting on their behalf. Shameless. The empresses could only silently curse in their hearts. At this moment, Qin Feng, in Empress Qingqiu's arms, waved his tiny arms incessantly, overjoyed. Just born, and 10 empresses are already proposing marriage. Is this the ultimate transmigration? Holy crap, my luck is black. Chapter 2 God-level villain, Empresses blessing Qin Feng. From a blue planet, a descendant of Yan and Huang, a descendant of the East. This accident happened 100 years ago. Not bad, the driver placed an order. For 100 years, he drank immortal elixir and ate divine fruits every day in his mother's womb. Life was quite comfortable. Upon birth, 10 empresses came to propose marriage, a peak start. But Qin Feng saw his black aura. It gave him a bad feeling. Black aura, doesn't that represent a villain? Could it be, he's a villain? This thought made Qin Feng's newborn heart pound. Ding! Congratulations, host, born into the 3000 Dao provinces, an ancient aristocratic family. God-level villain system is binding. Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Sure enough, the standard accessory for transmigrators, the system, had arrived. Qin Feng jolted awake, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. In his previous life, as a novel enthusiast, he was no stranger to systems. Wait, a god-level villain system. That means I was born a villain. Qin Feng's guess was now confirmed. Damn, how did I become a villain? Qin Feng was devastated. However, at this moment, the system was already rapidly binding itself. System binding, 30%, 70%, 100%. Ding. God-level villain system successfully bound. As the binding was complete, Qin Feng could see a little girl appear in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have bound yourself to the God-level villain system. This system is determined to make you a qualified God-level villain. Given that you are newly born, no mission will be issued for now. God-level villain system binding reward, being distributed. As soon as the system finished speaking, Qin Feng felt something terrifying appear in his mind. A starry sky ancient sword, a supreme divine weapon. For hunting down chosen ones of destiny. You are too young, so this system will temporarily keep it. Cultivation technique, the 9 true words, distributed. The system gave out the reward, then took it back, with a perfectly valid reason. Qin Feng was helpless, unable to speak, and could only twist his body in protest. However, the system did provide a cultivation technique, which was quite humane, otherwise Qin Feng definitely wouldn't have agreed. 9-character mantra, ancient great law. Lin, Bing, Do, Jie, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. Without time to study it, Qin Feng first put away the 9-character mantra. To avoid being tricked by the system again. Just then, Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou spoke. A bunch of shameless bastards. You're all ancient monsters. Thousands or even tens of thousands of years old, yet you're already trying to woo young women. My son was just born, not even a month old. And you're already thinking about proposing marriage. After saying this, Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou lightly patted her forehead, utterly speechless. Hearing this, the 10 empresses also fell silent for a moment, speechless. Yes, the child isn't even a month old, and now she's proposing marriage, it's rather abrupt. Empress Bai Moyan of the underworld, it's alright. I can wait, until my husband comes of age. The other empresses, shameless. Empress Ling Shuang of the 9 netherworlds, I can also wait, I will never give up. The empresses exclaimed, shameless. Empress Luli, Chu Xinyao, declared, don't wait any longer, it can only be mine. Anyone who disagrees, come and have a go. Empress Wei Yong, Luo Feiqian, retorted, fine, let's go. We're not afraid of you. Come on, come on. The 2 empresses were about to start fighting at the slightest provocation. The atmosphere was thick with tension, almost to the point of a full-blown brawl. However, Empress Guanghan intervened. Where is your imperial dignity, ladies? I disdain to associate with you. With that, a chilling aura emanated from her, causing Empress Weiyang and Empress Luli to abandon their plan to fight. After all, Empress Guanghan's strength was undeniable and invincible. Let's see what Empress Yi has to say. Empress Guanghan said more rationally. Then, everyone stopped fighting and turned their fiery gazes towards Yi Xinyu. Stared by the assembled empresses, Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou sighed and spoke. First, my son was just born, only a few minutes ago. Second, I want to wait until he's older so he can choose for himself. Third, we haven't even chosen a name yet. You're all in such a hurry. At the mention of naming, the empresses became lively again. It's just naming, right? I'm good at that. How about Qin Chuan? Old-fashioned. Can't he have the surname Yi? Why Qin? Empress Guanghan raised her beautiful eyes slightly. You really dare to say anything. These empresses, usually absent for centuries, were unusually lively today. They even changed the child's surname. Yi Xinyu, no, the child must have the surname Qin. Everyone, can you help me think of a good name? She finished with a smile. The empresses began to ponder. Empress Ling Shuang of the 9 netherworlds, Qin and. May you be safe and sound, and healthy. Empress Chu Xinyao of the glazed glass, Qin Mingzai. Meaningful and benevolent, bringing blessings to all living beings. The 10 empresses, each displaying their wisdom, offered a beautiful name for their future husbands. Wa tilde tilde. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng burst into tears, expressing his dislike. A gentle breeze blew as his cries echoed. Yi Xinyu, quick-witted, suggested, how about Qin Feng? Wind symbolizes freedom, unrestrainedness, and boundless vitality. As soon as she finished speaking, Qin Feng immediately stopped crying. Through fate, Qin Feng heard his own name again, Qin Feng. Qin Feng, mother understands me best. Seeing the child no longer crying or fussing, and even smiling, everyone marveled. As expected of the Empress's son, he's conscious even at birth. Qin Feng, that's a good name too. Then my husband will be named Qin Feng. Shameless. The Empresses, their auras restrained, unanimously agreed. After some discussion, Qin Feng was chosen as the name. Immediately afterwards, they stepped forward to offer their Empress's blessings. Smack. Empress by Moyan of the underworld planted a kiss on Qin Feng's cheek. The soft, fragrant lips made Qin Feng tremble slightly, the Empress's blessing. It wasn't just a simple kiss, it contained a trace of the Empress's aura. The Empress's aura enveloped Qin Feng's body, making his blood and qi even more abundant. His blood and qi had already broken through the limits. Now, with the Empress's blessing, it would be difficult for him not to become the emperor. Immediately, the 10 Empresses offered their blessings. Qin Feng was overjoyed. The imperial aura of the 10 Empresses, plus betrothal gifts, and a powerful mother. In this 9 heavens and 10 earths, he was truly a darling of heaven and earth. Smack. The last blessing came from his mother. Her imperial aura possessed a clear, flowing quality that lingered for a long time. The blessing of blood ties was greater than anything else. The 11 imperial blessings brought Qin Feng's blood and energy to a peak. If he wished, he could now transcend the blood transformation realm and directly open a cave heaven. However, Qin Feng did not. After all, he was newly born, and the foundation of a cultivator was extremely important. He wanted to climb step by step, splitting through the ages, breaking through the limits of every realm. The realms are divided into blood transformation, cave heaven, inscription, array formation, sea of wheels, divine palace, venerable, saint, and great emperor. 9 realms. Between saint and great emperor, there is a quasi-emperor. Quasi-emperor is not a realm, but rather infinitely close to the great emperor realm, far surpassing the saint realm. The 10 Empresses, after offering their blessings, did not rush to leave. One by one, they took Qin Feng and began to caress him. They played music and sang, performing a few songs. Yi Xinyu felt a pang of heartache watching this, but she couldn't stop them. After all the Empresses liked Qin Feng, which was why they treated him this way. Chapter 3 The 9-syllable mantra, the immovable king muttered 3 hours later. Even with his immense vitality, Qin Feng couldn't withstand the relentless teasing of the various Empresses. Overwhelmed with drowsiness, he kicked his arms and legs and drifted off to sleep. Look at you all, you've ruined my husband. The child is still young, he needs to sleep more. Stop playing around, let him rest. The underworld Empress snatched the sleeping Qin Feng away, protectively pleading. Then, the underworld Empress waved her hand, and a fiery red cradle appeared before her. She carefully placed Qin Feng into the cradle. This cradle was forged from phoenix feathers. The aura of the great Tao flowed continuously across its frame. Darling, sleep well. The underworld Empress gently rocked the cradle, whispering tenderly. The Empresses, shameless. Lying in the cradle, Qin Feng's face was serene, the 11 red lipstick marks still visible on his cheek. Little Feng, let me take you for a ride. Empress by Moyan of the underworld, her slender hands resting on the cradle, began to stroll around the Qin family compound. A smug look radiated from her face. The other Empresses, seeing this, could only inwardly curse her shamelessness. However, the underworld Empress and the Qingqiu Empress were best friends. Borrowed connections. There was nothing they could do. But even connections couldn't stop them. One by one, they transformed into streaks of light and quickly chased after her. Empress of the underworld, this is too much. Half an hour has passed, shouldn't I have some time to play? Empress of the 9 netherworlds, don't go too far. It's been an hour. Empress of the glazed glass, 2 hours have passed, do you want to practice? Guanghan, 5 hours. That day, Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingqiu kept shouting in her heart, shameless. As Qin Feng's mother, she had practically no time to spend with her child on the first day after his birth. All of them were occupied by the 10 Empresses. Even while they were fast asleep, she didn't have a chance to touch them. It wasn't until nightfall that Yi Xinyu managed to snatch the child back. By then, the sky was filled with twinkling stars, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The long day had finally come to an end. None of the 10 Empresses showed any intention of leaving. They settled down at the Qin family mansion. The Qingqiu Empress felt awkward about turning them away, so she could only take the child back inside. Creak. Closing the door, Yi Xinyu transformed into a streak of white light and disappeared from the doorway. She reappeared, already standing before the 10 empresses. Sisters, let's get straight to the point. Qin Feng has been in my womb for 100 years, becoming an emperor is only a matter of time. Your so-called marriage proposal is nothing more than taking a liking to my son's aptitude in that celestial light. However, I don't want my son to take any risks. The Qingqiu Empress scanned the crowd, speaking bluntly. These old monsters, shamelessly proposing marriage, were only after the celestial light emanating from Qin Feng. If the 10 empresses could see it, Yi Xinyu could naturally sense it too. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, powerful figures abound, countless emperors stand, yet none can break through the immortal gate. Without opening the immortal gate, one cannot enter the immortal realm. The immortal realm. It is the goal that cultivators strive for their entire lives. The 9 heavens and 10 earths have long been infected by misfortune. They are no longer the complete world they once were. Originally, those at the great emperor level in the 9 heavens and 10 earths could freely enter the immortal realm. However, due to an ominous sign, the immortal realm severed its connection to the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even now, great emperors cannot break through the immortal realm. But at the moment Qin Feng was born, they all saw the unchanging immortal realm tremble slightly. Therefore, one after another, the empresses came to propose marriage. Mother, I'm getting off topic. I genuinely love Xiao Feng. What immortal sects are to me? The Netherworld Empress waved her hand and said. Her bright eyes and white teeth revealed only 2 words, sincerity. 9 Netherworld Empress Ling Shuang. Mother, love needs no reason. I love Xiao Feng, and I'd rather not go to the immortal realm. Ellipsis exclamation mark quote. A cacophony of voices erupted, each one remaining impassive. The Qingqiu Empress knew she couldn't get a result from the test. They were all ancient monsters, tens of thousands of years old, naturally able to remain completely discreet. However, poor little Feng is suffering, born with a mission, and also the favor of the 10 empresses. Inside the Qingqiu Empress's room, Qin Feng lies in his cradle, unaware of the situation of the 10 empresses and his mother. He is still studying the 9-syllable mantra. Lin, Bing, Do, Jie, Jia, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. Each syllable contains endless traces of the great Tao. It shares a similar effect with the Buddhist mantra, Om Mani Padme Hum. Both are incantations. Silently reciting the 9-syllable mantra can ward off evil and suppress misfortune. At the same time, the 9-syllable mantra corresponds to 9 secret hand seals. Lin, immovable king seal. Bing, great Vajra seal. Do, outer lion seal. Although Qin Feng is newly born, thanks to the system's rewards, he can understand them without explanation. He waved his small, immature hand, forming the immovable king's seal. A deafening boom resounded. The exquisitely carved house shook violently. Countless vital energies condensed into a single, childlike hand seal, instantly overturning the Empress's house. Simultaneously, the immovable king's seal broke free of the Qin family's protective barrier, soaring 90,000 miles into the sky, illuminating the night for a fleeting moment. After a long while, the immovable king's seal slowly dissipated. The deafening roar still echoed in Qin Feng's ears. He was completely dumbfounded. He had only casually formed the secret hand seal, intending to test it out. How could he have known its power would be so astonishing? At the same time, this single strike drained Qin Feng of countless vital energies. Damn it! Just one immovable king seal drained millions of my vital energy. This is a huge loss. Qin Feng couldn't help but roar inwardly, almost bursting into tears. If he could turn back time, Qin Feng would never do such a foolish thing again. 1. Lin, mantra, the immovable king's seal, had exhausted millions of his vital energy. Fortunately, the Empress's blessing was still there. With slow recuperation, the Empress's blessing could replenish his lost vital energy. At the same time, the 10 Empresses, and Qin Feng's mother, Yi Xinyu, all soared into the air. Their expressions changed drastically, and their vast auras instantly filled the entire Qin family. 11 terrifying divine senses, like sharp blades, swept across every corner. However, no matter how they scanned, they couldn't find the figure of that powerful being. Finally, their gazes settled on a pile of ruins. That place was originally the boudoir of Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingqiu. Built with countless precious materials, it was impregnable even by ordinary cultivators. Now, the house was a ruin, with only a cradle standing amidst the rubble. Whoosh! 11 empresses transformed into Aurora Borealis, surrounding the cradle in the blink of an eye. Among them, Empress Guanghan was the fastest, and her aura was the most terrifying. Streams of cold air froze the space, as if facing a formidable enemy. The immovable King's Seal. Moreover, the technique is so skillful, I wonder who this is. Come out and face your death. Empress Guanghan's voice was icy cold, the last sentence carrying a profound and silent weight, echoing throughout the entire Qin family. Chapter 4 Ancient Great Law, Sudden Enlightenment. The Qin family was in complete chaos. A powerful figure had entered the clan, yet no one noticed. Today was the auspicious day of the Empress's son's birth. Such an incident would be difficult to explain to anyone. The crucial point was that even the 11 empresses in the Qin family hadn't detected the intruder. Therefore, the intruder's strength must be immeasurable. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou quickly picked up Qin Feng and carefully examined him. Finding that the little Feng was unharmed, she breathed a heavy sigh of relief. However, the child was definitely traumatized. His face was deathly pale, and his expression had become blank. Child, don't be afraid, mother is here. Damn it. Who on earth knows the ancient great technique, the immovable King's Seal? Yi Xinyu patted Qin Feng's back reassuringly. Then, her expression turned grave. A golden light shone brightly, protecting Qin Feng. They were terrified that this child, who had just arrived in this world, would suffer even the slightest harm. Seeing his mother's solemn expression, Qin Feng felt guilty, his mouth agape, unable to speak. He wanted to explain, but there was no chance. This palm strike was merely a casual test. How could he have known everyone would be so tense? HMPH. The Qingzhou Empress coldly snorted, addressing the 10 empresses. Clean up the area within 1,000,000 miles, then we can discuss the marriage proposal. Through their divine senses, they could see many people secretly watching from the outskirts of the Qin family. They had assumed they were just insignificant ants and hadn't paid them any attention. Now that trouble had arisen, the Qingzhou Empress would rather kill the innocent than let such an accident happen again. Mother, leave it to me. The underworld Empress grinned, transforming into a bolt of lightning and vanishing instantly. The remaining 9 empresses exchanged glances and then attacked. With the 10 empresses moving together, who in the entire 9 heavens and 10 earths could withstand them? Even a 10-crowned king would fall from the sky, outside the Qin family compound. Countless holy ancestors lurked in the shadows, gathering intelligence. They thought that being 1,000,000 miles apart wouldn't alert the empresses. However, a sudden palm strike shattered the silence. The 10 empresses, one slap each, like swatting flies, casually turned countless holy ancestors into pools of blood. My goodness. 10 empresses, what kind of monster has emerged in the Qin family? No, I have to retreat first, these empresses have gone mad. The surviving holy ancestors fled in panic, fearing being targeted by an empress. Judging from the actions of the 10 empresses, the child born into the Qin family is definitely not simple, he is very likely a future emperor. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A series of dark figures fled in panic. This earth-shattering gossip had to spread, letting more people know that the Qin family had a crown prince, and that no one should provoke him. Especially since this crowned prince was protected by 10 empresses. Adding Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou, that makes 11. Who dared to snatch him from the jaws of death? A few minutes later, the flies surrounding the Qin family's outskirts had been cleared away. A few had used secret techniques to escape beforehand. However, the 10 empresses weren't worried about the news leaking. After all, before absolute power, all petty tricks were futile. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The 10 empresses returned to their original positions. Her hands and body were stained with bright red blood. A few flies buzzed around, nothing serious. However, no user of the immovable King's Seal was found. I really don't know where this immovable King's Seal came from. The Empress of Guanghan patted the bloodstains off her body and said with a slight frown. Even someone as powerful as her couldn't detect the other party. Then there's only one possibility. That is, the immovable King's Seal was cast by a member of the Qin family. As for who it is, it hasn't been found yet. Grandma, why don't you investigate the Qin family yourself? Perhaps there's an unexpected surprise. These words came from the Empress of the Underworld, who was once Yi Xinyu's best friend. Only she dared to say such a thing. Hearing this, Yi Xinyu's brows furrowed, her entire body exuding killing intent. Suddenly, the child in her arms stirred, her hands forming a hand seal. A tiny immovable king seal emerged from the faint aura of blood and energy. Sensing the aura, Yi Xinyu lowered her gaze. Instantly, her mouth gaped open, an expression of utter shock on her face. The immovable king's seal, though faint, was identical to the one from before, and this immovable king's seal had emerged from her son's hand. How could she not be shocked? The 10 empresses, sensing the aura of the immovable king's seal, all turned their gazes. When they saw that delicate, white hand, they were equally speechless with astonishment. Holy crap! This! A complete disaster. So it was my husband who created it. But this is too outrageous. He comprehended the immovable king's seal in less than a day. The underworld empress, disregarding her image, exclaimed loudly. You must know, the immovable king's seal is an ancient technique, its lineage long since lost. Unless one achieves enlightenment through enlightenment, but Qin Feng had only been born a short time before this bizarre event occurred. Could it be that this guy started cultivating from the womb? Possibly. After all, 100 years of pregnancy, the child would have already developed the awareness of cultivation. The son of an emperor, how could he be ordinary? After the initial shock, the empresses, as if discovering a new continent, offered endless speculations. Let's have a moment of silence for the holy ancestors who were just scapegoated. But these flies are really something, lacking strength yet wanting to know everything. They're really courting death. Hearing the empress's voices, Yi Xinyu clicked her tongue and said, truly worthy of being my son. After saying that, she let out a heavy sigh of relief. Her expression changed from solemn to beaming. The child, less than a day after birth, had already comprehended an ancient great technique. His future will surely be extraordinary, perhaps he could even achieve immortality in the mortal world. Child, be good. Stop hitting him recklessly. If you keep messing around, you'll destroy the Qin family. Yi Xinyu gently stroked Qin Feng's forehead, speaking softly. Snap! Qin Feng released his grip, the immovable king's seal vanishing with the wind. He felt dizzy, his vision blurring. Qin Feng didn't want to strike again. The previous strike had already consumed millions of units of vital energy. If it weren't to prevent his mother and the others from escalating the conflict, he wouldn't have been forced to use the immovable king's seal again. After releasing the immovable king's seal, Qin Feng closed his dark eyes and fell into a deep sleep. All right, mother-in-law, now you can talk about that matter. That's right, all the flies have been cleared away. What's the rush? Let me settle the child first. Faintly, Qin Feng could still hear the voices of the empresses and his mother. The voices grew fainter and fainter until they were completely inaudible. Chapter 5 Qin Family Forbidden Ground, Devouring Heaven Emperor Technique. Time flies. 3 days passed in a flash. The 10 empresses had all left the Qin family. The discussions still yielded no results. Everything depended on Qin Feng growing up and making his own choice. The morning of the 3rd day, the morning sun shone brightly, casting long shadows across the Qin family land. Even the most shameless of them all, the Netherworld Empress, had left the Qin family. The Qingqiu Empress, Yi Xinyu, arrived at the Qin family's forbidden area with her child. Here, there were mountains and rivers, the sun, moon, and stars, and 100-mile-long peach forest. Birds sang, flowers bloomed, and the sun shone brightly. On the ground, various precious medicinal herbs and rare treasures were planted. Each of these great herbs, if placed outside, would be enough to make those old fogies fight tooth and nail for them. Atop a mountain, there stood a magnificent palace, gleaming with golden light, radiating vitality. Constructed entirely of precious materials, even a small section would be enough to cause first-rate sects to fight tooth and nail. Child, this is a house your mother built for you, it's a bit rushed. Make do with it. Arriving at the mansion, Yi Xinyu smiled faintly and said. Above the mansion were 2 gleaming golden characters, Qin Mansion. This mansion was built 100 years ago, solely to provide Qin Feng with a quiet and comfortable environment after his birth. Here, tranquility reigns, protected by countless arrays above the mansion. Even a saint cannot tear through the arrays to enter. Impregnable, impervious to any enemy attack. Qin Feng stared at the vast arrays, repeatedly clicking his tongue in amazement. Truly worthy of the Empress. Even something casually built is so magnificent, isolating all saints. Unless one possesses the Empress's token or reaches the great Emperor realm. Someone come here. Yi Xinyu called out to the void. a maidservant of about 15 years old appeared instantly. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress, greetings, Imperial Prince." The maidservant was very sensible and immediately knelt before them. "Rise. Hillen, from now on you will be my son Qin Feng's maidservant. This is my token, you are free to enter the mansion." Yi Xinyu waved her hand, and a fiery red token, imbued with boundless Tao energy, floated before Hillen. Hillen was overwhelmed with gratitude and quickly accepted the token, kneeling again and saying, "Thank you, Your Majesty the Empress. I, Hillen, swear to protect the Imperial Prince with my life." As she spoke, Hillen's lips trembled. The Imperial Prince's son will surely become an emperor in the future. To follow him means a limitless future. It can be said to be an unparalleled opportunity. This opportunity the Empress has given to her. Spend more time with him. I'll go weave a precious robe for my son. Yi Xinyu handed Qin Feng to Hillen. Then, she gracefully stepped into the mansion. Hillen was Yi Xinyu's former maid, and her strength had already reached the Saint realm. She was only one step away from entering the quasi-emperor realm. Crucially, Hillen was loyal and trustworthy. Hillen lowered her head and looked at the child in her arms. A fair-skinned child was waving his little arms and legs, very active. Slap. Suddenly, a small hand slapped her cheek. "Is this the Emperor's son? Why does he seem a little improper?" Hillen blushed slightly and murmured softly. Then, she reached out a hand and gently moved the small hand away. Slap. Less than a second after she moved away, the hand was back. The speed was so fast that Hillen was caught completely off guard. The little hand was surprisingly strong, yet also incredibly soft, quite strange. She didn't know how to cheer up the child, so she could only wave her hand. Using her supreme spiritual energy, she condensed it into a cradle. "Your Highness, let me show you around the mansion. Let's familiarize you with the surroundings first." Hillen prepared to place Qin Feng in the cradle, keeping a distance to see how he would behave. Whoosh! However, the child in Hillen's arms suddenly sprang free. His tiny arms and legs landed steadily on the ground, and then he began to wobble and stagger around the mansion. Holy crap! Isn't he only 3 days old? He can already walk. Hillen was stunned by the wobble and staggered figure, uttering a beautiful exclamation. Indeed, the son of the Emperor cannot be judged by ordinary standards. After a long while, Hillen finally came to her senses, shaking her head as she spoke. Then, she hurriedly followed, fearing the child might accidentally fall. Her hands, imbued with spiritual energy, protected the child, ensuring that no matter which direction he fell, Hillen could use her spiritual energy to right him. After circling around, Qin Feng had seen the entirety of the mansion his mother had built. Impressive. Only these 2 words resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Even celestial palaces couldn't compare. Every brick and tile was an immeasurable treasure. Crucially, it was extremely vast. A single courtyard stretched for dozens of miles. Beyond the courtyard was a flat lawn, beyond which ancient mulberry trees grew, resembling a primeval forest, incredibly grand. However, a layer of restriction existed within that ancient mulberry grove, which Qin Feng could not penetrate. Occasionally, a few enormous demonic beasts could be seen roaming the outskirts. Qin Feng pointed to the ancient mulberry forest, uttering childish sounds. Hillen listened for a long time, but couldn't understand a word. "Your Highness, that's where the Qin family keeps their pet beasts. There's nothing fun there. Just a few true dragon cubs and true phoenix cubs, not yet adults." Hillen tried to explain. Qin Feng nodded his little head, his eyes shining brightly. As a Chinese, he was extremely curious about true dragons and phoenixes. If he could catch one of these as a mount, wouldn't he be a force to be reckoned with? He hadn't expected the Qin family to be so wealthy. This time travel was a sure win. "Your Highness, there seems to be a Kunpeng, a mount prepared for you by the Empress. When you come of age, you can conquer that Kunpeng and roam the 9 heavens and 10 earths." Hillen spoke again, startling Qin Feng once more. "In the northern sea there is a fish, its name is kun. The kun is so large that it cannot be contained in a single stew. It transforms into a bird, the peng, whose back is immeasurably long. When it flies in anger, it soars 90,000 miles high. The kunpeng is one of the 10 great ancient ferocious beasts. It is even more powerful than a true dragon or a true phoenix." Huff. Qin Feng took a deep breath, speechless with shock. Mother, is too fierce. Raising a true dragon and a true phoenix is one thing, but raising a Kunpeng cub is another. If he were to roam the 9 heavens and 10 earths in the future, who would dare to provoke him? If he can't beat them, the Kunpeng will step in. If he still can't beat them, Hillen will step in. If all else fails, Mother will step in and suppress everything. Of course, with the system's existence, Qin Feng had nothing to fear from the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Of course, all of this was for the future. Qin Feng still needed to cultivate, accumulating his blood and qi to its peak, and then break through to the blood transformation realm. 3 days had passed, he could officially begin cultivating. Let's begin cultivating. Qin Feng found a patch of grass and sat cross-legged. Then, he began circulating the Devouring Heaven Emperor technique. This technique was given to him by the system. Upon mastery, one could devour heaven and earth. The Devouring Heaven Emperor technique has 3 levels. The first level, devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The second level, devouring the spiritual energy of others. The third level, devouring everything. By devouring, one can also become an emperor. Currently, Qin Feng is still at the first level, devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As he circulated his cultivation technique, the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards Qin Feng like a hurricane. The dense spiritual energy, as fine as silk threads, eventually coalesced into mist, completely enveloping Qin Feng. Hillen, standing to the side, watched the imperial prince cultivate, completely numb. This little guy, I estimate, will likely reach the saint realm within 500 years. Hillen murmured to herself. Chapter 6 Supreme Divine Weapon. Asura's spear. Time flies like an arrow. A week has passed in the blink of an eye. In 7 days, Qin Feng has already learned to speak. During these 7 days, his qi and blood have reached their peak. With a single swing of his arm, he possesses the strength of 1,000,000 jin. At full strength, he can lift a giant mountain weighing approximately 3,000,000 jin. His movements are incredibly agile. Thump, thump, thump. That morning, he carried a giant mountain while strolling through the forbidden area. The mountain weighed 1,000,000 jin and was enormous. Without careful observation, Qin Feng at its base was completely invisible. His qi and blood, numbering in the millions, were slowly merging into his flesh and bones during the body tempering process. His strength has reached the peak of the blood transformation realm. He is only 1 step away from opening up a new world. A prodigy, no, a monster. Others are still babies at 7 days old, only able to cry. Qin Feng embarked directly on the path of cultivation. Whoosh! Suddenly, Qin Feng heard a loud pop, and the giant mountains on his arms vanished abruptly. A woman dressed in white appeared before him. The woman was tall and slender, with a graceful figure, skin as smooth as jade, fair with a rosy glow, and gentle as jade. Her bright eyes shone with light. Her long purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, making her look like a fairy. Little Feng, long time no see. Did you miss me? The woman asked with a smile. You've already reached the peak of the blood realm. No wonder you're the son of the emperor. As she spoke, her 2 slender hands casually reached out to pinch Qin Feng's cheeks. Qin Feng tried to slip away, but he couldn't escape her clutches. Empress of the underworld, Aunt Bai, you, hello. Qin Feng grinned and called out. Indeed, the visitor was none other than Bai Moyan, the Empress of the underworld. She had been frequently approaching Qin Feng through connections. She had already come twice in a week. This was her 3rd time. Speaking of shamelessness, Qin Feng had to admire Bai Moyan. What, auntie? Call me wife. We're already engaged, why are you being so formal with me? Upon hearing the word, auntie, Empress Bai Moyan's eyes flashed with anger, and she forcefully rubbed Qin Feng's cheek with her delicate hands. Ah, Auntie Bai, Mother said that the engagement is something I can decide myself. I haven't even agreed yet. Qin Feng was both amused and exasperated, and had to invoke his mother's name to intimidate her. However, the Empress of the underworld didn't buy it at all, and picked Qin Feng up in one swift motion. Little Feng, am I not good enough? Or do you think I'm too old? You're too young to appreciate the Empress. However, this Empress is magnanimous and has already forgiven you. Empress Bai Moyan of the underworld smiled sweetly, gently flicking Qin Feng's nose with her index finger, and said, Qin Feng. He immediately shut up. However, being favored by the Empress is rare indeed. Although the underworld Empress is a bit shameless, she is quite beautiful. She is stunningly beautiful, with unparalleled elegance. Even after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, her skin remains supple and radiant. Ahem. Empress of the underworld, have some shame. At this moment, Yi Xinyu appeared from the mansion, holding a ball of celestial silkworm silk in her hand. She was originally weaving a precious garment for her son, but her best friend kept coming over every few days. And with all sorts of tricks on little Feng, Yi Xinyu had no choice but to step in. How can this be a lie? This is called sincerity. So you can't forget it. The Netherworld Empress's eyes darted around as she spoke. Whoosh! Immediately, a flash of azure light appeared in her right hand, and a long spear materialized. The spear was as white as jade, radiating a hellish aura. The supreme divine weapon, the Asura spear. Yi Xinyu was suddenly startled. This was a rare treasure, unparalleled in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She hadn't expected the Netherworld Empress to have found it. Not bad, the supreme divine weapon, the Asura spear. I've been searching the forbidden zones these past few days and finally found a decent treasure. The Netherworld Empress said casually. Then, she handed the Asura spear to Qin Feng. Do you like it, Xiao Feng? I prepared it for you. A supreme divine weapon, given away without batting an eye. Although the Netherworld Empress spoke so casually, who could know the dangers involved? Snap! Qin Feng gripped the Asura spear heavily in his small hand, a chill instantly washing over him. So heavy. Qin Feng discovered he couldn't even lift it with one hand. Even with both hands, he could only slightly budge it, unable to use it at all. Especially since the murderous aura was composed of countless blood-soaked corpses. A mere touch was like entering a battlefield of carnage. Little Feng, you're still young. When you're a month old, you'll probably be able to lift it. Whoosh! The Underworld Empress waved her hand, firmly planting the Asura's spear into the mansion's gate. A cold light flashed, and murderous aura soared to the sky. Fortunately, the mansion was protected by countless arrays, otherwise, another celestial phenomenon would have occurred. Thank you, Sister Bai. Sister Bai is the best. Smack! Qin Feng was a clever fellow. With such a treasure, even his way of addressing her changed instantly. He even blushed and kissed the Netherworld Empress on the jade-like cheek. Life with the Empress was so simple and unpretentious. Giggle. That's a good boy. The Netherworld Empress said with a smile. All the sacrifices were worth it. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou shook her head helplessly. This good friend of hers really went to great lengths. She ventured into the forbidden zone alone, just to find a suitable weapon for Zhaofeng, although she was a great emperor. But the ominous red-haired creature in the forbidden zone was not easy to deal with. A slight mistake could still result in serious injury, or even infection with the ominous creature. All right, stop showing off. Come inside and sit down. Yi Xinyu glared at Qin Feng and invited the Netherworld Empress. Hillen, prepare the immortal elixir and divine fruit for Zhaofeng to have breakfast. Then, Yi Xinyu gave another order to the void. Whoosh! A 16-year-old girl flashed out from the void. Yes, Your Majesty. Hillen bowed to Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou, then looked at Empress Mingtu. Empress Mingtu reluctantly let go of his hand. Mother, I'm leaving now. Qin Feng seized the opportunity, said goodbye to his mother, and disappeared in a flash. Hillen followed closely behind. Breakfast consisted of 3 large bowls of immortal elixir and a few divine fruits, enough to keep him energetic all day. After breakfast, Qin Feng began cultivating the Devouring Heaven Emperor technique. Absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, storing it within himself. 3 million jin of strength still hadn't reached the limit of the blood-moving realm. Qin Feng kept blocking himself from opening up his own cave. He wanted to cultivate each realm to its ultimate limit, to become the greatest of all time. Unprecedented, and perhaps never to be repeated. Whoosh! The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, like a spiritual mist, enveloped his entire body. Combined with the energy of the immortal elixir and divine fruit, his cultivation speed accelerated. His blood and qi were also constantly rising. Every inch of his skin was undergoing a baptism and transformation. At this rate, Qin Feng would reach his limit in less than a month. Then, he would open up his own grotto heaven. Of course, there was also the Asura spear, an ancient divine weapon gifted by the Empress of the Underworld. Treasures obtained from forbidden zones could not be simple. Chapter 7 Full Moon Banquet, Lin Zan, the chosen one time passed in monotonous and tedious cultivation. 20 days went by. As the son of an emperor, his talent naturally surpassed that of ordinary people. In these 20 days, Qin Feng shed much of his immaturity, his skin becoming increasingly firm. Even the ancient sacred body was no more than this. However, Qin Feng's cultivation had stalled. Because, before the system issued its mission, he could only break through to the peak of the blood transformation realm. His flesh and blood body was even more terrifying than a true dragon cub. A single swing of his arm possessed 5 million jin of force. With both hands combined, he could lift 8 million jin. What a damn system. It's delaying my ascension to emperor. Please unbind the system, thank you. Qin Feng murmured to himself, sensing his own strength. If it weren't for the system blocking him, he would probably be even stronger. No choice. What can he do? He was born a villain. Ding, ding, ding. The Chosen One has appeared. Warning, warning. The Chosen One, Lin Zan, comes from the heavenly demon sect of the extreme imperial state, a low-priced Chosen One. You can hunt him down directly. Suddenly, the system's little girl voice rang out, startling Qin Feng. The system, dormant for over 20 days, had finally arrived. Lin Zan, the holy son of the heavenly demon sect of the extreme imperial state, is an absolute example of a good-for-nothing rising to power. Because of his good fortune, he rose from a good-for-nothing disciple to become the holy son of the heavenly demon sect. At a young age, he reached the array formation realm at 20. He has the potential to become an emperor in the future, and his storage ring contains the soul of an old Taoist at the venerable realm. Note: the soul is that of an ancient emperor. Host, please hunt him down within 6 months. The system transmitted all of Lin Zan's information and cheat codes to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, I'm only 20 days old, and I've already been given a mission. You're a real dog. Qin Feng thought the system would only issue missions when he was at least an adult, but to his surprise, a mission came after only 20 days. Lin Zan, a good-for-nothing's rise to power, with a golden finger, a venerable realm old man. Qin Feng repeated the information given by the system, organizing the data. A venerable realm soul body, nothing to fear. However, this soul body is from an ancient emperor. His methods must be extraordinary. By the way, the Chosen One is in the extreme imperial state. Does that mean I have to make a trip to the extreme imperial state? Qin Feng asked with a bitter face. Host, you'll be a month old in 10 days. Of the 3,000 Tao states, many sects will surely come to congratulate you, and the heavenly demon sect is one of them. The heavenly demon sect's representative is the Chosen One, Lin Zan. Host can wait until the congratulations are over and then intercept and kill him. The system offered advice. Lin Zan will undoubtedly become your obstacle in the future. He might even slaughter the entire Qin family and trample you to become an emperor. He is a man of great forbearance. If he is not eliminated now, he will surely cause endless trouble in the future. Seeing Qin Feng still hesitating, the system explained the gravity of the situation. The villain is always trampled by the Chosen One. How could Qin Feng accept this? The hard-won happiness he had achieved would be destroyed if he didn't eliminate the other party. Fine, after the full moon banquet, I'll intercept and kill him. He wants to destroy my Qin family and trample me to become an emperor. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and hardened his resolve. The Chosen One, favored by heaven, undoubtedly possessed countless treasures. Furthermore, he had a powerful old man with a venerable level soul as his cheat code. With Qin Feng's own strength, hunting him down would be difficult. However, with the system's existence, all difficulties would be easily overcome. System, will I be punished by heaven for hunting down the Chosen One? Qin Feng asked with some worry. The Chosen One was chosen by heaven. If he were to be suddenly eliminated, the consequences would certainly be severe. Don't worry, host. This system supports you. Hunting him down allows you to legitimately possess his fortune. Even heaven cannot discern this. This is also the strength of this system. The system explained. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng instantly felt confident. His own fortune was black, destined to make him a major villain. And a particularly black one at that. Only by hunting down other Chosen Ones can the current situation be changed. Rather than being trampled on to become emperor, it's better to wipe them all out and claim them for ourselves. Time flies. 10 days have passed. During these 10 days, the Qin family has become lively. Countless sects and factions from 3,000 provinces have arrived one after another. First-rate sects, second-rate families, and third-rate sects have all come to the Qin family to offer their congratulations. Various rare treasures have appeared in abundance. Congratulations are one aspect, but another is to catch a glimpse of the Emperor's son. To see just how many arms and legs the Emperor's son, who can move the 10 Empresses, has. Throughout the 3,000 provinces and the 9 heavens and 10 earths, there are also arrogant sects that disdain to curry favor with the Qin family. They haven't sent a single one, focusing solely on arduous cultivation, all for the sake of becoming emperor as soon as possible. The ancient and powerful family, the Qin family. Today, before the resplendent palace, a large crowd of people gathered, representing countless celebrities from the 3,000 provinces. Among them, the most conspicuous were Ning Chuan, the 4-time champion, Zhou Xuantian, another 4-time champion, and most terrifyingly, Qin Feng, the 6-time champion. These three could be considered the face of the 3,000 provinces, especially Qin Feng, a 6-time champion, known as Invincible among his peers, and effortlessly capable of defeating opponents of higher ranks. The 6-time champion had appeared 6 times, each time sweeping away all rivals with unparalleled talent. With him present, even the 4-time champions seemed somewhat inferior. The three were impeccably dressed, exuding an air of grandeur and radiating a vibrant life force. They were clearly extraordinary. Lin Zan, the holy son of the heavenly demon sect of the extreme imperial province, stood out somewhat from the crowd. Lin Zan wore a purple robe and stood unremarkable in the crowd. HMPH. A bunch of ants, what are you pretending for? Once I become an emperor, I'll wipe them all out. Lin Zan sneered inwardly. Little Xuanxuan, don't take it too seriously. You are the chosen one, almost on par with the emperor's son. As long as you cultivate according to my guidance, becoming an emperor is just around the corner. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed in Lin Zan's mind. This voice made Lin Zan feel much better. Yes. How could the chosen one lose to these 4 crowned kings and 6 crowned kings? Even the emperor's son is just a stumbling block. Sooner or later, Lin Zan will stand at the highest peak of the 9 heavens and 10 earths, looking down upon all living beings. Treading on the emperor's son, he will be supported by millions of people. However, for now, he must swallow his pride and quietly develop. Elder Dan, I will strive. Sooner or later, I will grant you a perfect true body. And, accompany me to the pinnacle, to suppress an era. No, suppress everything. Lin Zan's gaze was resolute as he responded in his mind. Elder Dan was his secret. A soul body. The former Elder Dan, in ancient times. He was at the great emperor realm, but due to the abundance of powerful figures in that era. While the emperors fought against darkness and suppressed misfortune, he was carelessly destroyed, leaving only a soul body. Now, with the guidance of a great emperor's soul body, Lin Zan's cultivation is twice as effective. Lin Zan also transformed from a useless person into the holy son of the heavenly demon sect thanks to Elder Dan's guidance. On the surface, he is merely the holy son, but in reality, he has already taken control of the entire heavenly demon sect. Do not be impatient, nor be too ostentatious. Elder Dan reminded him again. Chapter 8, What Earth-Shattering Conspiracy? Ding! A bell rang above the Qin family, its sound echoing throughout heaven and earth. Suddenly, a rift opened in the void. A phantom figure emerged from it. Azure clouds descended from the sky, hanging horizontally across the heavens. No one could see its true form, only a wisp of chaotic spiritual mist appeared, striding diagonally across the clouds. Each step caused the sky to dim. Beside the wisp of mist stood a child. The child wore a white robe, its surface shimmering with spiritual light, its magic unpredictable. Greetings, great emperor of Qingzhou. Everyone present, whether a 4-crowned king or a 6-crowned king, knelt before the wisp of chaotic spiritual mist. The emperor's form had manifested, only devout kneeling could dispel his imperial might. Rise. Qin Feng, on behalf of his mother, addressed the figure below. The voice, though still childish, was remarkably loud, echoing throughout every corner. As Qin Feng's voice faded, the Qingzhou Empress withdrew her overwhelming aura. The crowd that had come to offer their congratulations finally breathed a sigh of relief. Too powerful. The Empress's aura was enough to overwhelm the world. After the imperial might dissipated, they all raised their heads, looking up at the sky. Finally, they could clearly see the emperor's son's appearance. Fair and delicate, with 2 hands and 2 feet. He didn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. He was just like a normal person. The only difference was that he had a good mother and a prestigious family. From birth, his starting point was higher than ordinary people. Even, he was born at the pinnacle of countless others. Welcome, everyone, to my Qin family to congratulate me. I, Qin Feng, am deeply honored. Therefore, I have prepared some wine and drinks. I hope you all enjoy yourselves. Qin Feng spread his hands, lightly tracing a line in the sky, and said politely, of course, these were all instructions from his mother. He was speaking on behalf of the Empress. Many thanks to the great Emperor of Qingzhou, we are deeply honored. 6 Crown King Qin Fan wishes Imperial Son Qin Feng a swift journey on the path of cultivation, that he may ascend to the throne and bring blessings to all living beings. 4 Crown King Ning Chuan wishes Imperial Son Qin Feng smooth cultivation, countless Taoist techniques, unparalleled in the world. 4 Crown King Zhou Xuantian wishes Imperial Son Qin Feng. The crowd first thanked the Empress. Then, thousands upon thousands of blessings were offered to Qin Feng. The voices rose and fell like a surging river, endlessly echoing before the Qin family palace. Most were merely polite greetings. Qin Feng listened, numb. Lin Zan of the heavenly demon sect wishes Imperial Son Qin Feng a swift ascension to emperorhood, suppressing all ages. Suddenly, Qin Feng heard a booming voice. It drew his attention. Lin Zan of the heavenly demon sect, wasn't he the chosen one? He looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a young man of about 20, mingling in the crowd, wearing a purple robe, with a resolute face and handsome features. He clearly had the makings of a protagonist. However, Lin Zan was trying hard to hide it, speaking with his head down, giving off an extremely insecure feeling. But Qin Feng knew. This guy was destined to become an emperor, perhaps even destroying the Qin family and stepping on him to become emperor. Fortunately, Qin Feng had the system with him, knowing all this in advance. Next, he needed to find a way to transfer Lin Zan's fortune to himself. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of light flashed across the sky, and another wisp of chaotic spiritual mist slowly approached. A majestic aura caused the space itself to tremble. Everyone felt the imperial might, and their faces paled. The Empress of the Underworld has come to offer her congratulations and wish my little Feng a speedy coming of age. As the figure approached, the congratulatory voices echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Qin Feng looked up. Today, the Empress of the Underworld was dressed differently again. She wore a phoenix coronet and a ceremonial robe, and a pale yellow long dress, looking like a banished immortal. The long dress hung straight to the sky, and countless Taoist auras emanated from her. Neither venerables nor saints could see through those Taoist auras to discern the Empress of the Underworld's true appearance. At first glance, she appeared dignified, elegant, and of high status. Perhaps, today was Qin Feng's full moon celebration, and she was dressed more formally. Greetings, great Empress of the Underworld. Below, everyone immediately knelt in obeisance. Only kneeling could lessen the imperial might. They couldn't see the newcomer's face clearly, only feeling an overwhelming sense of oppression. Rise! The Empress of the Underworld waved her hand, displaying the grandeur of an empress. At the same time, her imperial aura was restrained, slightly easing the oppressive atmosphere. With the imperial aura dissipating and the Empress of the Underworld's pardon granted, they dared to straighten up. Terrifying. I didn't expect the Empress of the Underworld to come too. A murmur arose in the crowd's hearts. Cold sweat dripped down their faces. They hadn't expected that even the Empress of the Underworld would personally come to congratulate the Emperor's son on his 1-month birthday. And she even called him, Little Feng. But that makes sense, the Empress of the Underworld and the Empress of Qingzhou are best friends. It's normal for her to come and offer congratulations. Thinking of the relationship between the Empress of the Underworld and the Empress of Qingzhou, everyone felt relieved. Both empresses were peerless beauties. Either could suppress an era. The key is, their relationship is so good. They only dared to say these things in their hearts. They couldn't even use telepathy, because, under the Empress's watchful eye, any telepathic communication would be intercepted. Then, certain death would be certain. Mother-in-law, Little Feng, long time no see, have you missed me? Empress Bai Moyan of the Underworld transmitted her voice from afar. Qin Feng's lips twitched, but he didn't speak. 3 days ago, the Empress of the Underworld was still in her own residence. How could it be a long time? Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou. Be serious. Today is Little Feng's 1-month celebration. If you don't behave properly, I'll kick you out. Yi Xinyu transmitted her voice with a serious expression. Hee, I've been quite serious today. Didn't you see I'm wearing my Empress's outfit? This is my best outfit. The Underworld Empress pointed to her long dress and phoenix coronet, transmitting her voice to Yi Xinyu. Yi Xinyu nodded, speechless. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, the underworld Empress flashed, streaking across the sky like an aurora, and arrived beside Qin Feng. Little Feng, how do you think of my robe? Is it pretty? This time, Underworld didn't use a voice transmission, she spoke directly. After speaking, she picked Qin Feng up in one swift motion. Qin Feng sighed helplessly and could only say, Sister Bai looks good in anything, but even more so today. To be fair, the Underworld Empress's attire today exuded the domineering aura befitting an empress. However, she remained casual towards him. The true appearance of the Emperor, which is unfathomable to the world, is an exception for Qin Feng. Although their voices weren't loud, everyone present was a cultivator and could hear them clearly. The crowd was utterly bewildered, completely clueless. The Emperor's son was calling the Netherworld Empress, sister. What kind of colossal conspiracy was this? It was common knowledge that the Netherworld Empress and the Qingqiu Empress were sisters. Now, with the Emperor's son addressing them like this, their relationship had instantly become complicated. However, all they could see were two wisps of chaotic spiritual mist. The Emperor's son had vanished into thin air. Whoosh! Empress Luli, Chu Xinyao, has come to offer her congratulations, wishing my precious darling immortality. While everyone was still in shock, another burst of fire shot into the sky, accompanied by a blessing that resounded through the heavens. The faces of those who had come to offer their congratulations turned deathly pale in an instant. Chapter 9 The Gift from Empress Luli, the Azure Thunder Sword, what the hell? Empress Luli, Chu Xinyao, has actually come too. The Qin family, when did their connections become so extensive? Countless people exclaimed in shock. Especially that, my precious darling. She's clearly not an outsider. Are the sons of emperors so sought after? Or are they all here because of Empress Qingqiu's influence? They lowered their heads, racking their brains, but couldn't understand. Why would three empresses appear at the full moon celebration of an emperor's son? Greetings, Empress Luli. Whether it was the 4-time champion Ning Chuan or the 6-time champion Qin Feng, they all knelt again. Empress Luli appeared, accompanied by a sky full of Luli heavenly fire, causing the surrounding temperature to soar rapidly. Even venerable realm experts were covered in sweat. They couldn't see her true face, but they could feel her terrifying power. Rise! Empress Luli waved her hand, withdrawing her imperial aura, and spoke. Ignoring the crowd, she transformed into a streak of fire and arrived beside Empress Mingtu. Mingtu, I didn't expect you to come too. Little Feng, come here for a hug. Empress Luli first glanced at Bai Moyan, then fixed her gaze on Qin Feng in her arms. In the months since she last saw him, Little Feng's skin had become firmer, and his appearance had become much more handsome. Empress Luli was also dressed up carefully today, wearing a long dress like a phoenix, a crown on her head, and her long black hair tied up. Her eyes were like water, her brows like mountains. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Especially, her charisma was enough to make countless people fall for her. Qin Feng smiled sweetly. Aunt Chu, hello. What Aunt Chu? Call me sister. Empress Luli's beautiful expression changed slightly as she spoke. Then, she glared fiercely at the Underworld Empress. Did you teach him? Want to practice? Underworld Empress, what's it to me? You look like an ant, whose fault is that? The Underworld Empress shrugged, quite smug. Meanwhile, the Underworld Empress thought to herself, this was worth it, all my hard work wasn't for nothing. For a month, she came every few days, giving Qin Feng all sorts of treasures and fun toys. That's how they built a closer relationship. That's why she successfully went from aunt to older sister. The allure of the supreme divine weapon, the Asura spear. I think you're itching for a beating. I'll find some time to teach you a lesson. The glazed empress gritted her teeth in anger. But today is Xiao Feng's full moon celebration, it's not a good day for practice. Little Feng, this is a gift I prepared for you. Whoosh! Empress Luli waved her hand, and a purple longsword appeared. Crackling lightning crackled across the blade, truly terrifying. Sizzle! Strands of serpentine lightning flickered continuously, emitting a piercing sound. This is... Qin Feng was suddenly startled and asked in a childish voice. A supreme divine weapon, the Azure Thunder Sword, a product of the Forbidden Zone. Hee. A mere divine weapon, nothing more than a token of my respect. Empress Luli smiled calmly, explaining. Hiss. Qin Feng gasped, his eyes gleaming, then he took the Azure Thunder Sword and smiled. Thank you, Sister Chu. With the purple longsword in his hand, Qin Feng's arm went numb for a moment, and strands of lightning coiled around his body. Sword energy crisscrossed, purple aura spread out, vast and mighty. This sword is comparable to the supreme divine weapon, the Asura's spear. Both are rare supreme divine weapons found only in forbidden zones. While not as terrifying as an emperor-level weapon, it is still enough to make one stand out among all heroes. Below, countless people looked at the three wisps of chaotic spiritual mist, their hearts filled with dread. Especially just now, there were streaks of lightning and ripples of purple energy. It gave people a suffocating feeling. How terrifying. I just smelled the aura of a supreme divine weapon. This boy must possess many treasures. If there's an opportunity, we must eliminate him first. Lin Zan trembled, and an aged voice echoed in his mind. However, it's not suitable now. Wait until you break through to the quasi-emperor realm before making a move. The voice reminded him again. Yes, Elder Dan. Lin Zan quickly responded. His hands clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into his flesh, drawing blood. He hated it, hated why he hadn't been born with such a privilege. With so many empresses, favor, coupled with being a chosen one of destiny, the path to becoming an emperor would be smooth sailing. Little Xuanxuan, don't worry, your destiny is enough to become an emperor. At that time, the whole world will tremble. What empress? You can trample her too. Elder Dan sensed Lin Zan's emotions and quickly comforted him. Elder Dan, I feel so insignificant. Am I really a chosen one of destiny? Under the Empress's pressure, Lin Zan's Dao heart relaxed somewhat. Definitely. You may not believe in yourself, but you must believe in me, Emperor Dan. If the person I choose cannot become an emperor, how will I shape my true body in the future? Elder Dan is right. Lin Zan responded. Receiving Elder Dan's affirmation made him feel a little better. How could the great emperors of the ancient times be mistaken? Although Elder Dan is currently only at the venerable realm, his methods are extremely strange, employing only ancient techniques. He is capable of everything, setting up formations, refining pills, and cultivating. He transformed himself from a useless nobody into a peerless genius. This is the best proof. Lin Zan wasn't the only one shocked. 4-crowned King Ning Chuan, Zhou Xuantian, and 6-crowned King Qin Feng, the faces of the 3,000 Dao states. They too were deeply shaken. Supreme divine weapons are rare indeed. Their power is tens of thousands of times stronger than magic treasures, supreme treasures, and spiritual treasures. Supreme divine weapons imbued with lightning are the king of weapons. The son of an emperor is destined to be the future emperor. Perhaps even greater achievements. To be able to follow him would be a worthwhile life. Many people are thinking about how to become a follower of the son of an emperor. To cling to the emperor's son's coattails will undoubtedly make their cultivation path much smoother. However, no matter what, there was no reason to try and establish a connection. After all, the Qin family's threshold was too high. Under normal circumstances, no outsider could enter the Qin family. Today, if it weren't for the emperor's full moon banquet, they wouldn't have been able to come to the magnificent Qin family residence. In the air. Come here, let your sister hug you. The glazed empress snatched Qin Feng from the underworld empress's hands. A soft body, delicate skin, arms wrapped around him, pressed tightly against Qin Feng. Although Qin Feng was only a month old, he had lived for decades in his previous life. Faced with this situation, he couldn't help but feel his heart race and his face flush. TCH. It's just a supreme divine weapon, isn't it? Bai Moyan pouted, quite dissatisfied. She had given away almost all her treasures. The only thing left to give away was herself. Watching Xiao Feng being taken away saddened her greatly. However, there was nothing she could do. Meanwhile, the Empress Luli beamed with joy, holding Qin Feng and spinning him around in the air, creating a heartwarming scene. Chapter 10. The 10 Empresses arrived together, shocking the entire audience. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The good times didn't last long. Empress Luli hadn't even had a chance to play for long. 8 streams of chaotic spiritual mist descended from the sky in quick succession. Empress Ling Shuang of the 9 Netherworlds comes to offer her congratulations. Empress Luo Fakian of the Unending World comes to offer her congratulations. Empress Wu Jing of the Supreme Empress comes to offer her congratulations. Empress Xiao Exener of the Devouring Heaven Empress comes to offer her congratulations. Empress Qinger of the Burial Ground Empress comes to offer her congratulations. Empress Chen Kiki of the Black Tortoise Empress comes to offer her congratulations. Empress Lu Xueqi of the Mortal World Empress comes to offer her congratulations. Empress Nangong Yu of the Moon Palace comes to offer her congratulations. The voices of the 8 empresses resounded from all directions. The sheer scale of the spectacle caused the entire Qin family to tremble. The people below were completely dumbfounded. They desperately wanted to know what was going on. Has war broken out with the Forbidden Zone? Why have all 10 empresses come to congratulate a son of an emperor? The presence of 10 empresses, who in the world could receive such treatment? None other than Qin Feng, the son of an emperor. Greetings to the 9 Nether Emperor. Greetings to the Unending Emperor, greetings to the Guanghan Emperor. Although the crowd did not know the reason, they still prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling in worship. It was too awe-inspiring. 10 empresses congratulating a son of an emperor. How lucky this child is. Anyone with a slightly unstable Tao heart would be driven to despair. Perhaps this is what they mean by comparison. Rise, rise. The empresses, exuding imperial aura, granted amnesty to the assembled congratulatory guests. Simultaneously, the 8 empresses, their auras concealed, transformed into 8 streams of light, arriving in a grand procession. Everyone, please. The Qingqiu Empress, seeing everyone had arrived, gestured to the 10 empresses to proceed to the Qin family's forbidden area for a discussion. The Qin family's main hall primarily received various sects and factions. Only the Qin family's forbidden area was the place to receive empresses. Let's go. The Luli Empress moved with incredible speed, disappearing in a flash. She carried a child in her arms. The other empresses, seeing this, quickly followed. Damn it. Luli Empress, do you want to spar? The Juyu Empress, with her fiery temper, directly rebuked the Luli Empress. It was clearly impossible for the Luli Empress to monopolize Qin Feng alone. After all, there are so many empresses. As the 10 empresses vanished, a sliver of dawn gradually appeared above the main hall of the Qin family. Brightened by the setting sun, everyone was still in shock. After a long while, they wiped the cold sweat from their brows and recovered. Was the Qin family about to make a big move? Or is it that the penalty area is about to break through to the highest heavens and the deepest hell? These kinds of questions have been troubling everyone. Gentlemen, I have prepared some drinks. Please forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Qin Ming greeted the crowd in front of the main hall. Qin Ming was the second in command of the Qin family. He personally received all the sects and clans that came to offer their congratulations. As for the head of the Qin family, he was Qin Feng's father, Qin Changsheng. However, the family head had important responsibilities and could not return home. Even the news of Qin Feng's birth was still being relayed by the Qin family and was on its way to Qin Changsheng. At this moment, Qin Ming was beaming with joy. The Qin family was receiving homage from countless sects, with gifts galore. With the arrival of 10 empresses, their prestige was instantly elevated. His status as the second in command had risen considerably within the 9 heavens and 10 earths. 4-crowned King Ning Chuan. Brother Qin Ming, you're too kind. Such fine wine and celestial nectar are rarely seen in the mortal world. It is our honor that the Qin family uses it to entertain us. Even the 4-crowned king had to speak politely to Qin Ming. 6-crowned King Chen Fan, that's right, that's right. Brother Qin Ming, have a drink. If it weren't for this auspicious day, we would hardly have the chance to gather. Chen Fan raised his glass to Qin Ming, his tone quite flattering. Qin Ming didn't presume, quickly raising his glass. Thank you all, I'll drink this first as a sign of respect. Glug. He downed the sake in one gulp in front of everyone, exuding a heroic air. Under Qin Ming's hospitality, everyone got along very harmoniously. Even those with grudges from the previous night dared not cause trouble at the Qin family's residence. Just kidding, 10 empresses, plus the Qingqiu Empress. That's a total of 11 emperors. If he throws a tantrum now, even a 10-crowned king would perish. Lin Zan sat in the crowd, devouring all sorts of immortal liquids and divine fruits. These things were rare in the mortal world. Every little bit helps. The heavenly demon sect had given him gifts. He couldn't let himself suffer too much. However, it didn't take long before he couldn't eat anymore. His whole body felt hot, and his internal energy reached its peak. With just 10 bowls of immortal liquid and a few divine fruits, he showed signs of a breakthrough. Damn it. I can't eat anymore, I'm showing signs of a breakthrough. Lin Zan said in his mind. Hee hee. If you can't eat any more, we can pack it up. Dan Lao chuckled in his mind. Elder Dan, how can we pack this up in front of everyone? If we're discovered, it'll be incredibly embarrassing. Lin Zan's lips twitched, responding in his mind. Little Xuanxuan, have you forgotten my methods? These mere rotten fish and shrimp can't even detect me. With that, Elder Dan formed hand seals, transforming into an invisible soul. Then, he took away most of the immortal liquid and divine fruits from the table, leaving only a small amount, which he placed on the table. Chapter 11 The Hunt Begins. A bizarre method. No one noticed. When the soul returned to Lin Zan's body, he visibly trembled. His storage ring now contained many more immortal liquids and divine fruits. Elder Dan, amazing. Elder Dan is awesome. Lin Zan tried his best to hide his excitement, praising him in his mind. With so many immortal liquids and divine fruits, his future cultivation would definitely be twice as effective. It's true, the chosen one is terrifying. With a cheat code, it's hard not to soar. These are just child's play. With these immortal liquids, you can at least break through to the next realm, the Sea of Wheels realm. Elder Dan's voice was steady and mature, not paying too much attention to these minor tricks. After all, he had consumed more divine fruits than Lin Zan had walked roads. Take off. Lin Zan responded excitedly. He could already picture himself breaking through to the Sea of Wheels realm in one fell swoop. Overwhelmingly domineering, his aura overwhelming. In the forbidden area of the Qin family, before a magnificent mansion, 10 empresses, dignified in demeanor and refined in speech, before them stood a young child. Little Feng, look what your sister brought you. The longevity fruit. Although it can't compare to a supreme divine weapon, it's extremely beneficial for someone at the blood transformation realm. A gift should be tailor-made. Those swords, spears, and halberds of theirs are all trash. Empress Wei Yang, Luo Feiqian, waved the longevity fruit in her hand, boasting shamelessly. In the end, it was just her bad luck. After all, not everyone can find a supreme divine weapon. It all depends on luck. The Forbidden Zone is so vast, and with the ominous red-haired monster, finding a supreme divine weapon is incredibly difficult. Thank you, Sister Luo. Sister Luo is the best. Qin Feng accepted everything offered. Although it was just a longevity fruit, it was still a product of tens of thousands of years. Just as Empress Wei Yang said, of all the treasures, only hers could be used directly. As for the other supreme divine weapons, Qin Feng could only lift them. He couldn't unleash their full power. Crunch. Qin Feng immediately took a bite of the longevity fruit. The longevity fruit was bluish-green, juicy and tender, melting in his mouth. Especially, it emitted a vast stream of clear energy, radiating boundless vitality. Just one bite was enough to add decades to the lives of those nearing the end of their lifespan. The longevity fruit, coveted by all. Qin Feng, however, treated it as if it were fruit and devoured it in a few large bites. Not even the pit was left. Burp. Qin Feng patted his chest, a satisfied look on his face. A surge of vitality flowed through his limbs and internal organs, making Qin Feng feel refreshed and completely relaxed. Look at all of you, what kind of rubbish did you send? Now it's unusable. What use are you all? Empress Wei Yang, after watching Qin Feng finish the longevity fruit, turned to the other empresses and said smugly, "The empresses, damn it, she tricked us. Empress Juyu, yours is disposable, ours is long-lasting. And she has the nerve to criticize others. Empress Luli, you can't fool children like this. Empress Guanghan, exactly, exactly." Faced with the crowd's comments, Empress Wei Yang remained unfazed. Little Feng, was the longevity fruit delicious? Come with me, there's plenty at my house. At my house, there will be delicious food every day. Empress Wei Yang ignored the other empresses and spoke softly to Qin Feng. Qin Feng grinned, "No, Sister Luo. I'm still young, it's better to stay with mother." His voice was childish, yet elegant. He could politely refuse while maintaining harmony with the other empresses. After all, if Qin Feng left with Luo Feiqian, the other empresses would be furious. And his mother, he was only a month old. He didn't want his mother to be alone and helpless. "It's all right, go play for a few days, I'll personally bring you back." "Do you think I'd eat you?" Empress Wei Yang smiled and invited him again. The other empresses stood aside, seething with anger, almost ready to fight. "Empress Wei Yang disdains to associate with you. Too." After thinking for a moment, Empress Juyu still didn't say it. "Empress Ming too, that's too much." Bai Moyan, always thick-skinned, didn't tolerate anyone and spoke her mind directly. However, Empress Wei Yong remained unfazed, seemingly not having heard. Everyone here is an ancient monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years, their Dao hearts are unbreakable. How could they be angered by a few words? Empress Qingqiu, Yi Xinyu, all right, everyone, stop talking. I am deeply honored that you have come to congratulate Zhaofeng. I have prepared a simple feast, let us dine together. Empress Qingqiu waved her hand, and a pure white jade table instantly appeared. At the same time, 12 stools were arranged in a row. On the jade table were countless immortal liquids and divine fruits. Besides, there was also a piece of golden divine beast meat. Divine beast flesh and blood are not something ordinary people can eat. They are only consumed when the 10 empresses descend. Adding to the fact that it's Zhaofeng's full moon banquet today, Yi Xinyu is indulging in this luxury. Good heavens! It's actually the meat of a saint-level divine beast. It seems the Qingqiu Empress has spared no expense. We're in for a treat today. The 10 empresses took their seats, their appetites whetted by the golden divine beast flesh and blood platter in the center. Then, the underworld empress took the lead, lightly slicing off a piece of divine beast flesh and blood with her jade-like finger, and devouring it with gusto. Delicious, delicious, it tastes just like it did back then. Grandma's roasting skills haven't diminished at all, in fact, they've improved considerably. The underworld empress took a bite, her praises endless. Next, the other empresses also began to eat. Divine beast flesh and blood are extremely rare. If you're too slow, it'll be gone. Qin Feng watched the empresses devour their food, his mouth watering. Because he was too young, he couldn't eat. The flesh and blood of a divine beast at the saint realm contained terrifying amounts of the essence of heaven and earth. Even a venerable realm cultivator would feel their entire body burning hot, as if engulfed in flames, after just one bite. He was only at the blood transformation realm, so he could only drink some immortal elixir to satisfy his craving. Little Feng, come, have some. The Netherworld Empress quietly approached Qin Feng and offered him a tiny bit of meat. Sister Bai, no, no. Qin Feng refused the Netherworld Empress's kindness. The amount of meat was small, but he could feel the terrifying energy flowing through it. Don't underestimate this small amount, an ordinary person couldn't withstand it. Then we won't bother with you. Mingtu returned to his position, vying for the delicious food with everyone. Mother, Hillen and I went out to play. You all enjoy your meal. A short while later, Qin Feng came to his mother's side, leaned close to her ear, and whispered. Go on, don't go too far. Yi Xinyu smiled indulgently and waved her hand. Okay. Qin Feng nodded obediently. Then, he headed towards the edge of the Qin family's forbidden area. As the villain, it was time for Qin Feng to make his move. The chosen one, prepare to face the hunt of a god-level villain. Chapter 12 The Lost Prince evening arrived. The main hall of the Qin family. The congratulatory crowd gradually dispersed. Those remaining were from several sects allied with the Qin family. And the 4-crowned king and the 6-crowned king. Linzan of the heavenly demon sect followed the crowd out of the Qin family. At this moment, he was brimming with wealth. The gifts he had given out had all been secretly recouped. Of course, not through his own efforts, but through his cheat code. The soul of an ancient emperor. 300 bowls of immortal liquid, over 400 divine fruits. With such gains, no wonder Elder Dan insisted on attending the emperor's son's full moon banquet himself. So that's how it is. Lin Zan was overjoyed. His steps became much lighter. With this immortal liquid, breaking through to the Sea of Wheels realm would be a piece of cake. However, he needed to leave the Qin family's territory first, then find a cave to cultivate his array formation realm to its peak. After leaving the Qin family, many people rode away quickly on their own mounts. Mounts couldn't enter the Qin family compound. They had to be left outside. After Lin Zan left the Qin family, he had no mount, but a masked man waited for him quietly in the moonlight. The masked man was dressed in black, obscuring his face. However, he reeked of a foul stench. Upon seeing the man, Lin Zan quickened his pace, taking 3 steps at a time, and arrived before him. Greetings, master. The masked man's voice was hoarse as he knelt on one knee, speaking woodenly. Go, take me to a cave, I'm about to break through. Lin Zan directly ordered. This was a puppet crafted for him by Elder Dan. It was absolutely loyal. Crucially, this puppet was at the great perfection of the Sea of Wheels realm, far stronger than Lin Zan himself. With his protection, he could focus on his breakthrough. Yes, master. The masked man quickly stood up and cleared a path for Lin Zan. Two figures vanished swiftly into the darkness. After they disappeared, a small point of light flashed from the shadows. A young child smiled. Beside the child was a maid. Hillen, follow them. Don't alert them yet. Follow my instructions, the child said to the maid beside him. Yes, young master. The maid waved her hand lightly, and the two disappeared into the void. Although Hillen was a maid, her cultivation had already reached the Saint Realm. Except for quasi-emperors and great emperors, Hillen was invincible in the world. Tracking a array formation realm cultivator was a piece of cake. However, she couldn't understand why the young master was so concerned about a mere array formation realm cultivator. Moreover, how old was the young master, yet he had already learned to track people. Truly worthy of being the son of an emperor. His thinking was unconventional. Qin Feng didn't rush to act. Although this place was outside the Qin family's territory, the great emperor's divine sense was sufficient to cover it. He didn't want his mother and the others to discover that he was a bloodthirsty villain. He needed to be at least 1,000,000 miles away before he could make his move. Half an hour later, Lin Zan arrived at a dense forest. Here, mist swirled, ancient trees reached for the sky, and vines were everywhere. From time to time, the roars of demonic beasts could be heard. Without thinking, Lin Zan plunged in. Then, he released his divine sense, searching for a hidden cave. Soon, his expression changed drastically, because, in his senses, he spotted a child standing before a cave. The child held 2 divine fruits, happily munching on them. The emperor's son. What's he doing in a place like this? Lin Zan was suddenly startled. That's right, he recognized the child. It was the emperor's son he had seen in the Qin family's main hall. However, Lin Zan couldn't understand why a child would come to such a remote place. It really is the emperor's son. A voice echoed in Lin Zan's mind. Be extremely careful, don't provoke him. You could try to befriend him, perhaps this is one of the benefits of being a chosen one. Being able to swindle a few treasures would be enough to get you through the early stages. Elder Dan said solemnly. Yes, Elder Dan. Lin Zan took a deep breath, placed the puppet behind him, and walked towards the cave. As he walked, he deliberately acted nonchalant, as if he hadn't noticed the emperor's son. Meanwhile, Qin Feng was receiving continuous system notifications. Ding, ding, the chosen one is approaching. Please be careful, host. Lin Zan, luck value 999. Hunting him will grant 100 luck. Values. Hearing the system's voice, Qin Feng's smile grew increasingly bright. Harmless. A moment later, Lin Zan traversed layers of dense forest and arrived before the cave. The emperor's son. As he approached, Lin Zan feigned surprise at the unexpected encounter. Greetings, emperor's son. Then, Lin Zan politely cupped his hands. No need for formalities. And you are? Qin Feng smiled innocently, feigning confusion, and asked. At this moment, he could already see the luck value above Lin Zan's head. A red box displayed. Luck value plus 999, less than 1,000 luck values, that's the chosen one. Ding, ding. Lin Zan is merely a low-level chosen one, his luck value isn't high. Consider this an experience pack for the host. Even so, the host must not be careless. System notification. Fearing Qin Feng would rush in and become cannon fodder. Don't worry. Just an experience pack. Qin Feng responded confidently to the system in his mind. According to the system, only by personally killing the target could the mission be completed. However, for the first mission, the system allowed external assistance. That is to say, Wei Lan could be severely injured first, and he could finish her off. Your Highness, I am Lin Zan from the Heavenly Demon Sect. I even attended your full moon celebration today. I'm on my way back now. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lin Zan looked at the adorable Your Highness and spoke politely as before. In his mind, the Your Highness wasn't scary. What was scary was her mother. Elder Dan, use your supreme technique to check if there are any powerful individuals around. Yes, sir. Elder Dan spread his divine sense, his ancient technique traversing the forest. Everything is normal, except for this child. Unless the other party's strength reaches the saint level, it's impossible for them to escape my discerning eyes. After scanning the area, Elder Dan said confidently. Children are playful, running around everywhere is normal. Elder Dan's divine sense returned to Lin Zon's body, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Zon, having received Elder Dan's affirmation, straightened his posture considerably. Without a powerful protector, there was no need for him to be so submissive. Your Highness, did your family know you ran away alone? Lin Zon grinned, slowly approaching, and asked. Hee, I ran away from my mother. It was too boring at home, so I came out to clear my head. Qin Feng looked innocent and carefree, taking a bite of a divine fruit, and then whispered, Lin Zon, is your heavenly demon sect fun? How about I come visit your heavenly demon sect? Qin Feng was like a lost child, very easy to talk to. It seemed that he could be easily tricked and lured away. Coming to my heavenly demon sect isn't out of the question. On the condition that you share some of your treasures with me. Lin Zon, quick-witted, said opportunistically. Chapter 13 I know all your secrets, no problem, no problem. I don't have much of anything, but I have a ton of treasures. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly, seemingly unconcerned. After speaking, Qin Feng pulled out a pile of treasures from his storage ring. The true dragon blood jade pendant that Sister Bai gave me. The phoenix feather that Sister Ling gave me. The 9-colored glazed lamp that Sister Chu gave me. Upon seeing these 3 personal treasures, Lin Zon's breathing became rapid. If heaven hadn't given birth to me, Lin Zon, there would be no destiny for eternity. Children are just children, so easily fooled. Lin Zon couldn't help but roar inwardly, overwhelmed with excitement. However, on the surface, he remained calm as still water, revealing not a trace of his true feelings. This was the certainty of a chosen one. Oh dear, there are too many things, I can't remember them all. Qin Feng pulled out a pile of treasures in one go, saying with annoyance. It's all right, it's all right. Let me help you tidy up. Good things shouldn't be left lying around. Lin Zon quickly stepped forward to reassure the child. Actually, he wanted to say, these are good things, you don't deserve to use them, give them all to me. Then, Lin Zon reached out his greedy hand, grabbing for the true dragon blood jade pendant. Boom! Suddenly, the blood-red jade pendant erupted with a terrifying aura, repelling his hand. A phantom of a true dragon soared out from the jade pendant. After coiling around once, the phantom of the dragon slowly dissipated, as if resisting Lin Zon. Good heavens, it really is true dragon blood. Lin Zon was shocked. The better the treasure, the happier he was. Because all of this would be mine. What could a child who had just turned 1 month old understand? A few words were enough to completely deceive him. Your Highness, let's go into the cave first. There are too many demonic beasts outside, it's dangerous. Lin Zon took a deep breath, looked at the cave in front of him, and said, too many treasures would inevitably cause strange phenomena. If the Empresses descended, Lin Zon would surely die. Entering the cave, they could rely on the mountainside to isolate some of the treasures, power. All right then. Qin Feng looked at the cave and innocently agreed. Lin Zon was overjoyed. This prince is too obedient. The numerous treasures would be enough for Lin Zon to rise rapidly. Then, the 2 of them and the puppet walked into the cave. Qin Feng appeared innocent on the surface, but in reality, he was already planning to hunt down the chosen one. Outside, he would inevitably attract the attention of his mother and the Empresses. Entering the cave would be the perfect opportunity to strike. Each harbored their own ulterior motives and was plotting their moves. Thump, thump, thump. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed through the cave. It was a natural cave, winding and twisting, about 100 feet deep. The cave was pitch black and somewhat damp, with moss growing on the stone slabs on both sides. The cave was quite large, enough to accommodate about 10 people walking side by side. Whoosh, whoosh. Lin Zon gently waved his right hand, and several jade pearls shot out, landing steadily on the wall, illuminating the cave. Your Highness, be careful. It's damp and slippery in the cave. Lin Zon reminded Qin Feng as they walked. After all, the child was too small, not even as tall as his knees. If it weren't for the Empress's support, Lin Zon would have slapped him to death and taken all the treasures. It's all right, just get up after falling. Qin Feng's steps were steady, showing no sign of falling. Meanwhile, his little head darted around, looking in all directions like a curious child. Little Xuanxuan, dare to take a gamble. At this moment, Elder Dan spoke in Lin Zon's mind. Elder Dan, what do you mean? Act immediately, kill him, and seize the treasure. Lin Zon's body trembled slightly, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his face. Elder Dan, if we kill the Emperor's son, we'll become rats in the street. Given the Qingqiu Empress's volatile temper, can we even return to the heavenly demon realm alive? Lin Zan hurriedly communicated with Elder Dan. Rest assured, kill him, and I will find a way to isolate all traces of his presence. Let the Qingqiu Emperor leave no trace. Once you have achieved mastery in your cultivation, you will no longer fear the Qingqiu Emperor. Elder Dan continued, the world of cultivators is inherently a dog-eat-dog world. Such a heaven-sent opportunity, fortune favors the bold. Furthermore, you are the chosen one, perhaps this is heaven's arrangement. Every word Elder Dan spoke stirred Lin Zan's heart, making his blood boil, especially the last sentence. The chosen one, heaven's arrangement. Missing it is missing it. How can one achieve great things without ruthlessness? Good. Lin Zan uttered the single word heavily in his mind. At the same time, a hint of killing intent flickered in the corner of his eye. With Elder Dan, this cheat code, what enemy is there to fear? Thump. Lin Zan stopped, lowered his head, and looked at Qin Feng. A hand rested behind his back, condensing into a sword aura. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Lin Zan swiftly waved his hand, the sword aura instantly shooting out towards Qin Feng. Since he had already decided to kill, it had to be swift and decisive. Villains always die from talking too much. Lin Zan was a chosen one, he wouldn't give advance notice. The sword aura was magnificent and incredibly fast. Even ordinary array realm cultivators couldn't withstand it, let alone someone whose opponent was just a 1-month-old child. Ding. Host, be careful. Sensing the danger, the system quickly warned. Hillen. Qin Feng called out softly to the void. Dwang. The space rippled, and a lightning-fast figure appeared instantly. How dare you attack my young master? You're courting death. Hillen, following her young master's plan, appeared precisely before Lin Zan could attack. With a shout, the sword energy dissipated, and a terrifying pressure surged towards Lin Zan. With a loud thud, Lin Zan crashed heavily against the stone wall under the pressure. PFF'd. Instantly, a sweet taste filled his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face shifted rapidly, turning ashen, his eyes darting around. Wasn't it supposed to be an arrangement by heaven? The chosen one of destiny, committing evil, caught red-handed. Lin Zan was stunned. The assassination attempt on the Emperor's son had been discovered. From that angry shout, one could sense it. This girl was unfathomable. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Shut up. You've already decided to kill me. Don't think I don't know. Lin Zan tried to argue, but Wei Lan's sharp rebuke silenced him. Young master, this is too risky. Let me just kill him. Better to avoid any complications. Hillen, her face covered in cold sweat, whispered to Qin Feng. Before Qin Feng could speak, Lin Zan hurriedly said, Your Highness, it's all a misunderstanding. Weren't you going to the Heavenly Demon Sect? I can lead the way. Our Heavenly Demon Sect is a lot of fun. Lin Zan was frightened, his words slightly embarrassed. However, Qin Feng simply waved his hand at Hillen and said, No need. Just cripple his cultivation. By the way, be careful, there's another soul entity within him. His strength should be at the Venerable Realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zan's already pale face turned even more ashen. This was his secret. For years, no one knew, not even his closest loved ones. How did this child discover it? Is the child's innocent appearance genuine? Chapter 14 Successful Hunt. Innate Sacred Body Dao Embryo Huilin was also stunned by her young master's words. A soul body at the Venerable Realm. She herself hadn't even noticed such an existence, how could her young master know? Don't worry, young master, even a saint realm cultivator is nothing to fear. Hillen responded, then slowly raised her right hand. Then, she slapped Lin Zan down in midair. 5-finger imprints streaked across the night sky, landing heavily on Lin Zan's chest. Bang! A muffled sound. Lin Zan, at the array formation realm, was like an ant, having no chance to resist. His flesh and blood flew through the air, crashing into the stone wall again. The entire mountain shook from the impact. Lin Zan felt excruciating pain, his bones cracking with a crack. His chest was mangled, the 5 palm imprints radiating an aura of death. At the same time, his dantian was suppressed by that aura, and the spiritual energy within his body suddenly dissipated. His painstaking cultivation collapsed instantly. Elder Dan, you damn well better think of something. It's all your fault. My cultivation. Lin Zan lost his composure, roaring incessantly in his mind. This. Elder Dan's voice was somewhat low. He wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. Everything was beyond reason. The chosen one of destiny was actually inferior to the Emperor's son. If he were to attack now, he would undoubtedly die. As an ancient emperor, he possessed many methods. Although he was no match for him, he could still escape. Soul escape technique. Elder Dan silently chanted, transforming into a wisp of wind, flashing out from Lin Zan's body, preparing to flee. HMPH. Hillen snorted coldly, casually waving her hand, and a barrier enveloped the entire cave. A mere remnant soul, trying to escape under my nose. If you succeed, where will I, Fairy Hillen, put my face? The barrier appeared, and the laws of nature became unpredictable. Heaven and earth were all restricted. Damn it, he deserves to die. Elder Dan cursed repeatedly. However, facing Hillen, a Saint Realm expert, he had no chance of winning. The disparity in strength, coupled with the fact that he was merely a soul, made him unable to use many powerful techniques. Hillen, you can destroy this soul. As for Lin Zan, leave him to me. Qin Feng smiled faintly and said. Lin Zan's cultivation had already been crippled by Hillen's palm strike. He only needed to finish him off. The first experience pack, guaranteed. Yes, young master. Fairy Hillen responded obediently, then a sharp gaze swept across the floating soul. Whoosh! A golden light burst forth from his eyes. A single glance was enough to annihilate his opponent. Even a simple act would seem too vulgar. Pop! The suspended soul, its expression contorted, rapidly dissipated. Ah! Damn it, this emperor is unwilling. Lin Zan is the child of destiny. Killing him will bring divine retribution upon you all, a terrible death. Dan Lao's hoarse voice echoed within the cave. Hillen was stunned. The child of destiny was destined to become an emperor. Killing the child of destiny would bring karmic consequences. It would have a profound impact on her future cultivation path. Young master. Hillen hesitated. Ignore it. I, the emperor's son, fear nothing. What does divine retribution matter? Those who wish to kill me will surely die. No matter who it is, even the heavens are no exception. Qin Feng's youthful face, once smiling, now turned serious, exuding an aura of dominance. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng attacked. Thump! His legs suddenly exerted force, moving like a rabbit, sending stones flying. At the same time, his petite body, like a sharp sword, pierced through Lin Zan's flesh and blood. Without his cultivation, Lin Zan had no chance against Qin Feng's finishing blow. Boom! Lin Zan's flesh and blood exploded, leaving a trail of corpses. Clang! Only a storage ring lay on the ground. Qin Feng grinned and picked up the storage ring. The storage ring of the Chosen One, there should be quite a few treasures inside. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the Chosen One, Lin Zan. God-level villain luck value plus 100. Cave Heaven Realm has been opened. Suddenly, the system's voice rang in Qin Feng's mind. The black luck value shifted slightly. It didn't change much. The long black number was too long for Qin Feng to read. 100 luck value points. Negligible. The only good thing was that he could open a cave heaven. System, are there no other rewards? Qin Feng put away his storage ring and asked. Mission reward, innate sacred body Dao embryo, has been issued. As the system's voice fell, Qin Feng stood there, stunned. He hadn't expected that casually hunting down a chosen one would bring so many benefits. The first reward was a combination of the innate Dao embryo and the ancient sacred body. This physique could only be described in 2 words, invincible. Geniuses, prodigies, all trash. No sooner said than done. The reward had just been distributed when Qin Feng felt a tremendous change within himself. Every inch of his flesh and blood radiated a magnificent, flowing light. Huh, what's going on? I can't see through young master anymore. On Wei Lan's side, she had easily dealt with the soul body. However, in the blink of an eye, she couldn't see through Qin Feng anymore. A magnificent spiritual light enveloped him, extremely dazzling, an aura that puzzled Wei Lan spread through the cave. What's going on? Why is my heart pounding? Wei Lan unconsciously took a step back, beads of sweat appearing on her face. Could it be divine retribution? Realizing this, Wei Lan hurriedly transformed into a stream of light and rushed towards Qin Feng. She would rather suffer divine retribution herself than let anything happen to her young master. otherwise, how could she explain it to the Queen of Qingzhou? Hillen, I'm fine, you can go out first. Before she even got close, the young master's voice rang out. Young master, Hillen hesitated. The child was still young and didn't know the terror of divine retribution. She gritted her teeth and continued to approach, extending one hand to envelop Qin Feng. Boom. However, a domineering aura repelled her. The aura of a primordial Dao embryo. No way. The young master is awakening. Hillen was shocked. She was also very knowledgeable. She could tell at a glance. However, she didn't know that Qin Feng possessed a primordial sacred body Dao embryo. Compared to a primordial Dao embryo, he also possessed an ancient sacred body. Young master, I'm sorry, it was my carelessness. Hillen apologized guiltily. Then, she quietly withdrew from the cave. She almost interrupted the young master's awakening just now. What an absurd mistake. Upon arriving outside the cave, Hillen waved her hand, sealing a 10-mile radius with a protective barrier. No demonic beasts could approach. Then, she concealed herself in the void, guarding her young master's awakening. About half an hour later, a muffled thud echoed from within the cave. Qin Feng, his aura subdued, strode out. Outwardly, he appeared largely unchanged, but his flesh and blood had undergone a dramatic transformation. Young master. Hillen appeared in a flash from the void. Hillen, you have to keep tonight's events a secret for me, okay? Otherwise I won't talk to you anymore. Qin Feng looked at Hillen, a hint of fear in his voice. Don't worry, young master, I'll keep it a secret. Then let's pinky swear. What's a pinky swear? Chapter 15. Hand over everything. Ancient bronze cauldron. The Qin family forbidden grounds, the Qin manor. After the 10 empresses had eaten and drunk their fill, they discovered a problem. Qin Feng was gone. Even with their vast divine senses, they couldn't find him. This caused everyone's expressions to change drastically. So much time had passed, the child should have had enough playtime by now. Grandma, where did you hide Xiao Feng? Don't be so stingy. The Netherworld Empress looked at Yi Xinyu, assuming she had hidden Qin Feng. Yi Xinyu rolled her eyes and released her divine sense on its own. The result was the same as everyone else's, no trace of Qin Feng. I didn't hide him. He probably ran off to play. Withdrawing her divine sense, Yi Xinyu spread her hands. Although there was no figure in her divine sense, his aura remained. He shouldn't be far away. Besides, with Hillen protecting him, nothing will happen. There. Here. Suddenly, the Underworld Empress sensed 2 figures flying towards the forbidden area. They moved with incredible speed, arriving at the mansion gate in the blink of an eye. Little guy, I thought you were shy and hiding. Tell me, where did you go? The Underworld Empress's face lit up with joy, and she strode forward to greet them, simultaneously reaching out to pinch Qin Feng's cheek. Qin Feng couldn't resist and could only let the Underworld Empress pinch him. Sister, bye, I just went out for some fresh air, Qin Feng replied. Alright, don't even think about running away now that you're back. After pinching him a couple of times, she led Qin Feng into the courtyard. Then, Qin Feng played in the courtyard with the 10 empresses for 2 hours. Most of the time, he was the one being played with. Each of them pinched his cheek, and when they had nothing else to do, they pinched his face. Qin Feng endured it all without complaint. After all, these empresses had already bestowed upon her numerous treasures. Each item was enough to cause fierce competition among outsiders, and they, without batting an eye, gave them to her. Qin Feng could only think, my damned, irresistible charm. As night deepened, the 10 empresses departed one after another. They were reluctant to part with him. But Qin Feng was too young. Marriage proposals would have to wait until he came of age. After the empresses left, Yi Xinyu pulled Qin Feng into the mansion. Upon entering the room, Yi Xinyu took out a robe she had been working on for a month. Little Feng, this is a gift from your mother. This robe is called the Heavenly Silkworm Robe. It can withstand a full-force attack from a Saint Realm expert. Only when you wear it will your mother feel at ease letting you run around freely. Yi Xinyu handed Qin Feng a pure white robe, smiling indulgently. Thank you, mother. Qin Feng accepted the precious robe, a happy smile spreading across his face. The Heavenly Silkworm Robe, as the name suggests, is woven from the silk of celestial silkworms. Celestial silkworms are extremely soft, yet possess a strength within their softness. To weave it into a robe, his mother must have put in a great deal of effort. Every stitch, every thread, is a testament to his mother's love. This is Qin Feng's most important gift, without a doubt. Feeling the softness of the robe and its exquisite craftsmanship, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Mother has stayed home for the past month, just to prepare this gift for me. I wonder what kind of person father is. From birth until now, no one has ever mentioned his father to Qin Feng. This made Qin Feng suspect that his father was also a powerful figure. So incredibly handsome. Why are you being so polite with me? Hurry up and perform the blood oath. The heavenly silkworm robe can change size at will, you can wear it for a lifetime. Yi Xinyu unfolded the robe and held it out in her hand. A blazing golden, wind, character was imprinted on the robe's chest. Qin Feng didn't hesitate, forcing out a drop of his essence blood and dripping it onto the blazing, wind, character. Instantly, the heavenly silkworm robe radiated spiritual light, its pure white aura filling the entire room. At the same time, the image of the robe appeared in Qin Feng's mind. With a thought, the heavenly silkworm robe was on his body, extremely convenient. The robe could change color at will, black, white, red, cyan, it had everything. He would never feel the robe's color was monotonous. Wow, how amazing! Qin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Thank you, Mother. Mother is the best. After the exclamation, Qin Feng's lips curled into a honey-like smile as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. All right, you little rascal. Yi Xinyu smiled and said. By the way, what about the treasures they gave? You. Take them all out, Mother will keep them safe for you. Ah. Qin Feng was stunned. Sure enough, he had underestimated his mother. Now, Qin Feng felt as uncomfortable as handing over his New Year's money, but he had no choice but to hand it over. Mother, I promised you, you'll return them to me when I come of age. Qin Feng took out one treasure after another from his storage ring and handed them to his mother. Don't worry, Mother is the great emperor, she won't take these things from you. Yi Xinyu smiled gently. However, this smile was somewhat eerie, making Qin Feng shudder. It's over. I guess I'm not getting them back. Qin Feng muttered to himself. His face, which had been filled with joy, turned dejected. He had handed over all the treasures and supreme divine weapons to his mother. He only had the heavenly silkworm robe left. There was also a Shira spear at the gate. However, his mother had placed a restriction on the spear, preventing him from taking it. Perhaps he could only try it when he was an adult. Mother, I'm leaving. Qin Feng bid a painful farewell after handing over the treasures. Go, go. Yi Xinyu waved casually, her eyes gleaming as she kept her gaze fixed on the many treasures. Good heavens. It seems these sisters are quite dedicated. Yi Xinyu beamed as she looked at the treasures. In the end, they all just end up back in their proper places. This azure thunder sword is quite nice, the exquisite pagoda is perfect too. The map of mountains and rivers is also beautiful. The killing blade is imposing. The Empress of Qingzhou admired the treasures while setting up restrictions. Qin Feng walked out of the house and went to his room. Then, he climbed onto his large bed, and with a flash of his right hand, a storage ring appeared. Fortunately, I got a storage ring from hunting down the chosen one. I just wonder if there's any supreme divine weapon or something inside. Qin Feng looked at the silver-white storage ring, full of anticipation. Immediately, he began to bind it to his owner with his blood. Drip. A drop of blood fell, and the storage ring flashed with a bright light. By probing with his divine sense, he could examine the treasures inside. Qin Feng's divine sense entered the storage ring, and the first thing he saw was a pile of immortal liquid and divine fruits. He glanced at it and froze. Damn it! Isn't this my own stuff? Are all the chosen ones so despicable? Stealing my immortal liquid and divine fruits. Qin Feng mentally cursed. Hundreds of bowls of immortal liquid and hundreds of divine fruits, all things Qin Feng was very familiar with. He was stunned. Besides these, there were also some spiritual herbs and plants. Their grade was incredibly low. Suddenly, Qin Feng discovered a huge pill cauldron next to the spiritual herbs. The pill cauldron was blue-green, round, with 3 legs and 2 handles. Strange patterns and several intricate characters were carved on its surface. An ancient aura emanated from the pill cauldron. A bronze cauldron. Qin Feng looked closely and finally recognized it. Ha. An ancient bronze cauldron, the alchemist's dream. Unfortunately, it has absolutely nothing to do with me. I don't know how to refine pills. At first, Qin Feng laughed heartily, but the thought that he didn't know how to refine pills made his laughter stop abruptly. Chapter 16, 11th Grotto Heaven. Have finished looking through the storage rings. Qin Feng only found a bronze cauldron and a few broken swords. In short, they were completely useless. Or all chosen ones so poor. Tossing down his storage ring, Qin Feng sat cross-legged. He was already capable of opening a Grotto Heaven. Tonight, he had to open his first Grotto Heaven. The blood transformation realm focuses on cultivating blood and qi, in the physical body, while the cave heaven realm serves as a quality inspector for geniuses. Those who open 5 or 6 cave heavens are considered geniuses, those who open 9 are unparalleled geniuses. In ancient times, someone opened a 10th cave heaven. Ultimately, that person also opened a physical body cave heaven, totaling 11 cave heavens, making them the greatest in history, unmatched throughout eternity. Most terrifyingly, that person fused all their cave heavens together, transforming them into a dazzling divine ring, comprehensively enhancing their strength. Qin Feng still doesn't know what level he can reach. However, judging from his blood transformation realm cultivation, Qin Feng had already far surpassed that person from the ancient times. Qin Feng had heard a little about that person. He knew his name was Huang. As for his strength, it had reached a level unfathomable to mortals. Calling him the Heavenly Emperor wouldn't be an exaggeration. Emperor Huang. He dominated all ages, setting an example for others, cultivating every realm to its extreme. However, Emperor Huang was no longer in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He had gone to conquer the heavens, an invincible Huang who suppressed several eras. Whoosh! Withdrawing his thoughts, Qin Feng began to cultivate, circulating the devouring heaven emperor technique, gulping down the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Slowly, a mysterious circle condensed above his head. At first, it was just a phantom image, completely invisible without careful observation. However, as time passed, the mysterious grotto heaven gradually solidified. 4 hours later, endless radiance shimmered within the grotto heaven, illuminating the entire room. Suddenly, a star twinkled within the grotto heaven. Ding! Host has successfully opened a grotto heaven. The starry sky ancient sword has been issued. Boom! With a muffled sound, Qin Feng successfully opened his first grotto heaven. At the same time, a dazzling longsword stood within the grotto heaven. Ding! Congratulations host, you have successfully opened your grotto heaven. Qin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. It seems the system isn't so unfair after all. The reward he received upon being bound to the system at birth, a supreme divine weapon, had finally been issued. Moreover, the star energy of the starry sky ancient sword had merged with Qin Feng's grotto heaven, forming his first grotto heaven. Nurturing the sword with this grotto heaven, given time, this supreme divine weapon might even advance to a quasi-emperor weapon or an emperor weapon. Qin Feng strongly suspected that the system was doing this on purpose. It distributed the rewards within the cave heaven when it was opened. If the opening failed, then it was all for naught. The first cave heaven has stellar energy, let's call it Starry Sky. Starry Sky Cave Heaven. Qin Feng murmured excitedly, sensing the changes in his cave heaven. After 4 hours, he stepped into the cave heaven realm. Although it was only the beginning, it was still a good start. That night, Qin Feng couldn't sleep at all, spending all his time studying his cave heaven. Time flies like an arrow, days pass like a shuttle. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Qin Feng had grown from a tiny infant into a child. In terms of cultivation level, it took him 3 years to go from opening his first grotto heaven to now possessing 10. And today, he is about to open his 11th grotto heaven, becoming a figure like the heavenly emperor of the bamboo grove. Opening 10 grotto heavens in a row, Qin Feng didn't feel exhausted. On the contrary, he found it quite easy. He opened them with just a little practice. Of course, 3 of them were gifts from the system. 1 Chaos Grotto Heaven, 1 Sun and Moon Grotto Heaven, 1 Mountain and River Grotto Heaven. Each one is inscribed with supreme techniques and secret arts. The Chaos Grotto Heaven, in particular, is a chaotic and extremely mysterious place. From beginning to end, Qin Feng couldn't fully understand it. Qin Feng opened 2 grotto heavens himself, the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and the Innate Grotto Heaven. The rest were opened with his mother's help and protection. There's also the Kunpeng Grotto Heaven, a fusion of the Kunpeng treasure technique and the Kunpeng true understanding. The True Dragon Cave Heaven was created through the fusion of true dragon blood. The Undying Phoenix Cave Heaven. The Vermilion Bird Cave Heaven. The Suani Cave Heaven. Each cave heaven was infused with a large amount of essence blood. The emergence of the 10 cave heavens signified that Qin Feng had embarked on the path of invincibility. When the 10th cave heaven was created, the Qingqiu Empress was shocked for days. Now, Qin Feng is about to create the 11th cave heaven. As always, the Qingqiu Empress Yi Xinyu personally protected him, and the great array of the forbidden area was already in operation. This time, she couldn't even think of what to use to fuse with the cave heavens. Everything was up to fate. At the entrance of the mansion, Qin Feng sat cross-legged, with 10 cave heavens lined up above his head. Each cave heaven shimmered with golden light, extremely dazzling, like 10 suns hanging upside down overhead. Qin Feng's eyes were closed, his breath held. The 11th grotto heaven appeared and disappeared. An ancient and weathered aura emanated from the 11th grotto heaven, spreading in all directions. The grotto heaven was pitch black, like an unknown world. Everything was still in its most primal state. What kind of grotto heaven is this? Yi Xinyu stared blankly at the 11th grotto heaven. She had only opened 10 grotto heavens before, her talent already maxed out. Cultivating to emperor level would be easy. But she never expected her son's talent to be even more terrifying. At only 3 years old, he had directly opened an 11th grotto heaven. 11 grotto heavens had only appeared once in ancient times. Moreover, the creator at that time was already an adult. Compared to that, her son Qin Feng's talent was even more terrifying, and his potential for growth was far greater. A few minutes later, Qin Feng's 11th grotto heaven finally showed some unusual signs. Ancient runes began to fall from within. What are these? Yi Xinyu asked, looking at the runes with a puzzled expression. Through the runes, a pure white, flawless stone tablet could be seen standing in the grotto heaven. One end of the tablet seemed to connect to an unknown point. However, a single glance from the tablet made Yi Xinyu feel uneasy. It was as if some great terror was awakening. Boom! With a tremor, Qin Feng's 11th grotto heaven was completely completed. In the endless, dark grotto heaven, only the stone tablet stood. A single glance was enough to captivate the soul, as if it could devour everything. Qin Feng couldn't decipher the numerous ancient runes and could only slowly explore them. That's it. The 11th grotto heaven is complete. Qin Feng got up from the ground and clapped his hands. The 11 grotto heavens vanished instantly with a single thought. Thank you, mother, for protecting me. Qin Feng's bright eyes looked at Yi Xinyu, and he smiled sweetly. Good lad, 11 grotto heavens. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingqiu smiled slightly, pleased. No matter what the last grotto heaven was, Yi Xinyu was happy, because Xiao Feng had already embarked on the path of invincibility. In the future, he would surely surpass her. Unrivaled throughout eternity, his fame would last for centuries. Chapter 17 Journey to Kanglan Prefecture, Azure Phoenix Mount. Alright, go. Play by yourself. I'm going to rest too. Yi Xinyu waved her hand, transformed into a streak of green light, and disappeared from the lawn. She said she was going to rest. In reality, she didn't enter the mansion at all, but went to find her best friend to show off. If conditions allowed, she might even swindle some more treasures. Watching his mother disappear, Qin Feng stretched his limbs and muttered, 11th cave heaven, devour. I feel this isn't the ultimate realm yet, I can still open it up. However, before that, I need to go out and complete the mission. The system issued the mission 3 days ago. Qin Feng was busy opening up the cave heaven, postponing it for 3 days. This was his second mission. After 3 years, he could hunt down the chosen ones of destiny again. Mo Fan, the chosen one of destiny, resides in Kanglan Prefecture and is the young master of the Qingyan sect. Strength. Great perfection of the array formation realm, with the 4th and 6th killing arrays inscribed within his body. Golden Finger. Reborn as an emperor. A true cheat code. This was the information the system gave Qin Feng. His cultivation level was significantly higher than Lin Zan's, and he possessed 2 killing arrays inscribed within his body. Inscribing killing arrays, only a madman would dare to do such a thing. A reborn emperor, he's practically a cheat code. He's well versed in cultivation and various great techniques, easily mastering them. Having cultivated twice, his strength in every realm must have reached its peak. According to the system's prompts, in his previous life, Mo Fan was an emperor. When he reincarnated, he left himself many rare treasures and supreme divine weapons, for using as shortcuts in his second life, and these rare treasures and supreme divine weapons were kept in Kanglan Prefecture. Now that Mo Fan has appeared in Kanglan Prefecture and the Qingyan sect, he must have awakened his memories from his previous life and retrieved his hidden trump card. This mission is definitely not simple. A great perfection of the array formation realm, 2 major realms higher than me. Mission time, 5 years. 5 years is a bit rushed, but it's enough. Qin Feng thought confidently to himself. Invincible talent, fearless of any opponent in the world. This is the performance one should have after opening 11 Grotto Heavens. Hillen, get ready, I'm going to Kanglan Prefecture. Qin Feng raised his head and called out to the void. Poof! The void rippled, and a girl of about 16 years old instantly appeared. Young master, Kanglan Prefecture is so far away, and the Empress. It's all right, I'll leave a note. Besides, with you protecting me, and the heavenly silkworm armor, mother won't worry. Before Hillen could finish speaking, Qin Feng explained. Okay, young master. Hillen hesitated for a moment, but still obediently replied. Since young master wanted to go out and play, she would naturally make the arrangements. By the way, young master, how long will you be gone this time? Hillen asked softly. At least 2 years, at most 5 years. Qin Feng thought for a moment and answered. The total mission time was only 5 years. If he hadn't completed it within 5 years, Qin Feng would be punished by the system, stripped of everything. That long? Hillen paused, startled. Then I'll go prepare. After saying that, Hillen headed towards the ancient mulberry forest. If it were only a few months, Hillen wouldn't need to prepare at all, but it would take too long. She needed to catch a mount first for easier travel, and also to avoid lowering the imperial prince's status. An imperial prince traveling the world needed a mount. Meanwhile, Qin Feng returned to his residence, retrieved his mother's edict, and wrote on it. Mother, Xiao Feng has gone out to play. With Wei Lan protecting you, and the heavenly silkworm armor, you are invincible except by the great emperor. Don't worry. After writing, Qin Feng even drew a picture of his mother's earnest expression as she protected him on the edict. Thank you, mother. Signed, Xiao Feng. Putting down the edict, Qin Feng felt a pang of reluctance. This was the first time he had left the Qin family, left his mother. And for so long. However, there were things he had to do. If he didn't eliminate the chosen one, Mo Fan, within these 5 years, not only would the system punish him, but he would also be trampled by the chosen one in the future. Qin Feng absolutely couldn't let this happen. Creak. Arriving at the mansion gate, Qin Feng carefully closed it. Then, his gaze fell upon the Asura's spear atop the gate. A series of restrictions flowed along the spear, sealing it. Qin Feng's eyes itched with desire, but he couldn't take it. This was a gift from the underworld Empress, one of the supreme divine weapons. Unfortunately, he was still underage, and his mother forbade him to use it. In the past 3 years, the underworld Empress had visited quite often. At least once a month, she had become increasingly familiar with Qin Feng. Now that Qin Feng had left the Qin family, Bai Moyan would only be able to look for him in vain. I'll leave a letter for Sister Bai too. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Feng decided to leave a message for the underworld Empress. Sister Bai, Xiao Feng has gone out, don't worry. Qin Feng took out his mother's edict and wrote on it. After finishing writing, he tossed the edict onto the gate, hanging it upside down from the tip of his cultivation spear. Done, off to Kanglan Prefecture. Qin Feng clapped his hands, everything was ready except for Hillen. Whoosh, coo. Just as Qin Feng turned around, a colossal creature instantly appeared in his vision. An enormous azure bird was flying towards him. On the back of the azure bird stood a girl of about 16 years old. The girl was graceful and elegant, a smile playing on her lips. Holy crap! Azure Phoenix. Qin Feng couldn't help but utter the most exquisite phrase. The enormous azure bird was none other than the divine beast Azure Phoenix, a saint-level expert. Its body shimmered with countless rays of light, emanating a vibrant azure glow, giving off a sense of vitality. While the Azure Phoenix was not as powerful as the Kunpeng, it was still a genuine divine beast. The key point is that Qingluan is her mother's mount, a fully grown divine beast. Such a mount is incredibly cool. Traveling like this, people will think the Queen of Qingzhou has appeared in the world. Whoosh! As Qingluan approached, a flash of light appeared, transforming it into a girl in green. Qing greets young master. The girl in green bowed slightly as she spoke. Her voice was somewhat shrill, yet very pleasant. This is Qin Feng looked completely bewildered at Hillen and asked, Hillen, young master, I heard you are going to Kanglan Prefecture, and Qingqing volunteered to accompany you. She's mother's mount, isn't she? Qin Feng was still in shock, his words somewhat incoherent. A fully grown divine beast, the Azure Phoenix, is something only a figure as powerful as the Empress could possess. Young master, I volunteered. It's been so long since I've gone out to play, I can't let this opportunity pass me by. Qingqing grinned and replied, Hoo. Then, let's go. Qin Feng let out a long breath and said, a saint-level maidservant and a fully grown divine beast, the Azure Phoenix, as a mount. Such a display was enough to annihilate many top sects in the 3000 Dao provinces. Chapter 18 The Land of the Emperor's Rebirth, Ku. A cry rang out. A flash of azure light transformed into a gigantic divine beast. Carrying Qin Feng and Wei Lan, it slowly ascended into the air, flying towards the outside world. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Azure Phoenix flew out of the Qin family compound. Its speed was as fast as lightning, stirring up gusts of wind and waves. Before they could react, they were already out of the Qin family's territory. Qin Feng, perched on the Azure Phoenix's back, looked around with his bright, watery eyes. Beside him, Wei Lan released a beam of spiritual light, shielding him from the rushing wind. There was no need to worry about being blown away by the gale. Wow, what beautiful mountains! What's that river? It's so long. A curious child indeed. Young master, that's the Heng River, spanning 18 continents. It's the second largest river in the 3000 provinces. Wei Lan, like a tour guide, explained to Qin Feng with a smile. Then what's the first river? The Yellow River. Qin Feng asked. What Yellow River? Hillen was taken aback, then continued to explain. The first river is the 100 Broken River, which cuts off hundreds of continents. Legend has it that countless treasures and ancient inheritances lie at the bottom of the 100 Broken River. However, the 100 Broken River is icy cold, one cannot venture deep into it without reaching the Saint Realm. Having finished speaking, Hillen smiled faintly. The young master is still young and doesn't understand the 3000 continents. After listening, Qin Feng murmured softly, the 100 Broken River, never heard of it. Then, his gaze swept down upon the land. The mountains and rivers were beautiful, receding into the distance. Ancient mountains connected, forming dragon veins, flashing across his pupils. The clouds surged, breathtakingly beautiful. Flying high in the sky for the first time, Qin Feng saw the vastness and grandeur of the 3000 continents. They flew for 3 days just through the immortal state before arriving at the next state. This was under the guidance of the divine beast, the Azure Phoenix. Young master, I need to accelerate. Qingqing rose diagonally upwards, reminding Qin Feng. Then, she plunged into the clouds. It was less a reminder to Qin Feng and more a reminder to Hillen. This speed of movement was simply beyond Qin Feng's ability to withstand. It was only thanks to Hillen releasing spiritual energy that everything was isolated. Kanglan State, Azure Cloud Sect. A top-tier sect. In the 3000 Dao states, they were quite renowned. 3 years ago, the Azure Cloud sect did not attend the Qin family's Imperial Sun's full moon celebration. Because of disdain, because of confidence, the Azure Cloud sect disdained to associate with those second-rate sects. What Imperial Sun? He was utterly humiliated before the Azure Cloud sect's young master. In the Qingyan sect, you may disobey the sect master, but you must obey the young master, because the young master is an unparalleled genius, having reached the great perfection of the array formation realm at only 14 years old. Furthermore, the young master possesses the 4th killing array and the 6th killing array engraved within his body. His actions are utterly insane. His combat power far surpasses that of cultivators at the same realm. Once, a foolish expert at the Sea of Wheels realm dared to challenge the Qingyan sect. Initially arrogant, he boasted that he would defeat the entire Qingyan sect in 2 moves. As a result, he was directly and forcefully killed by the young master of the Qingyan sect. With just 2 moves. From then on, the young master Mo Fan's status in the Qingyan sect rose rapidly, reaching a point where no one could shake his position. On the Qingyan sect's training ground, a young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes was surrounded by countless girls, like stars around the moon. Young Master Mo, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. TCH, vulgar. Young Master Mo, I heard you're going to inscribe another killing array within your body, the 3rd one. Is that true? What? Another killing array inscribed within my body. The third killing array. My god, are you out of your mind? Young Master Mo, are you trying to surpass the ancients and suppress all enemies in the world? Faced with the clamor of the girls, Mo Fan remained composed, calm as still water, his eyes as clear as still water. He showed no trace of youthful naivete, but rather the air of an ancient monster. All right, everyone. Cultivate diligently, and one day your achievements will not be low. I don't have time to waste with you all. Mo Fan spoke, his voice clear and bright, yet delivered in the tone of an elder to the group of girls. Young Master Mo, don't be like this. You're already so outstanding, just relax for one day. I've already prepared 1,000-year-old vintage wine. A young girl winked at Mo Fan. From her expression, it wasn't hard to tell that there would be some romantic escapades tonight. Ah, another day. Mo Fan hesitated for a moment before saying. Mo Fan didn't want to pay attention to these obstacles. However, his charm was too great. He always attracted attention, surrounded by a group of young female admirers. Focus on your cultivation. Our Qingyan sect has a bright future ahead. If you continue this decadent lifestyle, don't blame me for being ruthless. Mo Fan waved his sleeve and strode away. He said he was ruthless, but with these young female admirers, all dressed up and looking so alluring, how could he, young Master Mo, possibly bear to be with them? Li Yunqiu, bring your 1,000-year-old wine to my cave tonight. As he left, Mo Fan paused, then addressed the group behind him. Yay, no problem. Sisters, I'm going to find a boyfriend. The girl named Li Yunqiu shouted excitedly. Being able to cling to young Master Mo's coattails would surely make her cultivation journey twice as easy. Especially since her young master now possessed invincible potential. At the peak of the Array Formation realm, he had slain a cultivator at the Sea of Wheels realm. Complete annihilation. The other girls could only look on with envy. Damn it, I should have gotten a few bottles of that wine too. Sigh. Let's cultivate. Seeing there was no hope, the girls could only focus on their cultivation. Li Yunqiu, however, quickly left and returned to her cultivation cave. She found the 1,000-year-old wine, preparing to pull off a big heist tonight. Careful preparation was naturally essential. About a month later, Qin Feng finally arrived at the border of Kanglan Prefecture. Upon reaching the outskirts of Kanglan Prefecture, Qin Feng immediately stopped Qingluan. Qingluan was enormous and extremely powerful, making it far too conspicuous. Along the way, many sects saw him and knelt before him. They assumed it was the Qingqiu Empress passing by. In reality, it was Qin Feng and Hilan. Aha! Kanglan Prefecture, I've arrived. Landing on the ground, Qin Feng stretched and shouted loudly. The vast Kanglan Prefecture was rich in mountains and vegetation, and contained hundreds of sects. Among them, only 3 were top-tier forces. Qingyan Sect, Wandu Sect, and Zhanshan Sect. A 3-way power struggle ensued, each vying for control of most of Kanglan Prefecture. The Qingyan Sect was a rising star, lacking the deep foundation of the Wandu Sect and the Sword God Sect. This was what Hilan had told Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng knew in his heart that the Qingyan Sect was the most terrifying force in Kanglan Prefecture, a place where a great emperor was reborn. Young master, where are we going now? Upon reaching the ground, Hilan smiled and asked. The Qingyan Sect. Qin Feng answered without hesitation. The purpose of this trip was to hunt down the young master of the Qingyan Sect, the chosen one of destiny, Mo Fan. Young master, why are we going to the Qingyan Sect? A tiny sect, we might as well go sightseeing. Qing, disguised as a girl in green, asked, puzzled. Ah, I have some errands to run. Qin Feng glanced at Qing, seeing her reluctance, and added, Qing, you go sightseeing first. Hilan can come with me. Really? A glint of light flashed in Qing's eyes. Go ahead. Thank you for your hard work this past month. Qin Feng smiled faintly, took out a communication stone, and tossed it to Qing. I'll call you when we get back. The communication stone could be used to communicate across several states. This was a gift from Hilan to Qin Feng. It wasn't expensive, but it was very convenient. Also, there were some things Qin Feng didn't want Qing to know. Then I'm off. Qing took the communication stone and confirmed it again. Okay. Qin Feng nodded. Chapter 19. The truth comes out. My sister Lan is an unparalleled powerhouse. The divine beast Qingluan was probably getting restless at home. After receiving confirmation from its young master, it vanished in a flash. Who knows which unlucky souls are going to get a beating. Meanwhile, Qin Feng and Hillen headed towards the Qingyan sect. Hillen was also quite fast, traversing dozens of sects in just half a day, arriving at the outskirts of the Qingyan sect. Here, there was a city. It was called Tianyan City, an affiliated city of the Qingyan sect. Outside the city walls, several disciples were patrolling. Inside the city, people thronged, creating a bustling atmosphere. The cries of vendors filled the air. Hillen, go to this city first and gather some information. Qin Feng looked at the city and said, yes, young master. When we're out and about, don't call me young master, just call me Xiao Feng. I'll call you Sister Lan, you can act as my older sister. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, then, a brilliant idea struck him, and he changed Wei Lan's identity. When traveling, with so many powerful figures around, it's always better to keep a low profile. If anything happens, Sister Lan will take the blame. Young master, you can't do that. If the Empress finds out, I'm finished. If you don't tell, and I don't tell, how will she know? Young master. All right, do as I say, Sister Lan. Wei Lan wanted to say something more, but Qin Feng's smile faded, and he became serious. Okay, Xiao Feng. Wei Lan was still a little unaccustomed to it, and her cheeks flushed slightly when she called him Xiao Feng. Isn't this the very title those empresses used every day? She never thought she could use it too. Come on, Sister Lan, let's go into the city. Qin Feng, feigning innocence, skipped and hopped towards the city. Hillen, as always, kept her arms crossed over her stomach, following closely behind. Sister Lan, relax a bit. You're my older sister, you can be a little more fiery. Qin Feng ran a few steps, noticing Hillen's still restrained demeanor, and reminded her. I'll try. Hillen gave an awkward laugh, placing her hands on her hips. But only for a moment, then she put them back down. Not used to it. Not used to it. A habit of thousands of years can't be changed overnight. However, she did raise her head, trying to appear more assertive. Little Feng, slow down. Hillen's voice was much louder as she called out. Okay. Qin Feng became more composed, slowing his pace. And so, the two of them continued towards the city entrance. At the city gate of Tianyan City, more than a dozen white-robed cultivators were collecting entrance fees from each person. Halt! Pay your entrance fee. As Qin Feng and his companion arrived at the city gate, a middle-aged cultivator shouted at them. The middle-aged cultivator had the words, Qingyan, embroidered on his chest. He seemed eager to show his identity as a disciple of the Qingyan sect. How dare you? Hillen initially wanted to retort, but remembering her young master's desire to gather information, she changed her words. Speak boldly, how much is the entrance fee? 100 low-grade crystals per person. The middle-aged cultivator held up one finger and said. The usual entrance fee was only 10 low-grade crystals. However, he saw that these two were extraordinary and could make a large profit. Hillen frowned slightly, remained silent, and directly tossed out 200 low-grade crystals. There's also a management fee, 100 low-grade crystals per person. The middle-aged cultivator pocketed the crystals but didn't let them pass, instead demanding more. Management fees. What do I care? Get out of my way. Before Hillen could speak, Qin Feng said coldly. Wasn't this treating them like easy prey? Little brat, not very tall, but quite the temper. I am from the Qingyan sect. Before he finished speaking, a vortex of energy sliced across the middle-aged cultivator's neck. Thump! A clear sound rang out, and a bloody head fell to the ground. No one knew who had done it, nor did anyone see where the vortex of energy had come from. Ah! Murder! A cultivator's cry of alarm rang out at the city gate. Swish swish swish. Dozens of eyes turned to Hillen and Qin Feng. There were Qingyan sect cultivators, poor people entering the city, and cultivators from other sects. They all wore expressions of horror. In less than a second, the other Qingyan sect cultivators reacted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, they drew their swords, surrounding Qin Feng and Hillen. How dare you? You dare kill a Qingyan sect cultivator? Are you courting death? Surrender and you'll be spared the pain. A middle-aged man spoke in a loud, clear voice. Within Qingyan sect territory, there were always those who didn't know their place. But the result was always the same. They obediently accepted their fate. Hey, I wanted to enter the city as an ordinary person, but instead I've been fleeced. I'm laying my cards on the table. My sister Lan is an unparalleled expert. Qin Feng shrugged and smiled, passing the buck to Hillen. Hillen rolled her eyes, raised her voice, and said, "Those who don't want to die, get out of my way." With that, a wisp of energy emanated from her body, and she sat cross-legged in midair. A terrifying aura instantly spread out. Even a mere wisp of energy caused the Qingyan sect cultivators to gasp for breath, become unsteady on their feet, and stumble backward rapidly. So strong. A Sea of Wheels realm expert, or a Divine Palace realm expert. One cultivator, forced back more than 10 steps, stammered. In his understanding, the Sea of Wheels realm was already invincible. And the peerless expert the child spoke of was very likely a Divine Palace realm expert. The girl before him was only about 16 years old, yet she gave the impression of an insurmountable mountain. HMPH. One cultivator snorted coldly. Let's go, back to the sect, find the young master. They weren't stupid. Knowing they were outmatched, they retreated angrily. Continuing to entangle themselves risked certain death. However, they weren't about to let it go so easily. On their own turf, how could they not seek revenge? They'd go back to their young master and save face. Xiao Feng, let's go into the city. Wei Lan withdrew her aura, smiled faintly, and said. She didn't take the Qingyan sect seriously at all. Even if the entire sect mobilized, Wei Lan could take them down with a single slap. Wei Lan's intervention earlier was entirely due to that ignorant, middle-aged cultivator who uttered the word, "I." The son of the emperor cannot be insulted. Moreover, those two words, "Let's go." Qin Feng and his companion strolled into Tianyan City amidst the astonished gazes of passers-by. These two killed a Qingyan sect cultivator and still dare to enter the city. Are they out of their minds? Didn't you hear? That Qingyan sect cultivator went to get reinforcements. However, the Qingyan sect really went too far, yelling at a child like that. After Qin Feng and his companion left, the scene erupted in an uproar. That's good, no one's collecting the city fee now. We'll save 10 crystals. That's right, let's hurry into the city. I still have a batch of medicinal herbs I haven't sold yet. Seizing this opportunity, everyone rushed into Tianyan City. One old man, pushing a large cart of cheap medicinal herbs, charged forward, running into the city. Chapter 20. What kind of trashy liquor is this? Inside the city, avenues paved with white jade crisscrossed the city. Beside the avenues stood numerous pavilions, a diverse array of establishments. Hillen and Qin Feng found a restaurant and went inside. To gather information, a place like a restaurant, a melting pot of all sorts, was the fastest way. On the 5th floor of Drunken Red Dust Restaurant, a dozen or so old Taoist priests were drinking and chatting merrily. Have you heard? It seems a ruthless person came to the city gate just now. He killed the Qingyan sect cultivators on the spot. The reason? Some ridiculous entrance fee and management fee. One of the old Taoist priests took a sip of his 1,000-year-old fine wine and said, "TCH. What ruthless person. I think he's just a blind fool." Tianyan City is an affiliated city of the Qingyan sect. When the young master of the Qingyan sect arrives, your so-called ruthless person will surely die. Another old Taoist priest said dismissively. Exactly. The young master of the Qingyan sect, he's someone you can't afford to offend. He slayed a cultivator at the Wheel Sea realm in 2 moves, his true strength is unfathomable. Speaking of the young master of the Qingyan sect, everyone became interested. After all, he was an absolute prodigy. He was the talk of the town, in every street and alley, during casual conversations. Knock knock knock. Just then, Qin Feng and Hillen arrived at the 5th floor of Drunken Red Dust, randomly found a table, and sat down. The old Taoists all turned to look at them, but seeing they weren't acquaintances, they continued their gossip. However, their voices were much lower now. The news just said, one big and one small. It seems like siblings. Could it be these two? One old Taoist glanced at Hillen out of the corner of his eye, leaned on the table, and whispered. Just a coincidence. Keep drinking, keep drinking. The crowd glanced at each other, shook their heads, and continued to drink their wine. Waiter, bring the wine. Qin Feng shouted. He'd seen this in countless martial arts dramas. Unexpectedly, he'd guessed right, it was the same here. Sir, coming right away, coming right away. The waiter, in a flash, retrieved the 5th floor's exclusive 1,000-year-old vintage wine. 1 jar per table. Sir, please enjoy your meal. Setting down the vintage wine, the waiter walked away. With a pop, Qin Feng hurriedly opened the jar and poured himself a bowl. Then, he poured a bowl for Hillen. The aroma of the wine filled the air, a faint scent lingering. The emperor's son helped pour the wine. Hillen was flattered and quickly said, "All right, thank you." Xiao Feng, drink less. Worldly wine can't possibly taste good. With that, Hillen picked up the wine and took a small sip. If the emperor's son hadn't personally poured the wine, she wouldn't have drunk this garbage. Glug. Qin Feng, unconcerned, took a big gulp. PFF'd. Instantly, his cheeks flushed red, and he spat it out. The so-called 1,000-year-old fine wine was utterly inedible. It was like eating food without salt, utterly tasteless. Having grown accustomed to immortal elixirs and divine fruits, Qin Feng realized for the first time that Hillen was absolutely right. What kind of garbage is this? Can you even drink this? Qin Feng threw down the bowl, incredulous. Immediately, he sealed the wine jar. Out of sight, out of mind. The dozen or so old Taoist priests on the 5th floor, observing Qin Feng's behavior and arrogant tone, felt deeply insulted. The wine in their hands suddenly tasted bitter. Little brat, your mouth is your Achilles heel. We're drinking garbage, so what are you drinking? An old Taoist priest with a rather fiery temper put down his wine, glared at Qin Feng, and spoke bluntly. As he spoke, the old Taoist priest released a trace of oppressive power, striking Qin Feng. Such an arrogant child deserves a lesson. Qin Feng didn't even glance at it, tossing the wine jar onto the table. He took out a bowl of immortal liquid. Glug. Then, he took a big gulp, rinsing away the taste of the wine. My own immortal liquid tastes the best. Qin Feng's brows relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. The old Taoist's oppressive aura was completely blocked before it even got close. HMPH. Hillen snorted coldly, and an invisible sound wave spread out. This clown dared to attack the emperor's son. So old, bullying a child. Hillen wouldn't let him succeed. The invisible sound wave struck the old Taoist's heart directly. PFF'd. For no apparent reason, the old Taoist felt a sweet taste in his throat and spat out a mouthful of blood. Fellow Taoist Lu, what's wrong? The other old Taoists at the table quickly helped him up and asked. Quick, run, it's an unparalleled expert. Lu Fei's lips twitched as he weakly replied. He had just wanted to test that brat and teach him a lesson. However, the brat's sister's cold snort had severely injured him. Moreover, none of the people present saw the attack method. There was only one possibility: their opponent's strength far surpassed theirs, far beyond. The old Taoist beside Lu Fei frowned deeply. Go. The old Taoist glanced at Wei Lan, then, supporting the weakened Lu Fei, jumped directly from the 5th floor. Fellow Taoist Lu Fei's strength was at the formation realm. To be so severely injured so silently, the opponent must be extraordinary. The other old Taoists, who had initially wanted to criticize Qin Feng, but seeing this, they all fell silent. Especially when they saw the immortal liquid in Qin Feng's hand, their mouths watered. The rich fragrance of peach blossoms permeated the air. Every drop contained pure spiritual energy. Even the bowl holding the immortal liquid was jade white. Sister Lan, you should have some too. Qin Feng took out a bowl of immortal liquid and handed it to Wei Lan. Thank you, young master. Hillen transmitted her voice to Qin Feng. On the surface, she was the elder sister, but in reality, she still had to be polite. Glug. She finished one bowl, still wanting more. Qin Feng took out 2 more bowls and drank with Hillen. Only his own immortal elixir tasted good. The remaining old Taoist priest, smelling the aroma of the immortal elixir, watched Qin Feng and Hillen drink it heartily, and could only swallow hard. This was too much. 1,000-year-old fine wine had become trash, and in the blink of an eye, they were drinking genuine immortal elixir. This kind of thing was extremely rare. They would never believe that these two didn't have some kind of status. Knock knock knock. Unable to bear it any longer, they all stood up and quickly walked to the door. Fellow Taoists, farewell. Until we meet again. Until we meet again. They greeted each other with clasped hands. Then, they leapt down and made their escape. Actually, they were moving to another location to investigate the background of these two. With everyone gone, the 5th floor fell silent. Young master, the Qingyan sect cultivators have arrived. They're already at the city gate. A moment later, Hillen smiled slightly, took out 2 divine fruits, and handed them to Qin Feng, while simultaneously transmitting her voice. I haven't even gone to the Qingyan sect yet, and they've already come. Interesting, interesting. Except for one named Mo Fan, whom we can't kill, the rest, it depends on your mood, Sister Lan. Qin Feng said casually. Chapter 21 Starry Sky Ancient Sword, Instant Kill, yes, young master. Hillen transmitted her voice again. This was the young master's first time out, yet he knew about Mo Fan from the Qingyan sect. What kind of ability was this? It was too strange. Could this trip be for that person named Mo Fan? Before he could think further, a commotion arose outside the tavern. A group of white-robed cultivators, led by an old man, stormed into the Zui Hongqian tavern. Killing my Qingyan sect cultivators. No matter who it is, they will die today. Surround the tavern. No one is allowed to leave. At the old man's command, 300 sword cultivators instantly surrounded Zui Hongqian. The booming voices frightened the crowd on the street, causing them to scatter. Judging by this, a battle was inevitable today. Who is it? So blind. Daring to pluck a phoenix's feathers, daring to kill on Qingyan sect's territory. They're tired of living. A murmur of discontent rippled through the street. Although everyone was watching the spectacle, subconsciously, they sided with Qingyan sect. After all, Qingyan sect possessed a peerless genius. No one wanted to provoke them. They had to be careful with their words, lest something unpleasant reach the genius's ears. Even the Qingyan sect's Grand Elder, Taoist Zhang Shu, has been mobilized. They'll surely crush everything in their path. 2 children, what trouble can they cause? That makes sense. Someone, upon seeing Taoist Zhang Shu, became even more certain. The outcome was decided. There was nothing more to see. Zhang Shu, the Qingyan sect's Grand Elder, a peak-stage array formation realm expert. While not as valiant as the young master, he was still a ruthless individual. Decisive and ruthless, his actions swift and efficient. When he intervenes, the problem is usually resolved in a matter of minutes. Master Zhang Shu, you've come in person. The person is on the 5th floor. I'll clear the way for you. The manager of the Drunken Dust Inn greeted him with a smile. He had already received news of the murder at the city gate. Within a few minutes, the manager knew the whole story. And he knew the killer's whereabouts. Now that Master Zhang Shu had appeared, he had to go out to greet him to show his sincerity, to avoid any misunderstandings. Manager Liu, you're quite clever. Tell them to get down here. Do you expect me to come personally? Zhang Shu glanced at the newcomer and said calmly. Yes, yes, yes. I'll kick them out of the restaurant right away. The enemies of the Qingyan sect are my enemies. Manager Liu nodded obsequiously, responding with a laugh. Then, he transformed into a blur and sped towards the 5th floor. His strength was at the inscription realm. He was no match for the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect. However, this was his restaurant. Kicking out whomever he wanted was his right. He couldn't afford to offend the Qingyan sect, so he could only do as the Grand Elder said. Besides, kicking out 2 dead men from the restaurant didn't bother Manager Liu at all. Thump thump thump. Manager Liu arrived on the 5th floor in a few breaths. He immediately saw Qin Feng and his companion. You two, get out of my restaurant right now. Damn it, you've offended the Qingyan sect, and now you come to my restaurant. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Trouble? You're causing serious harm. Although Manager Liu was furious, he didn't lay a hand on them. However, his tone wasn't pleasant. Hillen glanced at him. Watch your mouth. Coming to your restaurant is your good fortune. If you spout any more nonsense, be careful of a field of corpses. Each word was laced with domineering power. At the same time, a faint aura emanated from Hillen. Manager Liu hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. Playing tricks. Don't force me to take action. Get out of here right now. Manager Liu's voice remained loud and clear. The oppressive aura of the Qingyan sect was deeply ingrained. Shut up. Qin Feng's eyes sharpened, and he transformed into a streak of white light. Simultaneously, 11 grotto heavens instantly appeared above his head. In the first grotto heaven, a starlight twinkled. An ancient and weathered aura filled the air. Whoosh! A longsword, like a jewel, gleaming with starlight, sliced through the sky, hurtling towards Manager Liu. In a mere instant, a storm raged in Manager Liu's heart. 11 children from different grotto heavens, it was unbelievable. However, before the shock subsided, the sword slashed across his neck. A mere inscription realm cultivator hadn't even reacted. Gone. Whoosh! Thump! A gust of cold wind blew past, and a head rolled to the ground. A god-level villain killing a talkative manager, not too much, right? Whoosh! The starry sky ancient sword flew back to its grotto heavens. Qin Feng shuddered, then concealed all his grotto heavens. As if nothing had happened. The inscription realm was a whole realm higher than a grotto heaven. However, Qin Feng's 11 grotto heavens combined, along with his supreme divine weapon, were more than enough to annihilate them instantly. Young master, leave this kind of thing to me next time. Try not to reveal your 11 grotto heavens. Hillen stood up, placed her hands on her abdomen, and said softly, 11 grotto heavens were too dazzling. They would inevitably attract some old monsters. Although Hillen wasn't afraid of any opponent below the Great Emperor level, there were other Great Emperors in this world. Okay, Sister Lan. Qin Feng grinned. That was just a small test. Dealing with a cultivator at the inscription realm. There were still a group of friends downstairs at the restaurant. Young master, it seems things won't be peaceful here. Let's go down and take a look. With that, Hillen flicked her sleeve. The two disappeared into thin air, instantly teleporting to the street. Here, 300 sword cultivators and an old man had gathered. The old man looked somewhat thin, wearing a blue robe. Like everyone else, he wore the Qingyan sect emblem embroidered on his chest. However, this old man was far stronger than the ordinary disciples. Grand Elder, it was these two bastards. They killed my Qingyan sect disciples. A sharp-eyed youth pointed at Qin Feng and roared. Stinky mouth, die. Hillen didn't hesitate, raising her slender right hand and making a clenching motion in the air. With a loud bang, the youth instantly exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Domineering, taciturn. Strange. Killing without a trace, a clenching of the hand from a distance. Jiangshu was right next to the youth, but he hadn't even seen the method of killing. Kill. Frowning, Jiangshu still gave the order. Kill. 300 sword cultivators simultaneously drew their swords, their voices shaking the heavens. However, Hillen simply shook her head. A mayfly trying to shake a tree. A firefly vying for light with the bright moon. She lightly tapped the air with her right hand, and a spatial wave rippled outwards. Boom boom boom. Any cultivator who touched the spatial wave instantly exploded, their flesh and blood flying everywhere. Whether they were at the cave heaven realm or the inscription realm, there were no exceptions, they were utterly powerless to resist. Jiangshu's expression turned grim upon seeing this. He wanted to attack, but his consciousness told him not to act rashly. Otherwise, he would die a horrible death. Chapter 22 Inscription Realm, Reward. 9 Supreme Bones. This, fellow Taoist, where do you come from? Why have you been so ruthless towards my Qingyan sect? Jiangshu took a deep breath, cupped his hands in greeting, and asked. The opponent's strength was terrifying. Jiangshu hesitated. A single finger flicked through the void, casually annihilating 300 sword cultivators. This kind of strength was beyond comprehension. Who I am is not for you to know. 3 breaths. Either get lost, or die. Hillen held up 3 fingers, her voice calm. The street was bustling with people. Everyone was dumbfounded. This wasn't going according to plan. Shouldn't it be the Qingyan sect, crushing the enemy in an instant? How? The tables have turned. Fellow Taoist, Tianyan City is my Qingyan sect's territory. Your indiscriminate killing is unacceptable. 1, 2. Hillen ignored her and began counting. Farewell. Jiangshu's expression changed, and he quickly made his escape. Discretion is the better part of valor. If not now, when? No. No way. 1 finger annihilates Qingyan, 1 word retreats Jiangshu. Who are these siblings? The crowd watched Jiangshu's dejected figure, their jaws dropping in astonishment. We don't know their background, but their strength must be excessively powerful. Even Jiangshu, a great perfection realm cultivator, wouldn't dare to oppose them. They don't even have the courage to fight. It seems our Tianyan city is about to change. A murmur of disbelief arose as they watched the siblings in the middle of the road. They were all eager for a good show. Like a reed in the wind, they swayed back and forth. Having witnessed Hillen's strength, their opinions shifted dramatically. I must say, that girl is quite pretty. I wonder if she has a Taoist partner, a refined young man said, opening his folding fan. Are you fucking asking for death? Get out of here. Don't say I know you. Beside him, a middle-aged man jumped in fright and ran away. He didn't want to be killed with a single finger. The girl was beautiful, like a fairy, but her immense strength and invincible aura were beyond their reach. Whoosh! The refined young man felt a sharp gaze and scrambled out of the crowd. Just a moment ago, he had been stared at by a fairy. He felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His blood had frozen. "Mommy, I want to go home." Having dealt with the ants of the Qingyan sect, Hillen and Qin Feng could only change to another restaurant. This time, the restaurant owner personally greeted him. He even specially arranged a private room. The fairy who could frighten away the Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect with a single word quickly spread throughout Tianyan City. The restaurant owners dared not provoke her at all. They entered the private room. Hillen immediately waved her hand, setting up a barrier. Sizzle. Strokes of spiritual energy outlined the room. The crisscrossing patterns covered the entire room in the blink of an eye. Boom. A tremor ran through him. The barrier was complete. Outside sounds were blocked out. Outsiders could not enter. "Young master, you can cultivate with peace of mind. I have set up the barrier." Hillen withdrew her delicate hand and said, Qin Feng nodded, and in a flash, he appeared on the large bed. Then, he sat cross-legged and began circulating the devouring Heaven Emperor technique. No matter when or where, cultivation is the most important thing. As the main villain, he must work harder than the chosen one to defeat them. The devouring Heaven Emperor technique was unleashed. The surrounding spiritual energy surged towards him like a vortex. A moment later, on the streets and in the sky, the spiritual energy seemed to have been drained. The sky darkened. Terrifying. What kind of technique is young master cultivating? It's so domineering. Hillen felt the changes in the surrounding spiritual energy and was shocked. Each cultivation session drained all the spiritual energy. Others couldn't cultivate at all. Fortunately, at her level, she relied on comprehension and didn't need to absorb too much spiritual energy. Poof. The void rippled, and Hillen disappeared. Hillen vanished. Only Qin Feng remained in the room. He absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth while simultaneously releasing his own grotto heavens. The first was the starry grotto heaven. The second was the innate grotto heaven. The third was the chaos grotto heaven. Until the 11th, the devouring grotto heaven. The devouring grotto heaven resonated with the devouring heaven emperor technique. It accelerated the absorption speed. However, Qin Feng was not satisfied. He was attempting to open a 12th grotto heaven, the physical body grotto heaven. The more grotto heavens, the stronger he would be. At the same time, the pressure he would bear would be greater. Ding. Host, 11 grotto heavens is already the limit of the ancient era. Opening another grotto heaven carries a high risk of failure. The system sensed Qin Feng's change and immediately warned him. Failure. What if I fail? Qin Feng hesitated for a moment before asking. Failure, death. Holy crap. It can't be that bad. Qin Feng was startled. His idea of opening a 12th grotto heaven instantly vanished. The host can reach the great perfection of the array formation realm, or even a higher realm, before opening a 12th or 13th grotto heaven. Then, the failure rate will be much lower. Grotto heaven reconstruction, breakthrough to the ancient extreme realm. The system prompted again. So be it. Qin Feng sighed, quite helplessly. The consequences of failure were too severe. He was only 3 years old. He didn't want to die young. In ancient times, when Huang Tiandi was in the grotto heaven realm, he only opened 10 grotto heavens. The 11th grotto heaven was also a result of grotto heaven reconstruction. After reaching a higher realm and gaining comprehension, one returns to cultivate the grotto heaven. Qin Feng, in the grotto heaven realm, had already far surpassed Huang Tiandi, opening 11. With future repairs, perhaps I can open the 12th and 13th grotto heavens, and the only grotto heaven. In that case, I'll break through to the inscription realm first. Qin Feng murmured to himself. The inscription realm is where one truly begins to explore the primal mysteries of bone inscriptions. After breaking through, one no longer needs to borrow runes from ferocious beasts or birds of prey. One can inscribe symbols within one's body. Some symbols that belong to oneself. Inscribing runes within the body, and inscribing them within a grotto heaven, are both extremely difficult processes. Even after many years, there's no guarantee of results. It can be said that advancing one step in the inscription realm is equivalent to advancing a major realm. Ding. Host is breaking through to the inscription realm. Reward. 9 supreme bones. The system sent the reward before Qin Feng even began. Damn it. Supreme bones, free. Qin Feng was stunned. He had thought the system would hold him back. After all, he'd been stuck in the cave heaven realm for several days. It wasn't until he completed the task that the cave heaven realm opened. But now, not only was it not blocked, but there was even a reward. However, this reward drove Qin Feng almost insane. 9 supreme bones at once. This was unbelievable. System, is there a bug? Qin Feng asked, unable to calm down for a long time. Each supreme bone was covered in runes. Furthermore, it contained ancient treasure techniques. With this power, one could rival an ancient divine beast. Anyone who possessed this bone was undoubtedly a supreme being of the human race. Host, that's correct. The reward is 9 supreme bones. Then why did you block me before? The host was too young. I was afraid you'd cause trouble, break through too quickly, and end up as a useless piece of trash. Qin Feng, speechless. A spiritually driven, god-level villain system. No sooner said than done. 9 golden lights flowed within Qin Feng's body, a magnificent and ancient aura continuously spreading out. One by one, scorching hot runes were imprinted on different bones. Without a trace of pain, they formed naturally. Chapter 23. My son, Mo Fan, possesses the potential to become an emperor. Supreme bones. 1 piece is enough to make one a supreme being of the human race. 9 pieces, what are they? Qin Feng was speechless, only able to silently accept this damned reward. Qingyan sect. One of the 3 major powers of Kanglan Prefecture. At this moment, the magnificent hall erupted in chaos. Elder, you said that the opponent wiped out 300 disciples with a single finger strike in the void. Is that true? A young man with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes asked, his brows furrowed. Young master, yes. Zhang Shu nodded heavily, affirming. A finger strike in the void requires at least the venerable realm. And to do it so casually, it's highly likely he's a saint. Why would such an old monster come to my Qingyan sect's territory? Mo Fan's expression shifted, muttering to himself. He was a reborn great emperor, and from Zhang Shu's account, he could roughly deduce the opponent's strength. That's why he looked so worried. Elder, issue the order. No Qingyan sect disciple is allowed to enter Tianyan City. We can't afford to offend that kind of powerhouse right now. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the sect and have no further connection with Qingyan sect. Mo Fan was decisive. Having been a great emperor in his previous life, he knew the terror of a saint. A single slap could easily destroy the current Qingyan sect. How could they possibly provoke them? Yes, young master. Elder Zhang Shu hurriedly bowed in response. At the same time, he was inwardly thankful that he hadn't been reckless. Otherwise, he would be a corpse now, a saint-level powerhouse. A single breath could destroy him. Thinking back on it now, Zhang Shu felt a chill run down his spine, and his whole body trembled. Then, he strode out of the hall to issue the young master's order. Inside the main hall were 8 elders and the master of the Qingyan sect. Their faces were covered in cold sweat, terrified. A venerable realm expert, or even a saint. Just mentioning such a powerful figure sent shivers down their spines. Moreover, the Qingyan sect had actually provoked him. Young master, you said that powerful figure directly descended upon the Qingyan sect and wiped us all out with a single slap. No way. An elder asked, but before he could finish, Mo Fan decisively replied, powerful figures all have their own style. The Qingyan sect is nothing but a speck of dust in the eyes of such a powerful figure. They have no interest in arguing with you all. Perhaps they're just passing through. Mo Fan didn't mention that he was a chosen one, blessed with good fortune. If he died so easily, what kind of chosen one would he be? He was practically a cheat code. Give him time, and he would definitely surpass his previous life. There's still a chance to open the immortal gate and enter the long-desired immortal realm. Young master's words are reasonable. We are but ants, insignificant. The 8 elders all breathed a sigh of relief. Having received the young master's explanation, their moods improved considerably. They could cultivate again, albeit discreetly. In the very center of the main hall, on a throne, the master of the Qingyan sect also breathed a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, everyone should focus on cultivation and stay home as much as possible. My son, Mo Fan, possesses the potential of a great emperor. The Qingyan sect will surely rise to prominence and be remembered for generations to come. The Qingyan sect master, Mo Zihan, spoke. His voice was extremely loud. There was no way around it, his son was just too promising. My son, Mo Fan, possesses the potential of a great emperor. His voice rose considerably as he said this. Yes, sect master. The elders bowed in response, then withdrew from the hall. Mo Fan smiled and said, I'll take my leave too. Go. Mo Zihan waved his hand. Watching Mo Fan leave, a smile appeared on Mo Zihan's lips. His son was so formidable. At 14, he had already reached the great perfection of the array formation realm. He had the 4th and 6th killing arrays engraved within his body, and his techniques were unfathomably profound. He possessed the potential of a great emperor. As his father, he was overjoyed and eager to boast about it. Otherwise, cultivation would be far too tedious. This child is much more sensible than his peers. With his help, the Qingyan sect will surely become an invincible sect. Where should I go to show off today? In the immortal state, the ancient Qin family. The Qin family's forbidden area. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou went out for a stroll and returned to her residence, where she sensed her own edict. Whoosh! Just arriving home, she sensed something was amiss and, with a wave of her hand, retrieved the edict. Mother, Zhao Feng has gone out to play. With Hilan's protection and the heavenly silkworm armor, he cannot be harmed except by the great emperor. Do not worry. Below the edict was her portrait. The portrait was lifelike and breathtakingly beautiful. Signature, Qin Feng. Good rascal, you're getting out of hand if you don't discipline him for 3 days. At 3 years old, he ran off with my maid. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou tossed the edict back into the house, muttering to herself. Wait, what about my mount, Qingluan? Could it be that some empress kidnapped him? Yi Xinyu suddenly felt a surge of anxiety. No, Qingluan went out with Hilan. He must have gone off to play around. I'll deal with you when you get back. Yi Xinyu gritted her teeth, pushed open the mansion gate, and was about to go inside, but then she noticed a edict hanging on the Shira spear. Whoosh! Taking down the edict, Yi Xinyu opened it. Sister Bai, Zhao Feng has gone out, don't worry. A simple line of text. Ah, eye searing. Yi Xinyu shuddered and tossed the edict back. He thought it was for himself. But unexpectedly, it was for Bai Moyan, the Empress of the Underworld. To be fair, although the Empress of the Underworld was shameless, she was genuinely good to Qin Feng. She gave Qin Feng all sorts of treasures. She would come to keep Qin Feng company every few days, showing her great care. However, Yi Xinyu couldn't accept it. This was her former best friend. An ancient monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Entering the mansion, Yi Xinyu could only meditate, sensing the world. At their level, a few years would pass with a little cultivation. Instead, they wouldn't have to suffer the pain of waiting. Tianyan City. Milan Restaurant. In a private room, Qin Feng's eyelids twitched. Mother is home, the edict has been opened. Qin Feng murmured, sensing something. Then, he continued his cultivation, comprehending the precious techniques of the 9 supreme bones within his body. The 9 bones, inscribed with runes, were fixed to Qin Feng's body. One was on his right arm, and one on his left arm. 3 were on his ribs, 2 on his right leg, and 2 on his left leg. They were distributed very evenly. Qin Feng clearly felt his strength rapidly increasing. A single punch was enough to shatter mountains and rivers. Combined with his already invincible physical body, he could easily defeat opponents of the same level, and even those beyond his own. Most terrifyingly, Qin Feng also possessed the 9 true words. Each word corresponded to one of the 9 palm prints. In short, he truly had no equal at his level. Is chapter 24 as handsome as that guy from before? However, to deal with the Chosen One, who requires the great perfection of the array formation realm, Qin Feng still needs to further comprehend his own treasured techniques before heading to the Azure Cloud sect. Before that, here in Heavenly Cloud City, he's been studying the Supreme Bones. Half a month later, the golden light on Qin Feng's body gradually dimmed. He had contained it. The 9 supreme bones had completely fused together. Hoo! Qin Feng exhaled and opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Knock knock knock. Sir, is anyone still here? Just then, outside the private room, the innkeeper led a guest into the room. Half a month had passed, and there had been no movement from inside. The people at the enchanting blue restaurant all assumed no one was there. Therefore, they were preparing to bring in a new guest. No one answered, they must be gone. The shopkeeper raised both hands and pushed hard against the wooden door. Thump, thump, thump. Instantly, a force rebounded, sending him staggering 3 steps back. What the hell? The shopkeeper was startled, his hands going numb. Beside him stood an old woman and a little girl. The old woman looked somewhat hunched over, while the little girl was full of life. A stark contrast indeed. Shopkeeper, what do you mean? There are clearly still people inside. You brought us here. The old woman frowned slightly, displeased. Her voice was hoarse, yet very intimidating. Grandma, let's forget it, let's go to another room. The little girl, seeing her grandmother about to get angry, quickly pleaded. Her childish voice was very clear. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. I'll get you a different room right away. The innkeeper, sweating profusely, quickly apologized. At the same time, he gave the little girl a grateful look. The old woman was the patriarch of the 10,000 Poison sect. Don't let her hunched appearance fool you, she was covered in poison. No one wanted to mess with her. Creak. Just then, the door to the private room opened. A child stepped out. The old woman looked closely and saw it was just a tiny, inexperienced child. However, he was dressed very elegantly, in a spotless white robe. His fair skin shimmered, and his eyes, like stars, were the envy of all. His hair was as black as night, straight and beautiful. So handsome. The little girl beside the old woman exclaimed. Little girl. The old woman's face froze for a moment before she called out. Then, pulling the little girl along, she headed towards the next private room. What's so handsome about a little kid? Don't be so unrefined next time. You're a girl, you need to be more reserved. The old woman continued to lecture the little girl as they walked. Her hoarse voice was somewhat eerie. Qin Feng clicked his tongue. Was he really that handsome? Manager, who were those two just now? Qin Feng asked. As the manager passed by again. Sir, I have no comment. Just don't mess with me. My little tavern can't afford any trouble. The innkeeper waved his hand, speaking with trepidation. On one side were the powerful siblings, and on the other, the patriarch of the 10,000 Poison sect and his granddaughter. He couldn't afford to offend either side. All right. Qin Feng waved his hand, indicating he could leave. For an innkeeper to keep his identity secret, one must either be incredibly powerful or incredibly influential. However, Qin Feng wasn't afraid at all, only slightly curious. Creak. Sister Lan, how strong is the opponent? Closing the door, Qin Feng spoke to the void. Young master, just a peak stage We'll See realm cultivator, nothing to worry about. A soft voice came from the void. We'll See realm, not bad. Qin Feng nodded. A We'll See realm cultivator is enough to be a king, holding a place in Kanglan Prefecture. They couldn't be an unknown nobody. Such a person lives next door. Young master, the opponent should be from the Myriad Poison sect. Skilled in using poison, peak stage We'll See realm. Ordinary Divine Palace realm cultivators wouldn't want to provoke them. Oh. Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. One of the three major powers in Kanglan Prefecture, the Myriad Poison sect. What are they doing here? Could it be, they want to befriend the Azure Cloud sect? Qin Feng frowned, guessing. Young master, should I go and capture them to question them? Hillen appeared in a flash from the void, speaking. As long as the young master nodded, she would act immediately. Ah, no need, no need. Qin Feng quickly waved his hand. Just keep an eye on them. If his guess was correct, the arrival of these two was related to the Chosen One. After all, the Chosen One possessed inherent fortune, attracting many powerful forces to befriend them. However, even if the three forces of Kanglan Prefecture combined their strength, Qin Feng could still take the Chosen One's head. Yes, young master. Hillen released her divine sense, enveloping the next room. No conversation, or even the slightest rustle of wind, could escape her perception. Next door. The old woman entered the house and began to perform hand seals facing the house. Separate the room. With overwhelming power, the old woman didn't even notice Hillen's divine sense. Grandma, why don't we go directly to the Qingyan sect? Why did we come here? The little girl's voice was clear and melodious as she asked. Little girl, you have to be careful when dealing with the Qingyan sect. Let's come to Tianyan City first and gather some information, just in case. Besides, this is a major event, your engagement to the young master of the Qingyan sect. Can we not make preparations? The old woman's voice was hoarse, tinged with affection. I don't want to be engaged to that so-called young master. It's all you adults who use me as a bargaining chip. HMPH. The little girl let out a soft snort, quite displeased, her eyes brimming with tears, looking pitiful. Little girl, be good. The young master of the Qingyan sect is a top-tier prodigy, a talent unparalleled in the last 1,000 years. Follow him, and you'll have a good life from now on. The old woman reached out her frail hand to wipe away the tears from the little girl's eyes, comforting her. Is he the young master of the Qingyan sect? The little girl suddenly grinned and asked, is he as handsome as the one from before? The patriarch of the 10,000 Poison sect. Next door. Helen glanced at the young master out of the corner of her eye. The conversation between the old man and the child just now. She heard everything clearly. Helen thought to herself, what trash. Trying to compare herself to my young master. Definitely not as handsome as my young master. Then, Helen spoke, telling Qin Feng everything she had just heard. Young master, it's as you said. They're all going to the Qingyan sect to arrange a marriage for that little girl. The betrothed is the young master of the Qingyan sect. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He knew the chosen one was blessed with extraordinary talent, but he never expected him to be so abnormal. How old is he, already engaged? What a script, truly a chosen one. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. However, he thought back to the day he was born. 10 empresses came to propose marriage. That scene was truly magnificent. Young master, according to what that old woman said, this young master of the Qingyan sect has some talent. Why not take him under your wing and have him assist you? Helen smiled and said, Helen, the young master of the Qingyan sect is named Mo Fan. He's more than just some talent, he's practically a monster. He has the 4th killing array and the 6th killing array engraved within his body. He also possesses a supreme divine weapon and abundant cultivation resources. My purpose here is to kill him alone. Qin Feng said calmly to Helen. Chapter 25. The hunt begins at the Azure Cloud sect, young master. How did you know all this so clearly? And, you killed him single-handedly. Helen, usually so composed, was startled, her voice filled with disbelief. The young master knew far too much. And his target was clear, he was hunting down the young master of the Qingyan sect. This child was only a few years old. And yet he was so formidable. It's a long story, I was born with the power of divination. I can foresee my future enemies and eliminate them beforehand to prevent future troubles. Qin Feng grinned, lying without batting an eye. Divining future enemies. Helen was speechless. Before, he killed Lin Zan. The young master had even pointed out the soul within Lin Zan. Now, it was the young master's turn to kill Mo Fan, the young master of the Qingyan sect. Everything had been calculated perfectly by the young master. This miraculous deduction was something Helen had never heard of before. Sister Lan, I've started cultivating. This cultivation might take a while. At least 3 years. If I haven't woken up in 3 years, wake me. After saying this, Qin Feng returned to his bed, simultaneously comprehending the Supreme Bone's magical technique and absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. Yes, young master. Helen responded and entered a semi-cultivation state. The first year of cultivation. Golden light emanated from Qin Feng's body, filling the entire room. Runes hung above his head. This continued for a month before gradually dissipating. The second year, the golden runes reappeared. This time, it lasted for 2 months before gradually dissipating. The third year, the golden runes reappeared. This time, they didn't dissipate, the runes seemed to have come alive. They all adhered to Qin Feng's body, cloaking him in a golden robe. The treasure technique, golden body of a single thought. Qin Feng exhaled, waking from his cultivation. Over 3 years, he had comprehended a supreme bone and obtained the treasure technique. Golden body of a single thought. As the name suggests, it's an invincible state. In this state, no attack is effective. It can be described as a divine stroke. With just a single thought, one can evade any attack. Even saints or great emperors cannot break this state. However, golden body of a single thought has a time limit. It can only be used once a month, and each use lasts for 3 seconds. Sister Lan. A month later, we'll set off for the Azure Cloud sect. Qin Feng trembled, absorbing all the golden light into his body, and said excitedly. At the same time, the effect of the golden body dissipated. Young master, what kind of magical technique are you cultivating? For a moment just now, I thought you had vanished. Neither my senses nor my divine sense could detect you. Helen patted her chest, alarmed. In 3 years, the young master had grown from 3 to 6 years old. He had also grown taller. However, his appearance remained childlike, with a head of straight, black hair. His eyes, like stars, were captivating. Sister Lan, that was called the golden body of a single thought. In the golden body state, even a great emperor couldn't harm me, I ignored all attacks. Qin Feng smiled slightly, proudly. Hillen was speechless. A 6-year-old child could ignore an emperor's attack. A fantasy, unheard of. Young master, these are your trump cards. Don't reveal them unless absolutely necessary, Hillen said with a serious expression. Sister Lan, according to you, I have countless trump cards, Qin Feng said, spreading his hands. 9 true words. 11 cave heavens. 9 supreme bones. Innate sacred body Tao embryo. A god-level villain. System. These are the trump cards among trump cards. The golden body of one thought is a special card. A surprise attack will surely catch the opponent off guard. Young master, you've been cultivating for so long. Once you've dealt with your future enemies, shouldn't we go home? Hillen looked out the window, her voice low. More than 3 years. If we don't go back soon, who knows how angry the Qingzhou Empress will be. Hillen shuddered at the thought. She was just a maid, a servant, taking the emperor's son everywhere. What if something happened? She couldn't bear the consequences. The longer time passed, the more frightened Hillen became. Sister Lan, let's go. Straight to the Qingyan sect. Qin Feng sensed Hillen's low spirits, stood up, and said. Even without the one-thought golden body, Qin Feng was confident he could kill the chosen one. He was inherently invincible. What enemy could he fear? Yes, young master. Hillen waved her hand, removing the barrier in the room. Finally, she could leave. She had been stuck in this dilapidated room for 3 years. Creak. Qin Feng opened the door that had been sealed for 3 years and stepped out. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted towards him. As luck would have it, an old woman was walking down the corridor with her granddaughter. Qin Feng looked up. The old woman was the same one from 3 years ago, and the girl was the same girl. However, she had grown considerably taller. She looked about 8 or 9 years old, a little taller than Qin Feng. The girl wore a light blue robe and had delicate features. She also had a faint, pleasant fragrance. What a coincidence. Qin Feng smiled faintly, waving and greeting her. What a coincidence. The little girl's gaze sharpened as she looked at Qin Feng, then softly replied. What a coincidence. Forgot what I told you. How can you respond to just anyone? The old woman was clearly displeased, scolding him. She then glared fiercely at Qin Feng. Young man, I'll let it slide since you're still a child. However, don't be so old-fashioned in the future. The old woman assumed this was a deliberate, staged encounter by Qin Feng. After all, the sound of them opening the door must have been there. And it was next door again. As long as the timing was calculated in advance, a chance encounter could be created. Ah, what? Qin Feng looked confused, completely bewildered. Old woman, I'll let it slide for now because you've been polite enough. At this moment, a voice sounded behind Qin Feng. The old woman looked towards the source of the voice and saw a girl of about 16 years old, standing gracefully. There wasn't a trace of spiritual energy emanating from her, as if she were one with the void. How strange. Returning to simplicity. The old woman was immediately startled, thinking to herself. Xiao Feng, let's go. Wei Lan placed a hand on Qin Feng's shoulder, causing a slight tremor in the air. Then, the two disappeared. Unconsciously, beads of cold sweat appeared on the old woman's face. What kind of background is this? Teleportation. Thank goodness, we didn't offend her. The old woman murmured softly, somewhat relieved. She was in a good mood today, preparing to take her granddaughter to the Qingyan sect. Besides, since the other party was just a child, she hadn't gone too far or used poison. That's why they survived. Grandma, was that woman very strong? The little girl asked, puzzled. Not just strong, but teleporting people instantly. That's very strong, very strong. Strong enough to kill us with a single slap. The old woman said confidently. Her hunched figure trembled slightly. Chapter 26 The Crazy Brat The Azure Cloud Sect. Standing atop a mountain. The majestic mountain, soaring into the clouds, is shrouded in misty mountain streams, its grandeur overwhelming. It's like a fairyland. From the foot of the mountain, a series of white jade steps leads upwards. Countless steps ascend. Looking up, it seems to stretch endlessly. Every 99 steps, 2 true disciples stand guard. Meanwhile, the Azure Cloud sect is filled with joy. For today is the day of the engagement between the young master of the Azure Cloud sect and the Wandu sect. Such an important day. Many sects have come to offer their congratulations. A long queue has formed from the foot of the mountain to the summit, like a winding, meandering serpent. Whoosh! A figure arrives at the foot of the mountain. What a lively scene! No wonder he's the chosen one, no, the chosen one of destiny. Qin Feng glanced at the crowd, inwardly marveling. The chosen one of destiny's engagement has attracted so many sects. While not as powerful as himself, his future is promising. Anyone who tries to step on me to become an emperor will die. No matter who you are. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he thought to himself. A chill ran through the crowd, and people around him turned to look behind them. This kid, how come he has such a powerful aura? He's acting like he stole his bride from the young master of the Qingyan sect. He's just a kid, he probably got impatient from waiting in line for so long. Two middle-aged men near Qin Feng muttered. Sending a child to participate in such a major event, isn't this a joke? Another middle-aged man glanced at Qin Feng with disdain. Qin Feng remained silent. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the mountain peak. Then, he carefully made his way up the queue, carefully avoiding the crowd. Hey kid, what are you doing? No matter which sect you're from, get in line. Just as he reached the first step, number 99, Qin Feng was stopped by a Qingyan sect disciple dressed in white. Why should I line up? I'm not here to congratulate you. Qin Feng shrugged. Not here to congratulate you. Then get the hell out of here. The Qingyan sect disciple's expression changed, his voice growing louder. Are you trying to make fun of me? You little brat. Get lost, don't hold me up while I'm on guard duty. Whoosh! A longsword was drawn, pointed at Qin Feng. Shut up. Qin Feng shook his head, then swung his right hand, throwing a punch. For those who spout nonsense without the substance, a bloody lesson is needed. Whoosh! The force of his punch created a gust of wind in the air. Boom! A deafening crash, the longsword shattered, and the man blocking the way exploded in blood and flesh. No superfluous movements, only a ferocious punch. Gah! One punch killed a true disciple of the Qingyan sect. Whose child is this? So fierce. The various sects lined up immediately fell into chaos. On the Qingyan sect's joyous day, someone dared to cause trouble. Wasn't this courting death? This child's strength is not bad. He's just wandered into the wrong scene. The Qingyan sect is not so easy to mess with. Someone in the crowd said. A child could break an opponent's longsword and kill a Qingyan sect disciple with a single punch. Indeed, it was terrifying, but this is the Qingyan sect. They watched with amusement, not stopping him, but rather finding it amusing. Mo fan of the Qingyan sect, come out and face your death. Qin Feng shook the blood off his hands and roared towards the mountain peak. His childish voice echoed through the heavens. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. They wanted to retort, but the words caught in their throats. They couldn't speak. Holy crap. Playing is playing, joking is joking, but don't joke with me. I have a heart condition. After a long while, an old man finally uttered a sentence. As he spoke, the old man clutched his chest, breathing rapidly. It was too shocking. A child, declaring that the young master of the Qingyan sect should come out and face his death. It felt like the heavens and earth were about to attack a forbidden zone, utterly absurd. He's gone mad. This child has gone mad. He killed a true disciple, and instead of running away, he's thinking of challenging Mo Fan. Huff, huff. After a long while, the commotion and rapid breathing gradually subsided. At the same time, the Qingyan sect disciples reacted. Dozens of figures stepped forward. Without further words, they drew their swords and attacked. Streams of spiritual energy crisscrossed, rushing towards the child. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sheer number of people and the overwhelming sword energy created a tidal wave. A bunch of trash. Qin Feng let out a soft shout, his body trembling, and a celestial realm appeared above his head. A phantom of a true dragon flew out from the celestial realm. Roar. The phantom of the true dragon roared. With a powerful swish of its tail, it created ripples that swept across the area. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, dozens of disciples were sent flying in all directions, their blood churning. PFF'd. At the same time, they coughed up blood. They were severely injured by the true dragon's aura. Even the sects that had come to offer their congratulations scattered, not daring to approach. A true dragon grotto heaven. This is too monstrous. After retreating several miles, a woman in a black robe exclaimed in shock. A true dragon grotto heaven is extremely rare. Could it be, this child has a powerful background? The old man's voice trembled slightly. Anyone who can open a grotto heaven with the blood of a true dragon must have a powerful figure supporting them. If such a child doesn't die young, their future is limitless. Ding, ding, ding. The chosen one, Mo Fan, is approaching. Host, please be careful. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Qin Feng's mind. He smiled faintly. The chosen one had finally shown himself. Such a commotion couldn't be ignored by the Qingyan sect. Especially Mo Fan, the chosen one. Today was his engagement day. How could they tolerate someone causing trouble on their territory? In 3 years, Mo Fan had grown from 14 to 17. A well-proportioned figure, with sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a powerful aura. A long blue robe adorned his body, embroidered with a golden dragon on the chest, highlighting the young master's unique status. Where did this brat come from, causing trouble in my Qingyan sect? Looking for death. Mo Fan, surrounded by the 9 elders, slowly descended the steps. Before the person arrived, the voice preceded them. The voice was like thunder, deep and powerful. The various sects queuing up immediately made way for them. At the same time, Qin Feng saw the arrogant young man. A large number appeared above the young man's head. Luck value plus 9999. Just a little bit more luck value, and he's about to break 10,000. Lin Zan's luck value is only 999. The difference between the chosen ones is truly astounding. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. System missions are never simple. The first chosen one was just an experience boost. Now, the real challenge begins. Ding. Host, please be careful. The chosen one, Mo Fan, possesses not only the 4th killing move and the 6th killing array, but also the 3rd killing array. His strength far surpasses what he had 3 years ago. After Mo Fan appeared, the system revealed his trump card. The 3rd killing array, truly insane. Qin Feng muttered to himself. The 3rd killing array, also known as the Chaos Killing Array, has been infamous since ancient times. To be able to inscribe such a killing formation within one's body without exploding and dying, only a chosen one could achieve this. Chapter 27. The chosen one gets his bride stolen. Luck value plus 9999. How many luck values will I get if I kill him? Qin Feng didn't back down. Instead, he was concerned about how much he would gain. Hunting the chosen one of luck, Mo Fan, luck value plus 1000. That's fine. 10 times more than Lin Zan. Qin Feng grinned, responding in his mind. He could eliminate a future enemy and gain 1/10 of the opponent's luck value. Why not? To outsiders, Qin Feng was grinning foolishly. He was probably intimidated by the powerful aura of the Qingyan sect's young master. Little brat, you killed a disciple of my Qingyan sect. End your own life. At this moment, the Qingyan sect's young master spoke, his deep voice carrying arrogance. A reborn great emperor, he possessed invincible confidence. If it weren't for today's joyous occasion, he would have slapped a whole bunch of these brats to death. Hey, Mo Fan, the great emperor reborn. The 3rd, 4th, and 6th killing arrays are engraved within his body. He possesses an unparalleled divine weapon. A childish voice rang out. Mo Fan's usually calm face twitched. At the same time, a strong killing intent flickered in his eyes. These secrets, even his father didn't know, yet, a brat revealed them. Nonsense. Kill him, and form an eternal alliance with my Qingyan sect. Mo Fan shouted to the various sects who had come to congratulate him. Young Master Mo, is this true? Someone in the crowd was tempted. Truly. Mo Fan replied without hesitation. Those who knew his secrets all had to die. He was hesitant to act because the other party was a child. However, using someone else to do the dirty work would achieve the same goal. Even more exhilarating. Alright, my Blazing Fire sect will take this job. My Northern Darkness sect will also give it a try. Since the young master of the Azure Cloud sect has spoken, my Lonely Mountain sect will naturally do its utmost to eliminate him. Suddenly, all the major sects were filled with murderous intent, turning their attention to Qin Feng. Among them were countless Inscription Realm cultivators and 7 Array Formation Realm cultivators. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. The great emperor's rebirth was truly a display of wisdom. With a simple sentence, he not only solved his own problem but also dragged other sects into the fray. Boy, don't be so impulsive next time. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for leaving this place. A middle-aged man stared at Qin Feng and said coldly. They didn't care much about harming a child. They showed no mercy. This is the cruel world of cultivation. Profit trumps everything. Qin Feng smiled faintly. You trash sects are better off not getting involved. Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Even facing numerous sects, Qin Feng maintained his invincible spirit. Though a million may oppose me, I will go. Whoosh. Grandma, it's so lively. Just then, two figures arrived, stepping through the air. The aura of peak stage We'll See realm cultivators made everyone feel oppressed. They were about to make a move, but were interrupted, and all turned to look at each other. Greetings, ancestor of the 10,000 Poison sect. Greetings, ancestor. Everyone bowed and greeted them. What a coincidence, little girl. Qin Feng saw the little girl, waved, and greeted her as well. As for the ancestor, he completely ignored it. The patriarch of the 10,000 Poison sect glanced at Qin Feng, his lips twitching. He thought to himself, how come I've run into this child again? What a coincidence. The little girl lowered her head and whispered, everyone. They were somewhat bewildered. Wasn't the 10,000 Poison sect and the Azure Cloud sect engaged? The 10,000 Poison sect had indeed arrived, but the engaged party and the troublemaker had greeted each other first. What kind of situation was this? The chosen one, Mo Fan, turned ashen-faced. Even when his background was exposed, he hadn't reacted this way. But his future wife was greeting someone else, and with such a shy demeanor, it infuriated him. Why aren't you making your move? What are you waiting for? Mo Fan shouted. Young master, rest assured, we will tear him to pieces. The Lord of the Blazing Fire sect cupped his hands in response. Then, she transformed into a streak of light, clenching her fist and attacking Qin Feng. The extreme speed brought with it a burst of flames. Her fist was ablaze with flames woven from spiritual energy. The patriarch of the myriad Poison sect, what's going on? They've only just arrived and they're already fighting. She waved her hand, and a wisp of spiritual energy materialized, forming a barrier in front of the Blazing Fire sect master. You can't touch him. The patriarch of the myriad Poison sect said calmly. Bang! The flames struck the barrier and were deflected. PFF'd. At the same time, the Blazing Fire sect master, jolted by the recoil, coughed up a mouthful of blood. The myriad Poison sect, what does this mean? The Blazing Fire sect master, pale-faced, roared. Then, pointing at Qin Feng, he said, this guy caused trouble at the Qingyan sect, threatening to kill the sect's young master, and now you're protecting him. Engaged. I think you want to get engaged to this kid. The last sentence struck a chord. Everyone was shocked by the intervention of the 10,000 Poison sect's patriarch. Greeting was one thing, but now he's protecting this child. Just a few disciples, is it really worth making such a fuss? Besides, to lay a hand on a child, are you truly a sect of Kandlin Prefecture? The old woman's attitude changed drastically, adopting a kind and amiable demeanor as she spoke. Then, the old woman looked at Qin Feng. Fellow Taoist, do you have a grudge against Mo Fan, the young master of the Qingyan sect? Qin Feng. No. Then why? The old woman was puzzled. I kill without a reason. If I really needed one, then I've taken a liking to his wife. Qin Feng said casually. His words caused a huge uproar. Everyone was stunned. Where did this brat come from? He's too arrogant. Stealing a bride from the young master of the Qingyan sect. Damn it. Playing is one thing, joking is another, but don't joke about stealing a bride. My heart isn't strong. A clamor erupted, like a tidal wave. Even the patriarch of the 10,000 Poison sect was stunned. This child, she couldn't afford to offend. But, he'd taken a liking to her granddaughter. After only 3 meetings, he'd come to the Qingyan sect to steal a bride. That was a bit much. The little girl beside the old woman's cheeks grew increasingly red. Girls. Having someone steal their bride was something to be proud of. Especially when the bride stealer was about her age and strikingly handsome. On the steps, Mo Fan, the young master of the Qingyan sect, was furious. He, the chosen one of destiny, a reborn great emperor, being robbed of his bride right before his eyes. The one who abducted the bride was a child. How could he tolerate this? What does the 10,000 Poison sect mean by this? Did they look down on my Azure Cloud sect? Or did they want to be my enemy? Mo Fan's deep voice rang out, carrying a hint of killing intent. Being robbed of his bride by such a disturbance, and the 10,000 Poison sect was even protecting them. This made Mo Fan consider taking action himself. Having roamed the ancient world, when had he ever felt so humiliated? Since the 10,000 Poisons sect was so ungrateful, there was no need to befriend them. Chapter 28 10 Heavenly Caves, who doesn't have them? Young friend Mo Fan, this. The patriarch of the 10,000 Poisons sect fell silent. She didn't know what to say. Protecting the child was for everyone's sake. Now, she was being falsely accused. She couldn't reveal that behind this child was a venerable, a peerless expert at the Saint Realm. Strong individuals generally didn't like others revealing their identities or whereabouts. Kill him, and I, Mo Fan, will forgive and forget. Otherwise, my Qingyan sect will sever all ties with the 10,000 Poison sect, never to have anything to do with them again. Mo Fan pointed at Qin Feng, looked at the old woman, and said finally, this was a way out for the 10,000 Poison sect. It was also Mo Fan's last act of goodwill. Young friend Mo Fan, I can't do that. You should do it yourself. The old woman hesitated for a moment before saying, she could accept the way out, but there were some people she couldn't afford to offend. A single saint is enough to overwhelm countless states, not to mention the myriad Poison sect. Good, 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 very good. Mo Fan was practically fuming, gritting his teeth. Stop, good, young friend Mo Fan, come down and fight. Qin Feng, mimicking the tone of the myriad Poison sect's patriarch, beckoned to Mo Fan and said, you've courted death, this young master will grant your wish. Even as a reborn great emperor, Mo Fan couldn't hold back. To be humiliated by a child, he had lost all face. Whoosh! Mo Fan took a step forward, and 10 grotto heavens appeared above his head, each one shimmered with vast light. 10 grotto heavens. The myriad Poison sect's old woman exclaimed in surprise. Upon seeing Mo Fan's grotto heavens, she felt a pang of regret, but there's no medicine for regret in this world. The 10,000 Poison sect has really gotten itself into trouble. A monstrous talent from one of the 10 great cave heavens has just slipped away like that. So hasty, so incredibly hasty. I also have a pure and innocent granddaughter. I'll find an opportunity to arrange a marriage between her and the Azure Cloud sect. The various sects looked at those 10 dazzling cave heavens, sighing with admiration. One sect, in particular, had already begun considering how to curry favor with the Azure Cloud sect. The talent displayed by the Azure Cloud sect's young master, Mo Fan, was enough to make countless sects envious. Sigh. Little girl, this is off. You won't blame me, will you? The old woman sighed, speaking to her granddaughter. Grandma, it's off. I'm finally free. Finally, I'm no longer your tool. The little girl wasn't sad at all. Instead, she was quite happy, dancing with joy. She didn't know the Azure Cloud sect's young master. She was merely a tool for a marriage alliance. Freedom was a luxury for her. Sigh. The old woman looked at her happy granddaughter. Sighing repeatedly and shaking her head. The girl is young and naive, those are 10 cave heavens. A symbol of a future great emperor. However, behind this brat is a Saint Realm expert. The myriad Poison sect dared not offend her at this moment, caught in a dilemma. They could only leave it to fate. Don't accuse me of bullying the young. This young master can crush you with just a cave heaven realm. At this moment, Mo Fan said confidently, how strong could a 5 or 6-year-old child be? Blood-moving realm. Cave heaven realm. Oh. Qin Feng responded casually. Then, a burst of light flashed above his head, and one cave heaven after another appeared. True Dragon Cave Heaven. Suani Cave Heaven. Phoenix Cave Heaven. Kunpeng Cave Heaven. Primordial Cave Heaven. 10 cave heavens appeared in succession before the display stopped. Holy crap. Is this even human? Playing is fine, but don't joke about cave heavens. My heart isn't strong. This kid, he also has 10 cave heavens. Are cave heavens free? Looking at Qin Feng's cave heavens, countless people went crazy. 2 monstrous geniuses appeared at once, both with 10 cave heavens. However, judging from their respective cave heavens, Qin Feng was far superior. Each cave heaven could crush Mo Fan. Especially the Chaos Cave Heaven, the Sun and Moon Cave Heaven, the Mountain and River Cave Heaven. They were incomprehensible and unfathomable to everyone. The other cave heavens also shocked them. To open a Kunpeng Cave Heaven, one needs not only talent, but also Kunpeng Essence Blood and Kunpeng Runes. The same applies to True Dragon and Phoenix Cave Heavens. Just who is this brat? He opened a cave heaven with so much ferocious beast essence blood. No wonder he's so arrogant towards the Qingyan sect, he has a trump card. I wonder if he's engaged yet. A wave of shock swept through the crowd. The attendants present were visibly breathing heavily. Some were filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, others were speechless with shock, their mouths agape. Some had stars in their eyes. The patriarch of the 10,000 Poisons sect, his eyes flashing with golden light, tugged at his granddaughter beside him and said, "Little girl, what do you think of this child? Do you like him?" The patriarch of the 10,000 Poisons sect trembled as if he had seen a new hope. "Grandma Tilda." The little girl blushed for a moment and pouted as she called out. The patriarch of the 10,000 Poisons sect, being an experienced man, immediately saw through the situation. Okay, Grandma will find a way for you," the old woman said excitedly. Then, her gaze fell on Qin Feng, as if she had seen a treasure, her eyes sparkling. 10 grotto heavens, like 10 blazing suns, dazzling and radiant. Mo Fan's body trembled slightly, his gaze somewhat astonished. 10 grotto heavens. A 5 or 6-year-old child. This child must die, otherwise, he will definitely become an obstacle when I become an emperor. Mo Fan muttered to himself. Just now he said that the grotto heaven realm could crush him. Now it seems that's not the case. He's been crushed instead. However, Mo Fan wasn't at the grotto heaven realm. He was at the great perfection of the array formation realm, just one step away from stepping into the Sea of Wheels realm. Sister Lan, seal the space. I don't want anyone to witness our battle. I also don't want anyone to interfere in our duel. Qin Feng spoke calmly to the void after revealing his inner space. Okay, Xiao Feng. With a pop, a young girl emerged from the void. The girl's aura was restrained, without a trace of spiritual energy emanating from her. Yet, everyone present felt dizzy, their blood freezing instantly. It's her, the saint from 3 years ago. The Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect exclaimed, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He had seen the girl before. They had met briefly 3 years ago. The Grand Elder had been shocked by the annihilation of 300 sword cultivators with a single finger, and then frightened away. Now, this girl had appeared. He panicked immediately. Young master, they are the siblings from 3 years ago. Didn't you say you wouldn't go to the Qingyan sect? Holy crap! The Grand Elder exclaimed, his eyes filled with panic. Annoying. The girl pointed a finger at the air. The Grand Elder of the Qingyan sect instantly disintegrated on the spot, turning into a pool of blood. Immediately, the sects that had come to offer their congratulations fell silent, each covering their mouths. They dared not speak. A deathly silence reigned, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The chosen one, Mo Fan, turned pale. A Saint Realm expert had actually come to their Qingyan sect. He casually annihilated a Grand Perfection Array Realm Elder. Such strength was terrifying. Logically, as the chosen one, he shouldn't have died so young. Something must be wrong. Chapter 29 The 9-syllable mantra. Devastating strike. After dealing with one elder, Hillen waved her hand lightly, and patterns descended from the sky. Space rippled, and a barrier instantly formed, enveloping Qin Feng and Mo Fan within it. Outsiders couldn't see what was happening inside. Those inside, however, could see the every move of everyone outside. Under everyone's gaze, the two prodigies vanished instantly, eerily. The girl, having done all this, disappeared as well. Holy crap! This is incredible. Are these two siblings going to dominate Kanglan Prefecture? One is a saint, the other a future emperor. The Qingyan sect is finished. Only after Hillen disappeared did the uproar begin to rise. Mo Fan, inside the barrier, could hear the sounds outside. When he heard that the Qingyan sect was finished, his face paled. The chosen one of destiny, imprisoned. The opponent was a 6-year-old child. A child, though talented, was not a threat at present. What Mo Fan feared was the young girl. The girl hadn't made a move, but the psychological pressure she exerted on him remained. Mo Fan, the reborn great emperor. The child of destiny. Qin Feng spoke calmly. To kill his opponent, disrupting his mind was extremely important. Everything he had done before was to attack and defend Mo Fan's mind. To make his mentality unstable, so that he would reveal a weakness during the battle. Huff, huff. Mo Fan's breathing became somewhat heavy. The identity of the child of destiny was absolutely unknown to anyone. But this child knew him inside and out, causing him to panic for a moment. A movable king's seal. Seeing this, Qin Feng immediately attacked. His hands formed a hand seal, and countless streams of qi and blood surged forth. The qi and blood condensed in his palms and exploded instantly. A colossal hand, carrying the force of millions of pounds, swept across the sky. Before Mo Fan could react, the hand was already upon him. He could only extend his hands, conjuring runes to block. Boom! A deafening roar. The runes shattered, and Mo Fan staggered back 3 meters, his eyes filled with horror. Ancient Great Art, one of the 9 true words, the immovable King's Seal. Mo Fan was merely a figure from ancient times. He understood ancient methods, and he recognized the ancient Great Art. That was why he was so horrified. Ancient methods could only be learned through sudden enlightenment, and this child had used an ancient Great Art right from the start. Outer Lion's Seal. Qin Feng didn't care about anything else. Taking advantage of Mo Fan's shock, he struck again. Villains always die from talking too much. Qin Feng wasn't going to waste time with him. This palm strike was even more terrifying than the previous immovable King's Seal, its power several times stronger. Roar. A blood-red lion formed from condensed blood and qi roared past. A cloud of blood mist swirled, filling the entire barrier. Another ancient technique. Mo Fan felt numb. Furthermore, he felt somewhat restrained, fearing that the girl might deliver a fatal blow from the shadows. Damn it! Spirit Body Secret Technique. Mo Fan silently chanted, runes surging in his hands. With a whoosh, his flesh and blood body split in 2. Both bodies were almost tangible, yet only one was the true body. Bang! Bang! Qin Feng's outer lion seal struck the illusory body, and finally crashed into the barrier. At the same time, Mo Fan, the chosen one, struck. A dazzling longsword appeared in his right hand. An ancient and desolate aura immediately emanated from it. A supreme divine weapon. Qin Feng smiled faintly, retrieving the starry sky ancient sword from the first cave. Whoosh! The starry sky ancient sword emitted a brilliant light as it flew out. The 2 supreme divine weapons intertwined, clashing against each other. Hiss! Mo Fan gasped. He hadn't expected his opponent to also possess a supreme divine weapon. What was this weapon, that it so easily countered him? Fortunately, he still had his killing formation. Mo Fan unleashed his killing move. 6th Killing Formation, Earthly Fiend Killing Formation, activate. Twisted runes floated from Mo Fan's chest, enveloping Qin Feng within them. The terrifying baleful aura was enough to drive a Grand Perfection Realm expert in array formation mad, and the endless killing intent was enough to make someone lose their mind. Ding! Baleful aura and killing intent intrusion ineffective, rebounded. The system was already permanently entrenched in Qin Feng's mind. The baleful aura had barely entered when it was repelled. It couldn't tolerate any nonsense entering. Qin Feng grinned, trying to invade his sea of consciousness. Dream on. Inner Lion's Seal. Qin Feng's hands changed, unleashing his 3rd palm strike, a palm print of the fight mantra. This palm strike contained more internal energy than the Outer Lion's Seal. Both were ancient techniques, yet each strike was more powerful than the last. Because, the further it progressed, the more blood and energy it extracted. Only a freakish physique like Qin Feng's could withstand it. Boom! The palm print struck from his small hand, producing a deafening roar. Then, a mighty force swept across the sky, striking Mo Fan squarely in the chest. Bang! 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 Mo Fan shuddered, an explosion resounding from his chest. Having released his killing array, he was caught off guard and struck by the terrifying palm print. In that instant, he realized the terrifying power of the ancient technique. A force of millions of pounds, along with countless invisible ancient runes, tore his flesh apart. That's right, the runes contained within the ancient technique were invisible to the naked eye. Only by being struck could one feel its terror. Thump! Mo Fan crashed heavily into the barrier. The barrier remained unmoved, and he was thrown back. PFF'd. Even someone as powerful as him, at the peak of the array formation realm, coughed up blood, his face deathly pale. His chest felt as if it had been struck by a giant mountain. A dull, unbearable pain. At the same time, ancient runes tore at his flesh. The 3rd Killing Array, the Chaos Killing Array, activate. Mo Fan knew he couldn't delay any longer and immediately unleashed his strongest killing array. Thump thump thump. The moment the 3rd Killing Array was activated, Qin Feng was forced back more than 10 steps. Each step left a shallow footprint on the steps. Chaotic energy permeated the barrier. The 3rd Killing Array, Qin Feng murmured. Then, he activated the Chaos Cave Heaven and activated the Devouring Heaven Emperor. Technique. He swallowed the opponent's chaotic energy into the Cave Heaven. Whoosh! As soon as the Chaos Cave Heaven appeared, a violent suction force formed a vortex, rapidly absorbing the energy. The runes released by the third killing array were extremely terrifying. Without the barrier to isolate them, it would definitely cause celestial phenomena. Even if Qin Feng opened his Chaos Cave Heaven, it could only reduce the oppressive force. It couldn't directly obliterate the runes of the third killing array. Bang bang bang. The runes arranged themselves into an array, tearing apart Qin Feng's flesh and blood. At the same time, Qin Feng's heavenly silkworm armor continuously flashed with light. Thump. The soft clothing was incredibly tough. The runes touched it and instantly bounced back. It wasn't that the third killing array was weak, but rather that Qin Feng possessed an innate holy body and Dao embryo, coupled with the heavenly silkworm armor. It was extremely difficult to harm him. Immovable King Seal, Outer Lion Seal, Inner Lion Seal. Qin Feng's hands moved rapidly, unleashing the three mantras, Lin, Ding, Do, simultaneously. Boom. 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 Three ancient palm prints slammed down on Mo Fan. A muffled thump resounded. The chosen one was instantly killed. Chapter 30 Young Master, I'm sorry, I went too far. Three seals were unleashed simultaneously. They drained Qin Feng's vital energy. Even with his immense strength, he was now weakened. The protective barrier above his head teetered precariously. Twisted runes still lingered within the barrier. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the chosen one, Mo Fan. Reward. Plus 1000 luck points. The system voice rang out. Qin Feng saw his dark luck points fluctuate slightly. A long, seemingly endless number. The last 4 points decreased by 1,000. A drop in the ocean, negligible. No way. Qin Feng shook his head. He had exhausted so much vital energy and ancient techniques. Slaying a chosen one, the villain's dark luck points had only decreased by a tiny bit. Ding. Reward for hunting the chosen one. 10 drops of ancient emperor's essence blood. Distributed. Before he could even think, the system's reward arrived again. 10 drops of ancient emperor's essence blood. Each drop released a scalding heat, melting into Qin Feng's body, replenishing the blood and energy he had just consumed. Just one drop was enough to fill Qin Feng's blood and energy completely. The other 9 drops floated in his dantian. With a mere thought, Qin Feng could melt them all. But Qin Feng dared not. So much ancient emperor's essence blood, a slight misstep would cause him to explode and die. Even a god couldn't save him. Sister Lan, withdraw from the barrier. Qin Feng shouted, his voice full of energy. He showed absolutely no signs of fatigue after the battle. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Steps of patterns vanished into the world. The aura of the chaos killing array continued to radiate in all directions. Twisted runes slowly returned to the world. Within the ravaged barrier, only a pool of blood remained. The Qingyan sect was now without a young master. As for the supreme divine weapon, Qin Feng had once again put it away. It was merely an unclaimed item. My son, Mo Fan, possesses the potential of a great emperor. Who dares to cause trouble in my Qingyan sect? The barrier had just dissipated when Qin Feng heard a booming voice. The voice came from the summit of the Qingyan sect. A middle-aged man strode down, head held high and chest puffed out. This man was none other than Mo Zihan, the master of the Qingyan sect. He had been boasting in the main hall, my son has the potential to become an emperor. But a disciple reported that someone was causing trouble. He immediately came down. Even before he arrived, that familiar voice rang in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the pool of blood, then at the arrogant and domineering leader of the Qingyan sect, speechless. My son, Mo Fan, has the potential to become an emperor. Have you lost your mind? Forget it, the Qingyan sect is finished. What's the point of congratulating him? Let's go back to our sects. The potential to become an emperor died prematurely. The sects that had come to offer their congratulations all left. With the death of the chosen one, the fortunes of the Qingyan sect were clearly declining. Sister Lan, let's go home. Qin Feng spoke to the void without a trace of pity. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. Moreover, as a god-level villain, if she didn't work hard, she would only be trampled underfoot by the chosen one. Then, she would be the one to suffer. Okay. Hillen flashed out. No one noticed that her face was covered in cold sweat. Young master, at the inscription realm, is fighting against a perfected array formation realm expert. What if something goes wrong? How will she explain this when she gets back? Several times, she wanted to intervene and kill Mo Fan with a single slap. However, young master had instructed her beforehand that she must not interfere under any circumstances. Qing, where the hell are you? Qin Feng took out his communication stone and shouted into it. A corner of Kanglan Prefecture, Qingluan, disguised as a girl in green, was beating up a baboon king. Suddenly, a voice came from her waist. Bang! Startled, she jolted and accidentally killed the baboon king with a single punch. Damn it! Young master. Qing quickly took out her communication stone and asked, Young master, where are you? Qingyan sect. The communication stone spoke again. Yes, young master, I'll be right there. Qing replied, then carefully put away the communication stone. Qingyan sect. Whoosh! Qing's graceful figure transformed into a gigantic azure phoenix. Ku! I killed your king, I am your new king. Next time you see me, call me King Qing. The azure phoenix soared into the air, loudly proclaiming to the trembling beasts. There was no other way, time was running out. Otherwise, she would have had to train these monkeys. Whoosh! Its enormous form blotted out the sky, creating a raging storm. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the saint-level divine beast Azure Phoenix vanished. New king, take care. The baboons trembled, their eyes filled with terror. Under absolute power, they had no choice but to submit. At the foot of Qingyan Sect Mountain, Qin Feng put away the communication stone, vaguely hearing something about king. Before he could hear clearly, the patriarch of the 10,000 Poison Sect, along with her granddaughter, stepped forward to greet him. This fellow Taoist is talented. At such a young age, you've already killed the young master of Qingyan Sect. I wonder if you're engaged. The old woman shamelessly asked. To be betrothed to the future emperor would be an immense opportunity. Grandma Tilda. The little girl's delicate cheeks flushed as she called out. Grandma was bringing up engagement again. How could she say something like that directly? Qin Feng. No, not at all. However, I'm still young and don't want to think about such things. Qin Feng's tone was tactful, neither refusing nor agreeing. The little girl was quite pretty, she'd definitely grow up to be a beauty. However, Qin Feng dared not act rashly. 10 empresses have proposed marriage to her. Each one is stunningly beautiful and invincible, especially the Empress of the underworld, who dotes on her immensely. She showers her with all sorts of treasures without hesitation. That's true, the old woman said, her face slightly embarrassed. Beside her, a hint of disappointment flickered in the little girl's eyes. Grandma, why are you bringing this up again? HMPH. The little girl gave a soft snort, expressing her dissatisfaction. Although the other party was quite handsome, powerful, and probably had a terrifying background, they had only met 3 times. It was too abrupt to propose marriage. Ku, young master. At this moment, a voice came from the sky. A gigantic azure phoenix divine beast descended from the heavens. Whoosh! The divine beast, the azure phoenix, instantly appeared before Qin Feng, transforming into a young girl in green. Young master, I'm sorry, I went too far. The girl in green grinned and said. As she spoke, she bowed slightly, extremely respectful. A saint-level divine beast, the Azure Phoenix. The patriarch of the 10,000 Poison Sect was greatly surprised. Such a divine beast was extremely rare. Yet, the Azure Phoenix bowed to the child and acted like a servant. So, what exactly was this child's identity? Chapter 31 The Empress gets angry. A saint-level Azure Phoenix divine beast actually called that child, young master. This was utterly shocking. Could it be that the other party was the emperor's son? A panicked thought arose in the old woman's mind. The sects that had left were also startled by this address of young master. That was a saint-level divine beast, the Azure Phoenix. A fully grown divine beast. Let's go home, Qin Feng said with a calm smile. Yes, young master. The Azure Phoenix responded. Then, its figure flashed, transforming into a gigantic Azure Phoenix. Bright rays of light shone, and each azure feather flowed with runes. It was dazzlingly beautiful. At the same time, Hillen, carrying Qin Feng, flashed onto the Azure Phoenix's back. Let's go. The Azure Phoenix reminded them, then transformed into a white light and disappeared before the astonished gazes of the crowd. Holy crap. A Azure Phoenix divine beast mount, just who is this kid? So cool. Countless people exclaimed in amazement. On the steps of the Azure Cloud sect, only one person was dumbfounded. My son, Mo Fan, has the potential to become a great emperor. Impossible. My Azure Cloud sect is destined to be the #1 sect in the future. On the steps, Mo Zihan muttered incoherently. At this moment, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. His middle-aged face aged decades in an instant. Wrinkles suddenly appeared. His eyes lost their color, no longer displaying their previous arrogance. My son, Mo Fan has the potential to become a great emperor. My son, PFF'd. Mo Zihan's voice trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. As he spoke, his confidence waned, his legs trembled, and he collapsed onto the steps. The Qin family, an ancient and powerful clan. The Qin family's forbidden ground. The Qingqiu Empress suddenly opened her eyes. She felt the precious robe she had sewn herself emitting a strong fluctuation. The fluctuation was originating in the direction of Kanglan Prefecture. This unsettled her, causing her to immediately snap out of her cultivation state, her face slightly pale. Xiaofeng won't be in trouble, will he? Kanglan Prefecture. No, I have to go there myself. The Qingqiu Empress, Yi Xinyu, was still worried. With a whoosh, she straightened up. Then, a terrifying aura emanated from her body, causing the thousands of formations above the forbidden ground to temporarily cease functioning. The next second, the Qingqiu Empress, Yi Xinyu, stepped out of the Immortal Prefecture. She arrived directly at the next prefecture. Her speed was hundreds of times that of the Azure Phoenix. The mount was merely a symbol. The speed of the Great Emperor was far beyond what the mere Azure Phoenix could match. In about half a day, Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingqiu arrived at the edge of Kanglan Prefecture. At the same time, she sensed Xiao Feng's aura, as well as his mount, the Azure Phoenix, and his maid, Hillen. The two people and the divine beast were traveling at high speed. They were chatting and laughing, thoroughly enjoying themselves. There was no danger. Suddenly, Qin Feng, on the Azure Phoenix's back, twitched slightly at the corner of his eye, and his smile gradually faded. The Azure Phoenix also swayed in midair, trembling violently. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. Hillen was the first to react, kneeling in midair. Her face was somewhat pale, and she tried to keep her head bowed as low as possible. This departure had lasted for more than 3 years, and even the Empress herself had gone out to search for them. They must be in dire straits. Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress. The usually mischievous Qingqing knelt down earnestly like a well-behaved child. Although not in human form, her claws naturally curved in the air. Mother, why are you here? Qin Feng grinned. Are you all right, son? Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingqiu ignored Hillen and Qingluan, asking Qin Feng with concern. Her son had grown quite a bit taller, and his strength had also increased to the inscription realm. His cultivation level hadn't fallen, she just didn't know if it had been forcibly raised. No, I'm fine, Qin Feng replied. That's good, that's good. Yi Xinyu breathed a sigh of relief. Then, her tense expression gradually disappeared. She said, if you're all right, hurry home, or I'll teach you a lesson. Hillen, Qingqing, the child is ignorant, but aren't you ignorant too? Go back and lock yourself in confinement. After speaking, Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingqiu transformed into a streak of azure light and vanished. Hillen and Qingqing were pale, their faces filled with helplessness. What was bound to happen had finally happened. Qingqing, we're doomed, more confinement. Young master, you have to stand up for us. You're the one who dragged us out. Wah! The mighty divine beast Qingluan was now feigning tears. Young master, Hillen wanted to say something, but hesitated. Qin Feng knew it was all his fault. However, his mother's tone had been very resolute. Helping them was a difficult task. Don't worry, I'll find a way. Qin Feng reassured them. In reality, he himself was in trouble. He knew he'd get a good beating when he got back. The joy that had been building between the two women and the beast vanished instantly. Only the sound of the Azure Phoenix flapping its wings echoed through the air. Hillen, being more refined, wanted to ask her young master to plead for them, but couldn't bring herself to speak. 1 month later, they arrived in the Immortal State, the Qin family's forbidden grounds. From afar, the Qin family compound was shrouded in countless arrays, its beautiful mountains and rivers all contained within. Ordinary people could not enter. Only the Qin family's token could activate the arrays and grant entry. Hillen casually waved her hand. A token traced out profound runes, intertwining with the arrays. A moment later, a gap appeared in the arrays. Then, the Azure Phoenix, carrying the two, flashed into the Qin family compound. They immediately went to the Qin family's forbidden grounds. Atop a beautiful mountain within the forbidden grounds, a mansion stood proudly. Before the mansion, the Empress of Qingzhou stood with her hands behind her back, watching the return of the two people and the beast. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Empress." Qingluan and Hilin knelt simultaneously. "Mother." Qin Feng also called out. Yi Xinyu nodded, expressionless. 3 years have passed, and you still know to come back. If I didn't go looking for you, were you planning not to come back? The mother's voice carried a hint of anger. Hilin and Qingqing fell silent, their breathing becoming rapid, their knees trembled. Except for Qin Feng, both of them were covered by a thin layer of divine aura, exuding immense pressure. You too, go and be confined. 5 years. The Qingzhou Empress glanced at the two women and said calmly. Your Majesty the Empress, we were wrong. Please spare me. Qingqing's beautiful face changed drastically, and she quickly begged for mercy. Hilin gritted her teeth and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Wait. Qin Feng hesitated for a long time before stepping forward. Mother, they both accompanied me to protect me. Thanks to Hilin and Qingqing along the way. Mother, calm down. With that, Qin Feng quickly stepped forward, forcing a bright smile. Qingqing's expression softened slightly upon seeing her young master's help. The oppressive aura emanating from Hilin gradually diminished. Since that's the case, then I'll punish you. The oppressive force shifted to Qin Feng. Instantly, Qin Feng staggered, his body bound by a force, unable to move. You two, step back first. If you dare to act recklessly again, no amount of pleading will help. Empress Yi Xinyu's voice softened considerably. Qingqing, Your Majesty, young master is still young, please punish me instead. Hilin is willing to be punished. It's my fault, please don't punish young master, okay? Since their young master is taking the punishment for them, how could the two women dare to back down? Are you going to put on an act with me? Or did we already discuss a plan along the way? Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou smiled and said. That smile was breathtakingly beautiful, yet utterly domineering. Chapter 32 14 years old, coming of age ceremony, we wouldn't dare. Hilin and Qingqing said simultaneously. Then step back. Yi Xinyu waved her hand, her tone resolute. Yes, Your Majesty. The two women exchanged a glance, then looked at the young master who was enduring the oppressive force, and helplessly lowered their heads, speaking respectfully. Then, with hearts full of unease, they slowly retreated. This time, they had escaped a calamity, however, the young master was definitely in trouble. Mother, could it be for real? Qin Feng trembled, runes appearing and pressing down on his body. The ancient runes suppressed his inscription realm. Every inch of his flesh and blood was enduring immense pressure. Not bad, your inscription realm is quite solid. 3 years, you haven't wasted any time. The oppressive aura emanating from Yi Xinyu slowly dissipated as she finished speaking. She was merely testing whether Qin Feng had slacked off during these 3 years. Fortunately, it was much better than expected, especially that incredibly strong physique, far stronger than when he was younger. Mother, are you not angry anymore? Qin Feng smiled slightly. Am I angry? You little rascal, next time you go out, you have to tell me where you're going. This edict you left behind says absolutely nothing. I really want to give you a good spanking. Saying this, she took out the edict Qin Feng had left behind, which contained only a few hastily written words, and a portrait of the Qingzhou Empress. Mother, Xiao Feng knows he was wrong. Next time you'll definitely explain clearly. Qin Feng readily admitted his mistake. As he spoke, he grabbed his mother's arm and shook it repeatedly, displaying his innocent and adorable side. All right, if I say there will be punishment, then naturally there will be punishment. Otherwise, where is the imperial authority? Go, copy the original true explanation 100 times. The Empress of Qingzhou slapped Qin Feng, sending him crashing into her mansion. Then, a copy of the original true explanation, covered in inscriptions, appeared before him. The original true explanation, the Divine Guidance chapter, each inscription was obscure and difficult to understand. Just one glance made Qin Feng feel dizzy and lightheaded. Ah, copying homework. I never expected to receive such punishment in this world. Qin Feng roared in his mind, his mouth agape. Copying a textbook. That happened many years ago. Whoosh. Brush, ink, paper, and inkstone appeared before him. Don't even think about leaving the house until you've copied it 100 times. At the same time, his mother appeared beside him, affirming. I don't understand. It's alright, I'll teach you. The original, true solution is not something anyone can see, let alone copy it 100 times. This single true solution, if scattered throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, would be enough to cause countless giants to fight tooth and nail, their families destroyed. The reason why the Queen of Qingzhou made Qin Feng copy it 100 times. The intention was to help him grasp the profound mysteries of the original true meaning. To accelerate your progress in the inscription realm, so you can inscribe your own unique inscriptions. However, the Queen of Qingzhou was unaware that Qin Feng already possessed 9 supreme bones, enough for him to comprehend them for some time. Time flies like a song. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng was only 3 days away from turning 14. That morning, Qin Feng finally emerged from his residence, 8 years of copying texts 100 times. Creak. Pushing open the door, Qin Feng inhaled the air on the lawn and couldn't help but spread his arms wide. I'm finally out. It was awful. I copied textbooks for 8 years, I almost broke. The voice was deep, resonant, and magnetic. Meanwhile, a young man's body appeared, with a handsome face and fair skin. It shimmered in the morning light. His eyes, like the vast ocean of stars, were bright and sparkling, like jewels. He wore a white robe, his long, flowing black hair cascading over his shoulders and then hanging straight down. The original text he had copied for 8 years. Qin Feng's understanding of runes had reached a new level. While copying, Qin Feng was also studying the runes within the Supreme Bone. The combination of the two allowed Qin Feng to comprehend the Supreme Bone's precious techniques even faster. In these 8 years, he had comprehended 4 great precious techniques. His strength had increased dramatically. All right, stop yelling. In 3 days, it will be your coming-of-age ceremony. I've already informed your dear sisters. They should be arriving soon. The voice of his mother came from behind Qin Feng. In the Qin family, 14 years old is adulthood, the age to marry and have children. Many 14-year-old boys and girls enter the marriage hall on their coming-of-age day. The coming of age of the emperor's son. It's bound to cause a huge uproar throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 10 empresses can't sit still. After coming of age, Qin Feng can make decisions on many things. For example, who he gets engaged to and becomes his Taoist partner. Mother, our sister Bai and the others coming too. They must bring me gifts. Hee hee. Qin Feng chuckled. 8 years have passed, and all 10 empresses have visited Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng wants to copy the original true explanation. He couldn't play with them. Among them, Empress Bai Moyan of the underworld visited most frequently. She also brought quite a few gifts. By the way, is father coming back? Qin Feng asked, his expression slightly somber. He was almost an adult, yet he still hadn't seen his father. Moreover, his mother never told him about his father's whereabouts or deeds. This made his father a mystery in Qin Feng's heart. He can't come, however, your father has already sent me a message saying he has prepared a gift for you. A super big gift, Yi Xinyu said. Sigh. I don't lack gifts, I just want to see father's face. Qin Feng sighed and walked out of the mansion. Watching Qin Feng's figure, Yi Xinyu shook her head helplessly. It's all that damned forbidden zone, that ominous red-haired monster's fault. Sooner or later, I'll wipe out the 10 forbidden zones. In the other world, Yi Xinyu clenched her fists, murmuring to herself. If it weren't for the forbidden zones, her child's father wouldn't have remained absent even after Qin Feng came of age. If it weren't for the ominous influence, she wouldn't have stopped progressing. Even the 9 heavens and 10 earths wouldn't be unable to enter the immortal realm. Hillen. Arriving outside the mansion, Qin Feng habitually called out to the void. Young master, I'm here. The void rippled, and a 16-year-old girl instantly appeared. Hillen wore a pale yellow dress, her face delicate and refined. Looking at her grown-up young master, she couldn't help but blush slightly. So handsome. How could someone be so handsome? No wonder, all 10 empresses came to propose marriage. Young master, thank you for your hard work in helping Qingqing and me shoulder all the burdens. Hillen bowed deeply and said, Sister Lan, it was I who dragged you out in the first place. Besides, mother punished me for my own good. Qin Feng waved his hand casually. Chapter 33 The 6th rank Child of Destiny, the ferocious beast Zhu Yan. The so-called punishment. It was merely a trial for Qin Feng. Let him understand more runes and inscribe patterns within his bones. The original explanation. It is the most primitive type of rune, infinitely profound. It is divided into 3 parts. the guide to the gods, the transcendence, and the ultimate. Unfortunately, the Qin family only possesses the guide to the gods section. There was no further news. Young master, regardless of the circumstances, congratulations on regaining your freedom. Hillen smiled elegantly and said. The child of yesteryear had now become a teenager. He had grown taller, a head taller than her. Most importantly, he was incredibly handsome. Who wouldn't be captivated by such a face? Hillen had cultivated for thousands, even tens of thousands of years, and this was the first time she had ever seen such a perfect person. Yes, regaining your freedom is truly a rare privilege. By the way, Hillen, it's been 8 years. Did you miss me? Qin Feng stared at Hillen and asked. 8 years had passed, and Hillen looked exactly the same, unchanged. Perhaps this was the eternal youth of cultivators. Hillen was easily embarrassed, and Qin Feng's question left her speechless. Yes. Her face flushed shyly. Hillen managed to utter a single word. After speaking, she vanished into the void, afraid that the young master would see her flushed cheeks. Why are you hiding again? I really don't know what kind of cultivation technique you practice. Hide and seek, absolutely invincible. Qin Feng grinned, quite speechless. Meanwhile, in the void, Hillen's face was as red as an apple. For some reason, her heart was beating faster than usual. Hillen, what are you thinking about? You are just a maid, don't have any improper thoughts. Hillen mentally questioned herself. After a long while, she regained her composure. The young master was the son of the Empress, exceptionally talented, and 10 Empresses had come to propose marriage. What was she, a mere maidservant like Hillen, worth? However, she was already quite content to grow alongside the young master. Pop! The void rippled, and Hillen reappeared. Young master, did you need something? Hillen asked. Come with me on a trip. Hillen's mouth gaped open, quite shocked. Young master, your punishment has just ended, and you're going out again. Aren't you afraid? It's all right, just 2 days this time. Qin Feng said calmly. Okay. Hillen breathed. A sigh of relief. 2 days away wouldn't be a big deal. At most, she'd be moving around the Qin family's area. Let's go, to the Misty Forest. Qin Feng told Wei Lan his purpose for the trip. The Misty Forest. It's only about 1,000,000 miles from the Qin family. Mountains crisscross, ancient trees have gnarled roots, and a light mist shrouds the sky. It's like a fairyland. The Misty Forest is vast and boundless, teeming with ferocious beasts. However, the strongest among them is only at the Venerable Realm. Nothing to fear. After all, how could they tolerate powerful beasts sleeping soundly on their own doorstep? The reason Qin Feng wanted to go to the Misty Forest was because the system mission had arrived again. The chosen one of destiny, the ferocious beast Zhu Yan, located in the Misty Forest, at the great perfection of the inscription realm. Age. Newly born, can be tamed. Long-term increase in Qi luck value. Do not hunt it, its Qi luck value exceeds level 6, too terrifying. Mission duration, 6 months. This is the information about the Chosen One provided by the system. The Chosen One isn't just a human, even ferocious beasts can be favored by heaven. And here it is, right at their doorstep, a Chosen One has appeared. Moreover, it's the most terrifying kind. A 6th-tier Chosen One. Even Mo Fan is only a 1st-tier Chosen One. Compared to him, Zhu Yan is truly blessed by heaven. Fortunately, the ferocious beast Zhu Yan has only just been born. It should be easy to deceive. A short while later, Qin Feng and Wei Lan appeared above the Misty Forest. Here, all was silent. Ancient trees stood tall, green grass carpeted the ground, and spiritual energy permeated the air. A beam of light descended from the sky, radiating intense light. The light was located in the center of the ancient forest. Countless demonic beasts knelt before it. Some of the demonic beasts, mistaking it for a supreme treasure or divine weapon, rushed toward the beam of light. A horde of beasts surged forth. Hillen, hold off the monsters for me. Leave the rest to me. Qin Feng stood side by side with Hillen, patted her shoulder, and said, Hillen, yes, young master. Immediately, Hillen waved her delicate hand, and terrifying streams of spiritual energy blocked the beast horde. You mortal beasts, do not approach. What my young master desires is not something you can covet. Hillen raised her voice, shouting at the beast horde. Instantly, the ferocious beasts were forced back several meters by the sound. Then, they looked up at the sky. They saw a man and a woman standing in the void. The man was a handsome young man, dressed in flowing white robes. The woman was a young girl, wearing a pale yellow dress. The crucial point was that many of the monsters recognized this girl. The maidservant of the Qingqiu Empress. Her strength was unparalleled, unmatched below the great emperor level. They were only at the venerable realm, utterly incapable of intervening, and the young master the maidservant spoke of must be that white-robed youth, the emperor's son. Awoo! It seems this treasure has once again fallen into the Qin family's hands. There's nothing we can do, we're under their roof, we have to bow our heads. So be it, so be it. Sighs rose from among the ferocious beasts. They couldn't afford to offend the Qin family. A mere maidservant could sweep across an entire realm, let alone this small misty forest. Moreover, the Empress was in her own home. Displeasing her would cause the entire heavens and earth to tremble. Fairy Hillen, could the one beside you be the Emperor's son? A ferocious beast asked. Yes. Hillen nodded gently. Greetings, Imperial Prince. Upon learning Qin Feng's identity, the ferocious beasts all knelt on one knee and shouted to him. Rise. Qin Feng enveloped his voice in spiritual energy and addressed the countless beasts. His clear and melodious voice carried for 30 miles. Since the Imperial Prince has come in person, the treasures naturally belong to him. We will not interfere. A ferocious beast at the venerable realm transformed into human form and spoke. A venerable realm expert was considered a powerful figure in this misty forest, but compared to the Qin family, they were far inferior. I have no objection. After all, we are under the Qin family's protection even while we are on the outskirts. For tens of thousands of years, not a single strong individual has dared to set foot in our misty forest. Most are afraid of the Qingqiu Emperor. If it weren't for the Emperor's might and the Qin family's power, we wouldn't be able to cultivate so peacefully. One by one, the ferocious beasts expressed their opinions and thoughts. They were all intelligent beasts. The Qin family's presence ensured their safety. It was perfectly reasonable for the imperial son to take a few treasures. Thank you, everyone. Qin Feng politely bowed to the various ferocious beasts. Since they were all so understanding, Qin Feng saw no need to force his way in. Then, Qin Feng looked at the beam of light. The beam of light, which had triggered the celestial phenomenon, was emitted by a sphere. The sphere had cracked open, revealing a wisp of white fur. Runes adorned the crack, their mysteries boundless. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The sphere shattered instantly. A small, furry creature lay quietly on the ground. Is this the sixth-rank chosen one, the ferocious beast Zhu Yan? Qin Feng murmured, gazing at the furry creature. Chapter 34 Subduing the Zhu Yan. 5 emperors of the clan The ferocious beast Zhu Yan has descended upon the world. More than just a chosen one of destiny. Zhu Yan is a ferocious beast, and like the Fuho, a type of harp, it is an omen of war. Legend has it that the appearance of this beast foretells a great war. It is a harbinger of war. Whoosh! Ignoring all war, Qin Feng transformed into a streak of white light and approached Zhu Yan. At this moment, he only wanted to subdue this 6th-rank ferocious beast. To complete the system mission. A 6th-rank chosen one of destiny, blessed by heaven. It can also continuously increase its destiny value. It's practically a cheat code. Protected by Hillen's spiritual energy, Qin Feng quickly descended and arrived before the little creature. The little creature resembled an ape, with a white head, red feet, and a long tail. Born just, it already possessed the strength of the inscription realm. Extremely monstrous. Whoosh! Zhu Yan opened its hazy eyes, a golden light flashing and disappearing in an instant. Before it saw was a young boy. Zhu Yan looked confused, adorably cute. Ooh. The little creature didn't know who Qin Feng was and barked incoherently. The crisp, piercing sounds formed sound waves that spread in all directions. Stop barking. Follow me, and I won't treat you badly. Qin Feng reached out, his gaze gentle. Then, he gently stroked the downy fur on Zhu Yan's forehead. Sensing no hostility, Zhu Yan didn't resist. Having just been born, it was still a blank slate, instinctively believing this boy was its family. Hiss! Zhu Yan felt very comfortable being stroked by that hand and couldn't help but shake its head. Ding! Ding! Congratulations, host, you have subdued the ferocious beast Zhu Yan. Today's luck value +16. Luck value, randomly refreshed. The system voice sounded. With just this brief, gentle touch, the system had already succeeded. Holy crap, that was so easy. Qin Feng listened to the system's voice, somewhat incredulous. This was a 6th-grade child of luck. If he got a few more of these silly ferocious beasts, Qin Feng would be rich. Whoosh! The ferocious beast Zhu Yan leapt and landed directly on Qin Feng's shoulder. Holy crap! Zhu Yan imitated Qin Feng's words as soon as it spoke. However, the first thing it learned was these two words. Holy crap! Zhu Yan was smug and repeated it again, then rubbed its furry head against Qin Feng's neck. It seemed to be showing off, or perhaps trying to please him. Qin Feng. Completely speechless. Follow good people, learn from good people. Follow Qin Feng. Follow me, and I won't treat you badly. Zhu Yan seemed to remember another phrase, speaking awkwardly. Qin Feng, a broken record. He had subdued a broken record, professionally repeating Qin Feng's words. A broken record. Zhu Yan's mind went blank. Whatever Qin Feng said, it mimicked, because it felt like he was teaching it. Qin Feng took a deep breath and stopped speaking. If he continued, the mighty chosen one, the 6th-ranked beast of destiny, Zhu Yan, would be corrupted by him. Holy crap! Follow me, and I won't treat you badly. A broken record. Zhu Yan seemed thoughtful, memorizing these words. 2 breaths later, the beam of light emanating from Zhu Yan slowly disappeared. Its aura grew increasingly powerful. At the great perfection of the inscription realm, it was just one step away from entering the array formation realm. At this moment, it had made up its mind. This young man was its family. After all, what else could the first thing it saw be but family? Qin Feng easily picked up a 6th-grade child of destiny. His destiny value increased daily. Since he hadn't hunted anything, the system didn't give any other rewards. However, the daily increase in destiny value was randomly refreshed. It was unstable. Hillen, let's call it a day and go home. Qin Feng called out to the sky. Yes, young master. Hillen waved, taking the young master and Zhu Yan into the sky. Sensing the fluctuations in spiritual energy, Zhu Yan, no longer its previous cute appearance, bared its teeth and glared angrily at Hillen. It seemed to harbor hostility towards her. Slap. Qin Feng slapped it down. Little thing, this is my maid, family. Ooh. Zhu Yan, dizzy and unsteady, cried out. Little thing, this is my maid, family. A moment later, it regained consciousness and repeated Qin Feng's words. Young master, you've subdued the ferocious beast Zhu Yan. Wei Lan smiled faintly and said. Subdued, just a broken record. Probably doesn't understand anything, only repeats what I say. As Qin Feng spoke, he reached out and pinched Zhu Yan's lips. Ooh. Zhu Yan tried to speak, but was firmly suppressed by that hand. It felt as if a giant mountain was pressing down on its lips, rendering it speechless. Young master, Zhu Yan is a ferocious beast, a harbinger of war. Bringing it back, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Besides, the Empress might not allow its existence. Hillen released her spiritual energy, speaking as she flew through the air. I know that. This little guy will definitely become an emperor in the future. I believe Mother has no reason not to want an obedient great emperor-level ferocious beast. Qin Feng affirmed. A great emperor-level ferocious beast is extremely rare. Its combat power is much stronger than that of an ordinary human great emperor. Especially in its beast form, its combat power is off the charts. If Qin Feng didn't possess the system, he wouldn't have even discovered its existence. Hillen was speechless. The great emperor realm is incredibly difficult to reach. She has cultivated for thousands, even tens of thousands of years. She still hasn't been able to break through. In this life, she might never reach the great emperor realm. But the young master has subdued a ferocious beast, yet he has the opportunity to become a great emperor. This is so enviable. Young master, if you put it that way, then our Qin family will be invincible. With the Empress, the Patriarch, and you, the future emperor, plus Zhu Yan. 4 emperors in one clan, enough to sweep across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Hillen said in astonishment. No, and your wife, young master, must also be an emperor. 5 emperors in one clan. Hillen's breathing became rapid, her voice trembling slightly. Wait, you mentioned the Patriarch. Was my father also an emperor? Qin Feng finally heard a glimpse of information about his father from Hillen. 5 emperors in one clan, and his father was also a powerful emperor. This was indeed somewhat monstrous. Young master, I misspoke. Don't tell the Empress, or she'll put me in solitary confinement again. Hillen's face paled slightly. She lowered her head and said, don't worry. Keep your mouth shut. Qin Feng smiled slightly and assured her. 5 emperors of one clan, 5 emperors of one clan. Don't worry. Keep your mouth shut. As soon as Qin Feng made his promise, he released her hand, and Zhu Yan began repeating himself like a broken record. Helen and Qin Feng exchanged a glance. Then, they both turned their gaze to the furry little creature. Young master, keep quiet. Damn, keep quiet. You must keep quiet. Chapter 35 Helen's gift. Qin Feng hadn't expected the mission to be so simple. It was just a formality, completed in a few minutes. Although the mission was simple, the rewards were substantial. It increased his luck points daily. On the way back, the ferocious beast Zhu Yan had its mouth sealed by Wei Lan's supreme magic, to prevent it from speaking out of turn. Thankfully, upon returning to the manor, Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou was already at the Qin family's main hall, preparing for Qin Feng's coming-of-age ceremony. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The Qin family was bustling again. The emperor's son's 14th birthday coming-of-age ceremony was today. Numerous top forces from the 3,000 provinces, the 9 heavens and 10 earths, had come to the Qin family to congratulate the emperor's son. Since the news of the 10 empresses, attendance at the last full moon banquet spread, this time, even more people had come for the coming-of-age ceremony. Because the Qin family, capable of attracting the attention of 10 empresses, was enough to command the attention of the top powers across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was a veritable grand gathering of countless sects and figures. Qin Ming, the acting head of the Qin family, had been extremely busy lately, busy receiving gifts. Countless rare and precious treasures. At dawn, a ray of setting sun hung high in the sky. Before Qin Feng was fully awake, a voice reached his ears. Darling, wake up. There's even a ferocious beast, the Zhu Yan, cub. Little thing, you've reached the great perfection of the realm inscription realm. Inside the room, Qin Feng opened his eyes. Before his eyes appeared a girl dressed in a pale yellow dress, adorned with a phoenix coronet and a wedding gown. The girl's skin was like jade, gentle and graceful. Her attire today was the same as his own full moon celebration, dignified and imposing, exuding an aura of dominance. His face was so close, it almost blurred his vision. Sister Bai, what brings you here? Qin Feng was suddenly startled. Wasn't this the Empress of the underworld? She even came to his room, so this coming-of-age ceremony. I came early, well, I missed you, so I came to see you first. Long time no see, did you miss me? Bai Moyan chuckled and said. Her breath was fragrant, and the distance was so close, Qin Feng panicked a little. This was a coming-of-age ceremony. And an adult. Gulp. Qin Feng swallowed hard and said, of course I missed. You. Sister Bai is the best to me, how could I not? Hearing this, the Empress of the Underworld's face was filled with smiles. You've certainly learned a lot of sweet talk. But you haven't shown any affection. The Empress of the Underworld pointed to her cheek, meaning, I don't trust you without a kiss. Pop. Qin Feng, blushing, gave her a quick kiss. He was already 14, his body mostly formed. Besides, the Underworld Empress was indeed stunningly beautiful, with unparalleled elegance. Her soft cheeks were unforgettable. Over here. Pop. That's more like it. Get up quickly, or I'm coming in. Yes. I'll get up right away. Qin Feng scrambled to his feet, his cheeks burning red. The Underworld Empress was fierce. Her advances were too much. Qin Feng could imagine how miserable his adult life would be. And this was just one empress. What about the other 9 empresses? Just thinking about it was terrifying. The Underworld Empress watched Qin Feng get up and couldn't help but swallow hard. He was strikingly handsome, with fair skin and a perfectly proportioned physique. He was in the prime of his youth, brimming with youthful vitality, especially since this was a child she had watched grow up. She found him pleasing to the eye no matter how she looked at him. Little Feng, I'll go out first. Otherwise, if your mother sees you, she'll accuse me of kidnapping you again. The Underworld Empress grinned and said. She had sneaked in. She was already very familiar with the Qin family's forbidden area. She had bypassed all the formations. However, today was Qin Feng's coming-of-age ceremony, and the formalities still had to be followed. Okay. Qin Feng nodded. Then, he watched the Underworld Empress disappear. I wonder what gifts I'll receive today. Will there be any near Emperor weapons, or even Emperor weapons? Sigh, life as an Emperor's son is so simple and unpretentious. After the Underworld Empress left, Qin Feng straightened his clothes and walked out of his room, muttering to himself, it's his coming-of-age ceremony. The main thing is receiving gifts. As for magic weapons, supreme treasures, and spiritual treasures, Qin Feng has too many at home. He doesn't want to use them at all. He has 9 supreme divine weapons: the Asura Spear, the Azure Thunder Sword, the Exquisite Pagoda, the Mountain and River Map, the Killing Blade. All of them are products of forbidden zones. The only drawback is that these things are still kept by his mother. Qin Feng hasn't gotten them back yet. Young master, you're awake. As soon as he stepped out, Hillen appeared. Today, she dressed up carefully. She wore a floral dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her dark hair was styled with a jade hairpin, revealing her delicate features. Qin Feng's eyes lit up when he saw it. Hillen, you seem different today. Qin Feng looked him over as he spoke. Young master, there's no such thing. Hillen placed her hands in front of her abdomen, her voice soft. You've become more beautiful. Qin Feng praised her. No, no. Hillen quickly waved her hand and said. She said no, but inwardly she was overjoyed. Her carefully dressed up had, as expected, caught the young master's eye. Young master, today is your coming-of-age ceremony. I don't have anything fancy to give you, this is just a small token of my appreciation. Hillen flicked her wrist, and a perfectly round, snow-white bead appeared in her palm. This is the Heavenly Gang bead. It has the effect of suppressing inscriptions. It's slightly inferior to a supreme divine weapon. Hillen's hand trembled slightly, her face showing a hint of embarrassment. Because she was only at the Saint Realm, she couldn't enter the forbidden area to search for a supreme divine weapon. She could only offer her young master a top-tier spiritual treasure she had acquired in her early years. Qin Feng noticed her embarrassment, picked up the translucent, snow-white bead, and said, Hillen, you're the first person to give me a gift today. Whatever the gift is, I will remember it. After saying this, Qin Feng stored the Heavenly Gang bead in his storage ring. Young master, no need to remember, it's just a top-tier spiritual treasure. Hillen was somewhat flattered, her delicate cheeks flushing slightly. All right, Hillen, you go ahead and get busy. I need to prepare too. I'll go out and see if there's anything good. When the time comes, I'll give you a supreme divine weapon. Qin Feng patted Wei Lan's shoulder and said, so many top powers are sending gifts, surely 1 or 2 will be decent. Also, the 10 Empresses will come to offer their congratulations. There should be quite a few supreme divine weapons. No need, young master can keep it. I'll go attend to my work now. Wei Lan raised her head, smiled elegantly, giving off an air of utter contentment. Then, she strode towards the Qin family's main hall. Qin Feng watched Wei Lan's retreating figure and shook his head. To be my maid, you should at least have a supreme divine weapon. Otherwise, where is the dignity of an imperial prince? Chapter 36. We're adults now, it's time for us to get married. It was noon. Before the main hall of the Qin family, a vast training ground was filled with people. 4-Crowned King Ning Chuan, 4-Crowned King Zhou Xuantian, 6-Crowned King Chen Fan. These 3 were still present, impeccably dressed, with smiles on their faces. These 3 were the faces of the 3,000 Dao provinces. Their strength was terrifying. They were practically invincible among those of the same rank. They had the potential to become great emperors in the future. However, they still maintained a respectful attitude towards the Qin family. A long-established imperial family held a pivotal position in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even if they became emperors in the future, they could only maintain good relations with the Qin family, not offend them. Clang! A loud crash echoed through the sky. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou appeared in the main hall, her imposing imperial aura emanating in an instant. Thousands of strands of Taoist energy formed a chaotic spiritual mist, enveloping her and concealing her true appearance. She was invisible to the mortal world. Beside the chaotic spiritual mist stood a young man. The young man was strikingly handsome, with a beautiful face and fair skin. His physique was perfectly proportioned. His eyes, like the vast ocean of stars, were bright and sparkling. One glance was enough to captivate him. Every strand of his black hair was perfectly styled, cascading down. His hair was as black as night. While the Qingzhou Empress was not clearly visible, the face of the imperial prince was. Greetings, great emperor of Qingzhou. Greetings, imperial prince. Without exception, they all knelt before the Qingzhou Empress. Qin Feng, however, also benefited from this. Rise. Yi Xinyu's imperial aura gradually subsided as she spoke. Her ethereal voice, like celestial music, resonated throughout the entire cultivation ground. With the Empress's permission, everyone stood up. Then, they looked at the now adult imperial prince. They could only look at the imperial prince. Seeing the Empress was impossible. The great emperor was the strongest being in the world. Mortals could not see his true face. The imperial prince is so handsome now that he's grown up. That's too much. Indeed, a good birth can reduce a lot of pain and trouble. He has such a powerful mother, and he's so perfect. Many people expressed envy upon seeing the imperial prince. He's handsome, but I wonder if he's engaged. I think I'm quite pretty. I wish the imperial prince would take a liking to me. A teenage girl, her eyes shining, murmured. Ah, you. Don't be disgusting. A girl rolled her eyes at the teenage girl who had just spoken. The emperor's son, how could they possibly approach him? To be able to admire him from afar is already an honor. In the main hall, Qin Feng surveyed the crowd with a smile. Thank you all for traveling so far to attend my Qin family's coming-of-age ceremony. A simple feast has been prepared, please forgive my lack of hospitality. Qin Feng's voice was deep and magnetic, possessing an inherent allure. Your Highness is too kind. The Qin family's immortal elixir is renowned far and wide. To have even a sip of it would make my life complete. A middle-aged man responded loudly. Yes, Your Highness is too kind. Next, the crowd spoke up subtly. They were all polite and courteous, or simply flattering the emperor. Your Highness is too kind. Not only is he handsome, but his voice is also beautiful. I feel like I'm about to fall for him. The young girl also spoke up. However, she seemed to be showing signs of infatuation. Call out. Suddenly, a streak of aurora flashed across the sky, its terrifying speed accompanied by a sonic boom. Without a doubt, the Empress, the grand finale, had appeared. A cloud of chaotic spiritual mist obscured her figure. All that could be seen was a pale yellow dress. Here we go again, a great emperor. I wonder which great emperor it is. Four-crowned King Ning Chuan said unsurprised Ly. Last time, all 10 empresses had arrived. He had already witnessed it once and was somewhat immune. However, that terrifying imperial might still descended. Empress Bai Moyan of the underworld has come to congratulate Xiaofeng on coming of age. We should get married too. A voice that left everyone speechless rang out from within the chaotic spiritual mist. The word, marriage, made everyone's minds go blank for a moment. Greetings. Greetings to the great emperor of the underworld. Shocked as they were, kneeling was the only option. Otherwise, the emperor's might would persist, and they couldn't withstand it. Rise. The empress of the underworld said casually. Her eyes were only on the white-robed youth. Whoosh. In a flash, her long dress swept across the sky, and she slowly landed beside Qin Feng. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou glanced at her and said, Underworld, have some shame. Mother-in-law, shame is worthless. I've waited 14 years, and my husband has finally come of age. The Empress of the underworld was shameless and didn't listen to Yi Xinyu at all. Of course, the necessary respect still had to be shown. After all, the future relationship would change drastically. One was a mother-in-law, and the other was a daughter-in-law. Yi Xinyu, speechless. 14 years. Her best friend had waited for her until she came of age. However, the power of decision still lies with Qin Feng. He decides who to be engaged to or marry. It was all Qin Feng's own decision. Hello, Sister Bai, long time no see. Qin Feng waved and greeted her. Actually, they had met this morning. The underworld empress had secretly slipped into his room. However, Qin Feng pretended nothing had happened. Long time no see, little Feng is getting more and more handsome. The underworld empress understood perfectly and responded. This time, the underworld empress didn't immediately present the gift. Because with so many people around, the best things had to be saved for last. Whoosh whoosh. 2 streaks of light, traveling side by side, sped towards the Qin family. The 2 empresses together created a formidable presence, far more powerful than the underworld empress alone. Qin Feng recognized them at a glance. The newcomers were none other than the Red Dust Empress, Lu Shishui, and the Burial Ground Empress. Qinger. The 2 empresses, dressed elegantly and dignifiedly, exuded an imposing aura. HMPH. The Netherworld Empress glanced at them and snorted softly. Have these 2 formed an alliance? In that case, my chances of winning aren't great. The The Netherworld Empress's expression shifted slightly as she thought to herself. Empress Lu Shishui of the mortal world. Empress Qinger of the burial ground. We've come to offer our congratulations. The two empresses spoke simultaneously. Their magnificent voices resounded through the heavens. Welcome. Yi Xinyu cupped her hands and said. Greetings to the great empress of the mortal world. Greetings to the great empress of the burial ground. Among the crowd below, many were visiting the Qin family for the first time, their eyes widening in astonishment. They were utterly astonished. They knelt and bowed repeatedly. Suddenly, they saw 4 empresses. It's absolutely terrifying. Those who came last time were slightly better, their demeanor more natural. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. When did the Qin family become so friendly with so many great emperors? The young girl's lips trembled as she spoke. You're so naive. Last time at the full moon banquet, we invited you, but you wouldn't come. Now you know how terrifying it is. Beside the young girl stood a middle-aged woman, clearly a regular customer, who scoffed. At the same time, the middle-aged woman added with a touch of arrogance, don't worry, there's more to come. There's something even more terrifying coming up. Chapter 37 Buy one get one free, Rise. The two empresses spoke simultaneously. Like the empress of the underworld, their gazes were fixed on Qin Feng. As for those who came to offer congratulations, they were irrelevant to them. Sister Lu, Sister Qinger. Qin Feng, as the main villain, treated everyone equally, greeting them one by one. He addressed all the empresses as sister. He showed no favoritism. Little Feng has come of age, and he's become even more handsome. He truly is mine. No, it should be us. Lu Shishui smiled slightly, tugging at Qinger beside her, and said. Buy one, get one free. We've decided to share Little Feng. After all, the competition is too fierce. Having said that, the Empress of the mortal world and the Empress of the burial ground came to Qin Feng's side. One on the left, one on the right, quite domineering. The Empress of the underworld alone felt somewhat isolated and powerless. However, she was thick-skinned enough to force her way in before Qinger. Qin Feng. After coming of age, the two empresses seemed to be getting increasingly enthusiastic. Their actions were becoming more and more extravagant. Qin Feng, a mere inscription realm cultivator, was truly outnumbered. The various sects that had come to offer their congratulations were dumbfounded. They couldn't see the empresses' faces, but they could hear their voices. Two empresses shared Xiao Feng. What kind of operation was this? Looks like I was overthinking it. Not only is the imperial prince engaged, but his engaged partner is, the empress. The young girl shook her head awkwardly, muttering to herself. Compared to the empress, she was nothing. Whether in appearance, figure, or strength, she couldn't compare. Serves you right for being such a fangirl. Some things are better left unsaid. Just look. The middle-aged woman beside the young girl reminded her. I understand. The young girl bowed and lowered her head. The blow was too much. Sure enough, all the handsome guys belong to other people. Whoosh! At this moment, another explosion came from the sky. Before the person even arrived, a terrifying imperial aura had already spread. 7 consecutive streams of chaotic spiritual mist obscured the sky. The vast imperial aura swept over them. Those in the crowd who were visiting the Qin family for the first time were stunned. A storm raged in their hearts. Too terrifying. 4 empresses, and it wasn't over yet. Now there are 11 great emperors. It's likely that all the great emperors of the 9 heavens and 10 earths have come to the Qin family. This was the thought of the newcomers. The more established figures remained relatively calm. Meanwhile, their gazes towards the newcomers changed, as if they were looking at children who had never seen the world. A bunch of bumpkins, never seen the world. I told you not to come to the full moon banquet. 4-crowned King Zhou Xuantian looked at the shocked sects and said. Huff. Besides the shock, only rapid breathing could be heard at the scene. Greetings to the great Emperor Wei Yang. Greetings to the great Emperor Luli. Greetings to the great Emperor Juyu. Greetings to the great Emperor Guanghan. 6-crowned King Chen Fan was the first to kneel. Although he hadn't seen the true faces of these great emperors, he could sense their status from their imperial aura. Greetings. Next, everyone followed suit and knelt. Rise. The 7 empresses spoke in unison. At the same time, they gradually withdrew their imperial aura. This time, just like the full moon banquet, all 10 empresses attended. However, their lineups were different now. They knew how to form alliances. Empress Devouring Heaven, Xiao Exener. Empress Black Tortoise, Chen Kiki. The two stood together, signifying an alliance. Empress Weiyang and Empress Luli, two hot-tempered individuals, formed a team. Empress Nine Nether and Empress Supreme were not to be outdone. Only Empress Guanghan remained alone. Where she stood was icy cold. Extreme strength brought her confidence. Among all the empresses, she was the strongest. At full power, she could kill any empress, provided she herself had suffered severe injuries. Empresses would not attack each other unless absolutely necessary. However, the competition for Qin Feng was not based on force, but on beauty and sincerity, and gifts. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou, seeing everyone had arrived, spoke, "Since you're all here, then let's go inside and talk." With that, she led the way directly towards the Qin family's forbidden area. With one step, the chaotic spiritual mist instantly dissipated. The other empresses followed, heading towards the forbidden area. The forbidden area was the only place to entertain the empresses. The main hall outside was used to entertain members of secular sects. Xiao Feng, let's go too. Qing'er and Lu Xishui supported Qin Feng, flying towards the forbidden area. Two soft, jade-like hands supported Qin Feng. Wisps of chaotic spiritual mist enveloped him. Before coming, they had both carefully dressed up. Both of them carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. Qin Feng, smelling this fragrance, was somewhat captivated. The two women had graceful figures and delicate skin. Having cultivated for tens of thousands of years, her beauty remained unchanged. She maintained her youthful appearance. Of course, the other empresses were the same. Each one was peerless in beauty and grace. To possess even one was enough to boast about for a lifetime. If all 10 were together, it would be absolutely unique. Little Feng, you're an adult now, shouldn't we get married? Buy one get one free. The Empress of the mortal world and the Empress of the burial ground deliberately slowed down, with the Empress of the burial ground, Qing'er, speaking. This. Qin Feng was somewhat speechless and did not answer. If he chose to marry them now, he would miss out on the gifts from the other empresses. As a major villain, he naturally had to be ruthless. He couldn't afford to miss out on any extra gifts. It's all right, no rush. We've been so good to Zhaofeng, he knows it. Lu Xishui blinked, her thick eyebrows and large eyes, saying, right, Zhaofeng. Then, Lu Xishui's gaze softened as she looked at Qin Feng. Yes. Sister Lu, I remember all the kindness Sister Qing'er has shown me. When I've achieved success in my cultivation, I'll definitely repay her properly. Qin Feng nodded hurriedly, saying, the burial ground Empress Qing'er, the mortal world Empress Lu Xishui. The two of them had visited more than 10 times in the past 8 years. Every year, they brought Qin Feng many gifts. If Qin Feng hadn't been copying the original true explanation, their relationship might have blossomed rapidly. Hee. Lu Xishui and Qing'er chuckled softly, full of confidence. Buy one get one free, no one could refuse, right? However, competition still exists. For example, there's the shameless Empress of the underworld, who's also a relative of the family. She's visited the Qin family countless times over the years. And then there's the powerful Empress of the Moon Palace. Beauty and strength combined, she's arguably the most powerful woman in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Invincible, unstoppable. Chapter 38 is all fighting and killing. I don't like it. The Qin family forbidden grounds. This coming-of-age ceremony was arranged within a purple bamboo grove. Dense bamboo forests and rushing streams. A soft purple light shimmered among the bamboo, creating a scene of ethereal beauty. Rows of maids, hands clasped to their stomachs, heads bowed, stood motionless amidst the bamboo. Hillen was among them. However, she didn't stand guard like the others. In the center of the bamboo grove, she helped arrange the delicacies. Countless kinds of rare delicacies, elixirs, and divine fruits. Of course, there was also the meat of a saint-level demon beast, as ordered by the Empress. The rich aroma of meat wafted through the air of the purple bamboo grove. When Yi Xinyu arrived, the maids bowed. Greetings, great Emperor Qingzhou. The maids' voices were unified and full of vigor. Those standing here are at least at the venerable realm, just one step away from the saint realm. All of you, step back. Yi Xinyu waved her hand and said, yes. The maids responded and then retreated in an orderly fashion. Hillen put down the last plate of delicacies and also quietly withdrew. A moment later, the Guanghan Empress arrived. In truth, with her speed, she could have surpassed Yi Xinyu at any moment. However, she deliberately waited a moment before revealing herself. This was out of respect for her future mother-in-law. Wow, the flesh and blood of a fully grown golden lion. Mother-in-law, you've really gone all out this time. The Wei Yang Empress flashed out, looking at the delicacies on the jade table, and couldn't help but exclaim, a golden lion. That's a top-tier demonic beast in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With noble bloodlines, its combat power is terrifying once it reaches adulthood, making it difficult to hunt. Mere flesh and blood of a saint-level demon beast is nothing to boast about. It was all prepared by the maids. I wonder how it tastes. Yi Xinyu smiled slightly and said, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Immediately afterward, the 10 empresses arrived one after another. Looking at the surrounding environment and the many delicacies, they couldn't help but feel delighted. The golden lion, I've wanted to eat it for years. I'm lucky to have it today. Thanks to Xiao Feng, I can have a feast. Empress Luli lightly wiped her lips and said. It wasn't hard to see that she was drooling. Not only her, but the other empresses also had shining eyes and their throats moving. Even empresses of their level couldn't resist the temptation of such delicious food. Empress Luli, Grandma, may we begin? Over the years, the empresses had all become familiar with Yi Xinyu. Their speech had become much more casual. Yi Xinyu, that's enough, eat as much as you like, don't be shy. Whoosh. One by one, the empresses quickly took their seats. Then, they began to feast. Qing'er and Lu Shishui, who arrived a little late, also joined in. Xiao Feng, come on, you eat too. Qing'er flicked her index finger, took out a piece of golden flesh, and handed it to Qin Feng. Thank you. Qin Feng politely declined, then took a big bite. Slurp. One bite, and his mouth was full of oil. The terrifying essence of the demonic beast, along with its color, aroma, and flavor, flowed smoothly down his throat. It filled his limbs, bones, and internal organs. This was Qin Feng's first time eating the flesh of a saint-level demonic beast. With just the first bite, he was captivated. The meat was tender, piping hot, melting on the tongue with a slight movement, and the aroma was rich and intense. Adorned with various rare and precious treasures, it was simply a delicacy. However, the terrifying essence caused Qin Feng's body to fluctuate. It seemed as if it wanted to destroy his physical body. However, under the digestion of his innate sacred body Dao embryo, he returned to normal after 2 breaths. Qin Feng clearly felt his strength constantly increasing. His spiritual energy was surging. How was it, little Feng? Was it delicious? Qing'er asked, watching Qin Feng digest it in a few bites. So, delicious. But, the essence it contained was terrifying. I can only eat a few bites at most. Qin Feng savored it for a moment and said. It's okay, later when you break through to Venerable and Saint, I'll help you catch demonic beasts. Then, we'll eat together. Qing'er patted Qin Feng's shoulder, comforting him. Though the food was delicious, he couldn't eat too much. Otherwise, she would surely explode and die. Empress Luli, Xiao Feng, following her is pointless. Come with me, I'll catch you a fully grown true dragon. Let's eat dragon meat. The 2 empresses had barely taken a couple of bites when they began to clash. On Empress Luli's side, there was also Empress Wei Yang. 2 against 2, everyone was confident. 8 eyes locked, sparks flying in the air. Ahem. Everyone, today is only for celebrating my Fenger, nothing else should be discussed. Empress Qingqiu, Yi Xinyu, coughed deliberately and spoke up. Empress Mingtu, that's right, that's right. My husband, Xiao Feng, has just come of age. It's only for celebration, it's not appropriate to talk about these things. Mingtu readily agreed. She was alone, at a disadvantage compared to the other empresses in their teams. Fortunately, her longtime best friend hadn't been a waste of her time. Although they had severed ties, Qingqiu had secretly helped them. The empresses looked at Qingqiu, then at Mingtu, thinking to themselves, no wonder she's a nepotism benefactor, her backing is really strong. Qingqiu's actions were somewhat biased. However, everyone could understand. After all, they were best friends. Any empress would have helped their best friend. Didn't we say we'd let Zhaofeng decide for himself? At this moment, the Guanghan Empress, who hadn't spoken until now, finally spoke. Her perpetually icy expression forced a smile as she spoke. Empress Qingqiu, he should decide. But not today. Until his strength reaches the venerable realm, he's just a child. What can he understand? The implication was that only after reaching the venerable realm would he have the right to decide. The Empresses' expressions stiffened. Then, they all expressed their dissatisfaction. No, no, we can get married first, then cultivate slowly later. Luli, will give my all to help my Zhaofeng cultivate, his speed will definitely be incredibly fast. Empress Luli was the first to object. Empress Devouring Heaven, Xiao Exener, I also think it's inappropriate. We can decide today. However, with your meager resources, Luli, even if you give it your all, it'll only amount to so much. While objecting, Xiao Exener didn't forget to take a jab at Empress Luli. Empress Devouring Heaven, also known as the treasure-possessing Empress. Throughout the 9 heavens and 10 earths, she possesses the most treasures. It's perfectly normal to look down on Luli's worthless junk. However, Xiao Exener is known as the stingiest Empress. She loves collecting treasures from all over the world, supreme divine weapons, quasi-emperor weapons, and emperor weapons, but she's never used them. Stingy Xiao, are you looking for a fight? With a smack, Luli slammed her hand on the jade table, her explosive temper instantly revealed. Luckily, she didn't use her cultivation, it was just a calm slap. Otherwise, a table full of delicious food would have been wasted. Fine, I'll fight you then. I'm not afraid of you. My Devouring Heaven bowl hasn't been used in years. Want to try it? Empress Xiao Exener, not to be outdone, said coldly. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Qin Feng waved his hand and weakly interjected, "Sisters, can't we just eat in peace? I don't like fighting and killing." Chapter 39 The 10 Empresses Send Gifts. Qin Feng's voice was soft, but it instantly eased the tension in Qin Feng considerably. They were all great emperors, a fight would be difficult to predict the outcome, it would only drain their energy. Since Xiao Feng said he doesn't like it, I'll let you off the hook for today. Otherwise, I'd make you try out the power of an imperial weapon. The Devouring Heaven Empress took the opportunity to back down. TCH. The glazed Empress waved her delicate hand dismissively. The imperial weapon was indeed powerful. However, the glazed Empress was certain that this guy wouldn't be willing to use it. Stingy Xiao, the Devouring Heaven Empress. She had many treasures, but they were just collectibles. Come on, Xiao Feng, let's continue eating. Don't worry about them. Qinger sat beside Xiao Feng, taking advantage of her proximity, and handed Qin Feng a piece of golden beast meat. They were all enjoying themselves, too lazy to argue with the other empresses. Lu Shishui, exactly. The empresses. The meal was finished. Qin Feng only ate a small piece of golden lion flesh and drank a little immortal liquid before he couldn't eat any more. Most of the time, he was surrounded by the empresses. Next, the empresses presented gifts one after another. The Netherworld Empress took the lead. She took out a quasi-emperor weapon, the Phoenix Universe Heavenly Sword. Anything that could bear the title of Emperor was extraordinary. A quasi-emperor weapon possessed the power of laws. A single strike could annihilate a quasi-emperor, severely injuring them. Thousands of strands of laws swirled around the sword. The moment it was taken out, it triggered a celestial phenomenon. The array above the forbidden area was starting to malfunction. Qin Feng stared intently, his eyes shining brightly. The sword was like a phoenix, its aura overwhelming. Like the laws of the universe, condensed within the sword's blade. Hiss. Qin Feng took a deep breath, utterly stunned. The power of laws. Surpassing all supreme divine weapons. Little Feng, this sword is incredibly powerful, capable of injuring a quasi-emperor. I've sealed 9/10 of its power for you. The seal will automatically unlock as your strength increases. The Underworld Empress waved her hand, and the quasi-emperor weapon's power rapidly decreased. However, even 1/10 of its power was not to be underestimated. It was comparable to a supreme divine weapon. Then, the Underworld Empress handed the quasi-emperor weapon to Qin Feng. Thank you, Sister Bai. Qin Feng stretched out both hands, smiling sweetly as he spoke. This is too good to pass up. Giving a quasi-emperor weapon upon reaching adulthood, why not just give an emperor weapon for marriage? Boom. With the quasi-emperor weapon in hand, a profound and ancient aura swept over him. The sword still reeked of blood. The Phoenix Universe Heavenly Sword was stained with the blood of a quasi-emperor. It possessed immense power and was an ancient artifact. Qin Feng, at the inscription realm, felt his arm go weak as he held this dazzling sword. It was too heavy. It contained too many laws. Whoosh. A flash of light, and Qin Feng stored the quasi-emperor weapon in his storage ring. Bang! The storage ring shattered. Little Feng, a quasi-emperor weapon cannot be stored in an ordinary storage ring. Mother will keep it for you. At this moment, Yi Xinyu stepped forward, smiling gently, and said, "This." Qin Feng was speechless, his face twitching slightly, still keeping it. The previous supreme divine weapon was gone forever. However, no matter how big the world is, Mother is the greatest. Qin Feng eventually relented and handed it over. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Mother." Qin Feng presented the Phoenix Universe Heavenly Sword with both hands. Ningtu pursed her lips, wanting to say something. But then she remembered Yi Xinyu had just helped her and held back. Otherwise, she would have definitely complained about Yi Xinyu. "Little Feng, this is my gift. This is mine." One by one, gifts were presented. All were quasi-emperor weapons. When it was the devouring heaven Empress's turn, she flicked her right hand and produced 5 apricot yellow flags. "Little Feng, this is my gift. It counts as one emperor weapon, but when separated, it's 5 quasi-emperor weapons. When combined, it becomes an emperor weapon." The devouring heaven Empress, Shao Exener, proudly raised her head and said, "Empress of the underworld, holy crap. Stingy Shao, actually willing to take out the 5 elements flag. He's gone mad. Empress of the glazed palace, something's not right. Isn't this guy always so stingy? Why is he so generous today? Empress of the 9 netherworlds, damn it, no wonder she's called the treasure-gathering Empress. If I'd known, I would have collected more imperial weapons too." The appearance of the imperial weapon caused an uproar among all the empresses. If any other empress had given away an imperial weapon, it wouldn't have been so unreasonable. The key is, this person is Stingy Shao, Shao Exener, Empress of the Moon Palace, Nangong Yu. It seems Stingy Shao is serious. If he wasn't sincere, Stingy Shao would never have taken out an imperial weapon. "Thank you, Sister Shao." Qin Feng's lips curled into a wide smile as he quickly thanked her. An imperial weapon has appeared. It's simply terrifying. Yi Xinyu, who was in charge of receiving the gifts, also showed an expression of disbelief. Her gaze towards Shao Exener changed. She looked at her carefully again, as if she didn't recognize her. The 5 elements flags. "This thing possesses the power of heaven and earth. It is no ordinary imperial weapon. When the 5 elements are combined, they can form a 5 elements grand array, capable of trapping and killing a great emperor. Compared to Shao Exener's devouring heaven bowl, the power of the 5 elements flags is in no way inferior. You really gave them away." Yi Xinyu took the 5 apricot yellow flags containing the laws of the 5 elements, her jade hands trembling slightly as she asked. "For Shao Feng, I wouldn't care about the 5 elements flags, or even the devouring heaven bowl." Shao Exener said righteously without a trace of heartache. "Besides, I'm not like some people who lack imperial weapons." Shao Exener looked at the glazed empress. Clearly, there was a sense of confrontation. The glazed empress gritted her teeth in anger. She also possessed an imperial weapon. However, it was her natal imperial weapon, and she only had one. Not all empresses were as wealthy as the stingy Shao. "Shao Feng, this is my gift. The Guanghan Imperial Decree. Whenever and wherever you encounter danger, infuse it with your spiritual energy. I will arrive." Empress Nangong Yu of Guanghan flicked her right hand, and a jade token appeared in her palm. Empress Nangong Yu didn't give the token to Yi Xinyu, but instead handed it to Qin Feng. "Thank you, Sister Nangong." Qin Feng accepted the jade token, which exuded a chilling aura, and grinned. This wasn't a supreme divine weapon, nor was it an imperial weapon. It was the support of the number 1 person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It must be said, Empress Nangong Yu was truly ingenious, unique. Giving away an imperial weapon was too cliché. It was better to simply help Shao Feng sweep away all enemies. Safe and stable growth is of paramount importance. Please accept this. No need to keep it for you. Yi Xinyu glanced at Qin Feng and said. She was also a great emperor realm expert and didn't need the Guanghan Emperor's token at all. She didn't need any support either. Okay, mother. Qin Feng finally had a gift he could keep himself. Only the last one, Empress Wei Yong, hadn't given him a gift yet. Her expression was somewhat embarrassed. Last time, someone gave him a supreme divine weapon. She gave him a longevity fruit. This time, someone gave him a quasi-emperor weapon and an emperor weapon, and she still only had longevity fruits. However, the number was terrifying. Little Feng, this is my gift to you. 3,000 longevity fruits, with a unique taste, and they can increase vitality. They can also be eaten, how wonderful. Empress Wei Yang directly took out a silver-white storage ring and gave it to Qin Feng. Qin Feng probed with his divine sense, a huge pile of longevity fruits, like a mountain. Thank you, Sister Luo. Qin Feng smiled sweetly and said, the longevity fruit is a divine fruit that can increase life force. In the outside world, a single longevity fruit is enough to leave many old monsters battered and bruised. 3,000 longevity fruits are a truly terrifying gift. The 10 empresses all presented gifts to congratulate Qin Feng on her coming-of-age ceremony. Today has been a very fruitful day. Chapter 40 The Sounds of the Forbidden Zone of Life. The gifts were plentiful. Qin Feng could only use the Guanghan Emperor's decree and the 3,000 longevity fruits given by Empress Wei Yang. The other quasi-emperor weapons and emperor weapons were all put away by his mother, under the guise of safekeeping. That night, the moon was bright and the stars were few. A gentle breeze slanted. The 10 empresses did not leave. Instead, they went to stay at Qin Feng's residence. Empress Qingqiu, Yi Xinyu, did not stop them. She was overjoyed with so many gifts. Inside the residence, everyone was choosing better rooms closer to Qin Feng. Inevitably, another argument ensued. Qin Feng was called to Yi Xinyu's room for a talk. Little Feng, these gifts are good, but your strength is too weak. Mother is keeping them for your own good. Yi Xinyu said softly, her hands behind her back. Qin Feng didn't refute, but smiled brightly and said, Mother, I guarantee it'll be fine. Then you should at least give me 1 or 2 supreme divine weapons. Otherwise, I'd be embarrassed to say I'm the Emperor's son. As he spoke, Qin Feng's voice grew softer and softer, as if he had been wronged. That's no problem. With a whoosh, Yi Xinyu took out a azure thunder sword and handed it to Qin Feng. At the same time, she removed the seal from the sword. Oh, right, there's also an Asura spear by the door. You can use it now too. Yi Xinyu beckoned towards the door, and a long spear instantly flew over. Azure Thunder Sword, Asura Spear, the 2 supreme divine weapons, products of the Forbidden Zone, were finally unlocked. That's it. Qin Feng put away the 2 supreme divine weapons and asked, how many more do you want? Do you want my slap? Yi Xinyu waved her hand, showing no mercy to Qin Feng. No, no. Mother, get some rest, good night. Qin Feng waved his hand and hurriedly fled the room. Wait, come back here. Qin Feng was stopped before he even left the room. Mother, there's still a supreme divine weapon. Qin Feng's face lit up, and he came back, praising, I knew Mother wouldn't be so stingy. Yi Xinyu rolled her eyes, and with a gentle flick of her jade hand, a rectangular box appeared in her palm. This is a gift from your father. Keep it safe. Yi Xinyu waved her hand, presenting the box to Qin Feng. Oh right, I almost forgot, there's also a gift from father. Qin Feng took the box, a jolt of realization washing over him. He had learned from Hilin's slip of the tongue that his father was also a powerful figure. A great emperor realm expert. His gift must be extraordinary. However, on second thought, what good could a gift that even his mother wouldn't bother keeping be? Could his father be a penniless wretch? A thought surfaced in Qin Feng's mind. All right, go out. Just tone it down a bit. Your sisters, they're staying next door tonight. Yi Xinyu waved her hand and said. Qin Feng, okay, mother. Then, Qin Feng left his mother's room, carrying the box, and walked towards his own room. Regardless of the gift's quality, it was a gift from his father. He wondered where his father was now. Why hadn't he come home for 14 years? Everything was a mystery. Back in the house, Qin Feng closed the door and walked to the table, placing his father's gift box on it. The box was bronze, 6 feet long, 1 foot wide, and 3 feet thick. Just looking at the box, it seemed extraordinary. He wondered what was inside. Snap! Qin Feng pried open the box. Instantly, a strange aura filled the air. There was the smell of blood, the killing intent, and the stench of death. For a moment, Qin Feng, in a daze, saw rivers of blood and corpses strewn everywhere. The air around him was thick with the aura of slaughter. Qin Feng, surrounded by this aura, felt no discomfort. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. As a villain, he feared nothing more than this. In this world, who didn't have a few lives on their hands? Child, when you opened the box, I sensed your presence. Xiao Feng, you've come of age. It's my fault for not being there for you. This is my coming-of-age gift to you. The gift isn't very good, but make do with it. A steady voice came from within the box. Qin Feng was stunned. Father, where are you? Do you need help? Why aren't you home? After a moment, Qin Feng asked the box. However, there was only silence within the box, there was no further response. Forbidden zone of life. On a desolate land, a city stands. Within the city, in a palace, a tall, imposing young man, dressed in a white robe, faces the heavens and the earth, a trace of longing in his eyes. Child, you're still young. When you grow up, I'll tell you where I am. I heard you defeated the 10 Empresses. No wonder you're my son. More powerful than me. Ancient runes flickered before the imposing young man, and he spoke to them. His voice traveled from the forbidden zone of life to the box before Qin Feng. Then, it echoed throughout the room. Qin Feng thought no one would respond, but after only 2 breaths, a voice came again. Making a phone call. This treasure, could it be a cell phone? Qin Feng hurriedly opened the box completely. Inside wasn't a cell phone, but a strangely shaped, rhomboid stone. The stone contained terrifying essence of heaven and earth. Countless ancient runes were engraved on its surface. Father, are you still there? Qin Feng asked the stone. I'm still here. Qin Feng realized the voice was coming from the ancient runes on the stone's surface. What did you give me? Ahem. A stone containing the essence of heaven and earth. It can provide the purest spiritual energy to help you cultivate quickly. The runes on the stone flickered, and the voice spoke again. Father, when will you return? Qin Feng asked again. Soon, very soon. All right, that's enough. I have to go now. The runes on the stone slowly faded, and the voice grew softer and softer. In the forbidden zone of life, on the city wall, the young man, afraid he wouldn't be able to resist the urge to miss his father, hurriedly erased the runes in the air. The inscription on his side was connected to the refined stone. If he erased it, he could no longer transmit sound. Damn ominous creatures, dark beings. I'll suppress you all for 1,000 years, forcing me to stay away from my home. Even when my children grow up, I can't even see them. After erasing the runes, the young man unleashed a powerful aura. The space within 1,000,000 miles trembled, the heavens and earth paled. Chapter 41 Chu Han, the chosen one of destiny, a transmigrator, one man, one city. Suppressing a forbidden zone of life. Blocking the invasion of the ominous, red-haired monster. This is the Supreme Emperor, Qin Changsheng. Inside Qin Feng's room. The sound ended. He still hadn't gotten a clear answer. However, his father seemed to be in an open space. His exact location was impossible to determine. Sighing, Qin Feng put away the strangely shaped rhombus-shaped spirit stone. A single stone, containing the essence of heaven and earth, was enough for him to break through to the array formation realm. However, before he had fully comprehended the supreme bone, Qin Feng didn't want to step into the array formation realm. He wanted to cultivate each realm to its extreme, breaking the ancient record. Thump thump thump. At this moment, footsteps came from outside. Creak. The door was pushed open, and Bai Moyan strode in. Xiao Feng, are you going to sleep? Bai Moyan moved with incredible speed, appearing in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. With a wave of her hand, the door closed automatically. Ah, not yet. Is something wrong, Sister Bai? Qin Feng took a step back and replied. They were so close, practically touching. Nothing, I just missed you, so I came to check on you. Bai Moyan smiled sweetly and said. Then, she leaned closer, pressing towards Qin Feng. Thick eyebrows and large, bright eyes. Fine skin, clearly visible, and a unique fragrance wafted from her. Qin Feng panicked immediately, retreating hastily. Thump. Finally, Qin Feng sat directly on the bed. Sister Bai, this is. Qin Feng's cheeks flushed, and he quickly spoke. Xiao Feng, you're an adult now. Don't you want to do something that's considered adult? Bai Moyan bent over, staring intently at Qin Feng, and said. This. Qin Feng did want to. But there were many empresses next door, the slightest movement would likely cause trouble. What? Are you disgusted with me? No, no. Qin Feng, his face covered in cold sweat, waved his hands and said. The underworld empress's attack was too fierce, Qin Feng couldn't react for a moment. Sister Bai, they're still next door, aren't you afraid? Qin Feng pointed to the house on the right and whispered. Why be afraid of them? Once I've made it a fait accompli. They'll be out of luck. Besides, I was prepared before I came. This room is now sealed off. Even if the world were turned upside down, they wouldn't notice. Bai Moyan's eyes flashed with a cunning as she spoke. Hiss. Qin Feng couldn't help but gasp. The methods of a great emperor are truly masterful. She directly sealed off the room. However, those next door are all great emperors. There's also the number one person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Guanghan Empress, Nangong Yu. The methods of the underworld are probably insufficient. Sister Bai, can you tell me why you treat me so? All right. Qin Feng voiced the question that had lingered for the past 14 years. The 10 great empresses, each one breathtakingly beautiful, like fairies. Yet they were all devoted to him alone. There must be a reason for this. Xiao Feng, because you're handsome. Handsome. Who doesn't like that? The underworld empress said without batting an eye. Qin Feng was speechless. They'd been unconditionally good to him since birth. Back then, who could tell if he was handsome or not? Qin Feng clearly sensed that wasn't the reason. However, since no one said anything, he couldn't get any information out of them. Boom. Suddenly, a chilling aura emanated from outside. Empress of the underworld, you're up to no good. Not resting at night, sneaking into Xiao Feng's room, what are you trying to do? A slightly cold voice rang out, and the door was instantly pushed open. The laws of the underworld collapsed instantly. Outside stood 9 empresses. The one who spoke was Empress Guanghan. At first, they hadn't noticed. Only when they realized the Empress of the underworld had been gone for a long time did they realize something was wrong. And above Xiao Feng's room, hidden laws flickered. Empress Guanghan then realized that this guy had made his move. With ease, the seal was broken by Empress Guanghan, and the door was opened. The 9 empresses glared at the Empress of the underworld, their icy aura radiating. Ahem. What I do is none of your business. Even facing the number one person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths, the Empress of the underworld remained shameless, saying, "Come out, don't disturb my little Feng's rest. Honestly, your skin is as thick as a city wall." The Empress of the glazed palace said angrily. If she weren't in the Qin family, she would definitely have had her temper flared up again. HMPH. The Empress of the underworld snorted lightly. Having been discovered, it was difficult to proceed further. She could only leave the room first. Little Feng, get some rest. Waving to Qin Feng, the Empress of the underworld vanished in a flash. The empresses were watching too closely. This actually prevented everyone from making a move. With the 10 empresses gone, Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Qin Feng was still asleep when the system's notifications kept ringing. Ding, ding, the Chosen One has appeared. The Chosen One has appeared. The system's voice woke Qin Feng. Damn it, it's here again. Qin Feng sat up straight and cursed. He had just completed one 3 days ago, and now another one was here. It seems that after coming of age, the number of tasks is increasing. Ding. The Chosen One, Chu Han, is located in the Eastern Wilderness State. She is the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect and a 4th-ranked Chosen One. You can choose to befriend her. Befriending her will reward you with plus 4000 luck points. You can choose to severely injure her. The Chosen One's rank is too high, you cannot hunt her down. You can only severely injure her at most. Severely injuring her grants plus 8000 luck points. Severe injury can be repeated. Task time limit, unlimited. Task open. The system transmitted the task information to Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced at the mission, his face stiffening slightly. Chu Han, a 4th-tier Chosen One of Destiny. Repeatedly inflict severe damage. 8000 per instance, double. The rate of befriending her. However, the other party is a girl. Befriending her isn't out of the question. It all depends on whether Chu Han is sensible enough. Ding. Host, try to befriend her. Inflicting severe damage will draw hatred. Then, if you can't hunt her down, you might be hunted down by her. The system reminded him. Makes sense. More friends, more paths. Qin Feng nodded. Report her cheat ability. Qin Feng decided to use the system first to check the information on the Chosen One. Chu Han, the Chosen One, has a cheat code, transmigration. He possesses an Emperor achieving system. He can become an Emperor by completing missions. Strength. Great perfection of the Sea of Wheels realm. The system's voice ended. Qin Feng was stunned. Another cheater. Just like himself, he possessed the standard equipment of a transmigrator, a system. Holy crap. After a long while, Qin Feng came to his senses. System, can you check where Chu Han, the chosen one, transmigrated from? Qin Feng hurriedly asked in his mind. If he was from Earth like himself, he could choose to befriend him. Chu Han, the chosen one, is from Earth, Beijing, China. A genuine Beijing native. Holy crap. Qin Feng was going crazy. The other party wasn't just a cheater, but also a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, a descendant of the East, exactly the same as myself. Chapter 42 Eastern Wilderness Continent, Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect Eastern Wilderness Continent. Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. A fourth-rank child of destiny. No, I have to go see him. Qin Feng sprang from the bed with a leap. He'd met a fellow townsman in another world. It wouldn't be right not to see him. Besides, he was one of the missions. A fourth-rank child of destiny, destined to become an emperor. Anything related to destiny, becoming an emperor isn't difficult. Furthermore, Chu Han has an emperor becoming system. He'd probably become an emperor just by drinking water and casually practicing. After straightening his robes and leaving a written order, Qin Feng left the mansion. Before the mansion, the 10 empresses were sitting cross-legged on the lawn. Little Feng, you're awake. When Qin Feng came out, Nangong Yu was the first to wake up, looking at him and saying, Sister Nangong, why don't you all go inside to sleep? Qin Feng asked, puzzled. It's all right, it's the same for us wherever we are. Nangong Yu forced a smile and said, having been cold for tens of thousands of years, she suddenly couldn't muster any warmth. Sister Nangong, I need to go out for a bit. Want to come with me? Qin Feng asked casually. Okay. Nangong Yu's eyes lit up, and she immediately agreed. Qin Feng. Is this still the number one person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths? So casual. Where are you going? How about to my Guanghan Palace? I have everything there. Nangong Yu raised her beautiful eyes and said. No, I'm going to the Eastern Wilderness State, to the Tianyan Divine Sect, it's not far. How about I ask a maid to come with me? Qin Feng said, a little scared. No need, a maid can't be as suitable as me. Let's go together. Nangong Yu stood up, her delicate hand trembling slightly, and took Qin Feng's hand. Then, he transformed into a streak of light and vanished instantly. After Nangong Yu and Qin Feng disappeared, the remaining 9 empresses gradually awoke. Just now, they seemed to have entered a deep sleep. They wanted to wake up, but couldn't. When they finally did, a layer of ice covered their shoulders. Damn it, it must be Empress Guanghan's doing. That girl, always so cold, when did she learn to be so cunning? Wait, where's Xiao Feng? After searching the entire mansion, they discovered Qin Feng was missing. The empresses were furious and filled with murderous intent. However, they found 2 imperial edicts in Qin Feng's room. The first one read, Mother, I'm going out for a while, at most 10 days. Don't worry. Signed, Qin Feng. The second edict read, My sisters, I'm going out. Don't worry. It didn't specify who I was going with. This relieved the empresses. However, they were still uneasy and transformed into streaks of light, searching in all directions. The great emperor's divine sense was vast. It could detect even the slightest movement. But this time, it failed. Because it was the Guanghan Empress, the number 1 being in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. In less than a moment, they all shook their heads and returned to their residences. The Underworld Empress, damn it, it must be the Guanghan Empress. Let's go to her Guanghan Palace to ambush her. We can't let her succeed. The Glazed Empress, alright, let's work together. Even if it's Guanghan, we'll have to think twice. The Devouring Heaven Empress, damn, it's been so long since I used the Devouring Heaven Bowl. At this moment, all the empresses united, their goals aligned. They aimed their spears at the Guanghan Palace. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 9 streaks of light flashed and disappeared. They came and went in a hurry. Empress Yi Xinyu of Qingzhou stood atop her mansion, one leg planted on her feet. Her face showed no sign of urgency. She had sensed the disappearance of the Guanghan Palace and Qin Feng. The number 1 person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths was the only choice. Therefore, the Qingzhou Palace did not intervene. Furthermore, the Guanghan Palace was rather composed and unlikely to act rashly. Eastern Wilderness Continent. A desolate and vast continent, filled with an aura of ruin. The sky was a gloomy gray. On the outskirts, 1 or 2 large mountains could be seen from time to time. Few pedestrians or tribes were visible. However, the Eastern Wilderness Continent, one of the 3,000 Tao continents, is no simple matter. The Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect is the face of the Eastern Wilderness continent. Within the sect, there is a Saint Realm expert. In ancient times, even a great emperor appeared there. It can be said that this was once a reclusive sect, which eventually declined. However, in recent decades, the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect has risen again. Within the sect is a saintess of unparalleled beauty and terrifying talent. In just 30 years, she reached the great perfection of the Sea of Wheels realm. The saintess's name spread throughout several surrounding continents. Suddenly, admirers flocked to her. Countless top sects sought to form marriage alliances with her. The Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect also took advantage of this, absorbing a considerable amount of fresh blood. The Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. Located in the heart of the Eastern Wilderness continent, 108 side peaks surround a main peak. At the summit stood the main palace of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. Before the palace lay a vast training ground. Countless disciples sat cross-legged on the training ground, listening to the elders impart their teachings. Powerful figures from other continents stood outside the training ground, boasting and exaggerating. I heard that the Holy Maiden of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect will come out today to teach cultivation techniques. I wonder if it's true. If I could catch a glimpse of the Holy Maiden's beautiful face, my life would be complete. A young man of about 16 years old opened his folding fan and said leisurely, "What kind of wretch are you? Don't you even look in the mirror before wanting to see the Holy Maiden's beautiful face? A mere inscription realm cultivator dares to meddle." Another young man glanced at the speaker and said disdainfully, "So what if I'm an inscription realm cultivator? My father is Zhang Qing. You won't get away with messing with me." The young man of 16 years old, facing the disdain, revealed his father's name. Another young man, upon hearing the name, Zhang Qing, looked slightly embarrassed. He then quietly retreated, disappearing into the crowd. Zhang Qing was the #1 person in Beihai continent, a Saint Realm expert. He was not someone Zhang Chong could afford to offend. "Brother, don't be afraid. His father is indeed named Zhang Qing. However, not the Zhang Qing of Beihai. Just the same name. His father is also at the inscription realm, but his strength is pitifully weak." Another young man stepped forward and said. Zhang Chong flicked his folding fan, his previous arrogance vanishing instantly. "Damn it. A mere inscription realm expert, you scared me." The young man who had just blended into the crowd reappeared, delivering a flying kick to Zhang Chong's chest. Bang! Zhang Chong was kicked dozens of feet away, tumbling and scrambling down the mountain. His attempt to show off failed. He could only flee. This shouldn't be. How could anyone know my past? Maybe I've been showing off too many times, and someone investigated. Zhang Chong muttered to himself as he fled down the mountain. His folding fan involuntarily opened. On the fan, mysterious and unfathomable runes flickered. Damn it, when will I break through to the array formation realm? Looking at the runes on the fan, Zhang Chong sighed helplessly. A rune inscription realm cultivator has arrived. Suddenly, on the steps leading down from the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect, he saw a young man slowly ascending the mountain. The young man was strikingly handsome, dressed in white, and his gait exuded nobility. However, the newcomer made no attempt to conceal his rune inscription realm cultivation. Chapter 43. A lonely figure on a cold river, old friends from the martial world. A young man at the inscription realm. Why do I feel this guy is so strong? After taking a second look, Zhang Chong was suddenly startled. A mere inscription realm cultivator, yet he seemed even stronger than a formation. It was outrageous. Thump thump thump. The young man was fair-skinned and walked slowly, each step as steady as a mountain. Young brother, you've come up the mountain to catch a glimpse of the Holy Maiden, haven't you? Don't go. Those snobbish guys won't let inscription realm cultivators join. Zhang Chong quickly approached, acting as if they were old friends. Qin Feng glanced at him but didn't speak. He walked straight up the mountain. This young man was also at the inscription realm. However, Qin Feng was confident he could kill him with a single slap. Brother, are you mute? Get lost. Qin Feng uttered a single word, his gaze sharpening. Such a temper. Zhang Chong remained fearless. My father, Zhang Qing, told me to get lost. Think twice. He announced Zhang Qing's name from Beihai continent again. Most inscription realm cultivators would be terrified upon hearing this. Using it to intimidate this young man would be a piece of cake. However, the young man completely ignored him and steadily ascended the mountain, leaving behind only a solitary, arrogant figure. Damn it, my secrets aren't working anymore. Damn it, who found out my past? Now I can't even intimidate a mere inscription realm cultivator. Zhang Chong gritted his teeth. Not long after, Qin Feng arrived at the mountain peak. On the vast, boundless training ground, thousands upon thousands of cultivators sat cross-legged. A magnificent palace stood behind the training ground. Despite the defeat of the worldly emperor, the sect remained grand and imposing. The palace alone was nearly identical to the main hall of the Qin family. Both were crafted from rare and precious materials. If another great emperor were to emerge, they could potentially ascend to the worldly emperor realm at any moment. Another inscription realm cultivator has arrived. This ant dares to even glimpse the holy maiden's beauty. Don't think that just because he's handsome, he can do whatever he wants. Outside the training grounds, a group of youths saw Qin Feng and immediately expressed their dissatisfaction. Knock him down the mountain. This guy is too handsome, we can't let him steal the spotlight. One youth's face darkened as he spoke. That makes sense. Immediately, 3 or 5 youths strode towards Qin Feng. Each one exuded a menacing aura, a sinister smile playing on their lips. Kid, if you're not strong enough, don't bother coming here. Go down the mountain yourself, or we'll help you. A thin young man, a slight smirk playing on his lips, looked at Qin Feng and said. As he spoke, his array formation realm cultivation was revealed. Twisted runes arranged in an array. It looked quite intimidating, however, Qin Feng didn't even glance at it, directly roaring out a single word, get lost. His deep voice, carrying a sonic wave, shot out. What the hell? The young man was startled by the roar. These days, what kind of Tom, Dick, or Harry dares to be so arrogant? A mere inscription realm cultivator dares to yell at me. After recovering, the young man flew into a rage, pointing at Qin Feng. Whoosh! Qin Feng, too lazy to waste words, directly threw a punch. Anyone who dares to call him father must die. A phantom of a true dragon condensed on his fair, white fist, its immense power tearing through the air. A precious technique. The power of the true dragon. This is one of Qin Feng's 4 precious techniques. He hasn't had time to demonstrate it until now. Today he'll use this young man as practice. Whoosh! The phantom of the true dragon slowly solidified, slamming into the young man's chest. The young man hadn't expected this inscription realm youth to strike first. Moreover, he unleashed a phantom of a true dragon with a single punch. Upon contact with the phantom of the true dragon, the young man's expression changed drastically. The aura of death filled his mind. Bang! A deafening roar. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, bones shattered. A youth at the array formation realm was instantly killed by a single punch from an inscription realm cultivator. Not even a scream. Seeing this, the other youths felt a chill run down their spines and retreated hastily. Murder! Murder! Killing is forbidden before the main hall of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. Doesn't this guy know? The youths muttered, their lips trembling. At the same time, their gazes towards Qin Feng changed. They looked at him as if he were already dead. If killing was allowed here, Zhang Chong, who had been so arrogant earlier, would have been dead several times over. Annoying. Qin Feng waved his hand, completely indifferent. Qin Feng didn't care about the rule against killing. He could kill if he wanted. As the villainous boss, he was here to break the rules. Who dares cause trouble in my Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect? The commotion naturally attracted the attention of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect elders. An old Taoist priest with white hair was imparting Taoist techniques. Sensing the stench of blood, it transformed into a streak of light and approached Qin Feng. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped the entire area. The white-haired old Taoist was the 6th elder of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect, a Divine Palace realm expert. He was only one step away from reaching the venerable realm. Under his oppressive aura, all the youths in the array formation realm were trembling with fear, not daring to speak. Sixth elder. It has nothing to do with us, it's him. A youth mustered his courage and pointed at Qin Feng. The 6th elder looked at Qin Feng. His aged gaze was sharp, like a razor-sharp knife, cleaving through space. At the same time, he turned his oppressive aura towards Qin Feng. Young man, quite talented for your age. Able to withstand my oppressive aura. The 6th elder swept his gaze over Qin Feng and said. This young man was only in the inscription realm. Despite the oppressive aura of his own divine palace realm cultivation, he remained completely calm. Not a trace of panic. The sixth elder intensified his pressure. How much pressure could a mere inscription realm cultivator withstand? Hey! Qin Feng chuckled lightly, his expression unchanged. Sixth elder, is it? Summon the holy maiden of the heavenly evolution divine sect, Chu Han, to come out for a chat. How dare you address the holy maiden by her name? The sixth elder's expression changed drastically, and he rebuked him. Just now, seeing some talent in the young man, he had considered taking him under his wing. Now, the sixth elder abandoned that idea, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Just tell her, Han Zhong Ji Yu Ying, an old friend of the martial world, Qin Feng of Yanjing, if all else fails, add, Blue Star. Qin Feng remained calm, speaking in a commanding tone. The sixth elder was furious. This young man was too arrogant. Not only did he want to see the holy maiden, but he also ordered him to inform her. They simply don't take the heavenly evolution divine sect seriously. However, the boy's confident demeanor did indeed give off a somewhat saintly vibe. For a moment, the sixth elder was unsure what to do. Huff. The sixth elder took a deep breath. Boy, you'd better really know the holy maiden. Otherwise, I won't kill you, I'll torture you. Someone. The sixth elder, his face grim, summoned a disciple and, as Qin Feng had instructed, informed him. Then, the disciple hurriedly ran into the main hall. Of course we know each other, we're from the same hometown. Same ancestor. Qin Feng said calmly. It's a system task, it can't be wrong. We're all from Blue Star, descendants of the Yellow Emperor. Chapter 44 The unique language of Blue Star inside the main hall. On a jade futon. A young girl sat cross-legged, wearing a feathered crown and her face veiled. Her entire body radiated a holy light. Her graceful figure, with long, slender legs, was turned away from the crowd. Reporting to the holy maiden, someone wants you to come out for a chat. I won't go. The girl waved her hand without hesitation. What did that person say? Hanzhong Guiying, an old friend of the martial world, Qin Feng of Yanjing. The disciple spoke again. Hearing this, the girl's delicate body trembled slightly. Hanzhong Guiying, an old friend of the martial world, came from the Dragon Gate flying armor. As for Yanjing, it was Chu Han's hometown in her previous life. A coincidence? Could it be that there is also a place called Yanjing in this world? Chu Han wondered. The world is so big, it's normal to have the same name. Thinking this, Chu Han waved her hand again. I'm not going. Holy maiden, they also said that if you don't go, they'll add Blue Star to the list. The disciple truthfully informed her. With a whoosh, Chu Han stood up from the jade futon. Behind her veil, her fair face changed drastically. Blue Star, that was her hometown. She had never revealed it to outsiders, yet now someone else had said it outright. If before it was just a guess, then now it was certain. Go out first and bring that person to see me. Remember, don't make things difficult for them. After a long while, the holy maiden regained her composure, turned her back to the disciple, and said. Holy maiden, that person said they want you to go out. The Tianyan divine sect disciple, stealing himself, reported again. Hey, very well, very well. Then I'll go see this lonely shadow of the cold river, an old acquaintance from the martial world. Chu Han smiled faintly and said. Surrounded by strangers in another world, she unexpectedly encountered a fellow townsman. Of course, she should meet him. However, Chu Han didn't know how the other party knew she came from Blue Star. Moreover, he knew her intimately. This was precisely why Chu Han willingly left the main hall. The disciple, bowing low, quickly retreated from the palace and rushed towards the outer edge of the training ground. Outside the training ground, the situation remained tense. The sixth elder exuded murderous intent. Qin Feng, however, was quite amiable, walking to an ancient mulberry tree and sitting down. Nangong Yu, who accompanied him, was hidden in the shadows. With a flick of her wrist, she could annihilate the entire heavenly evolution divine sect. What was there to fear? As for the other youths, their mouths were agape, their faces filled with disbelief. The holy maiden's friend, a fellow townsman. Even the sixth elder couldn't quite grasp her. She was too good at deceiving people. However, they dared not complain. The sixth elder's aura was too oppressive. Thump, thump, thump. Soon, the disciple from before came running over. Sixth elder, the holy maiden said we mustn't make things difficult for her. She said she'd come out personally, she's probably a friend of the Holy Maiden, no doubt about it. The disciple knelt on one knee and hurriedly said, "What?" The sixth elder's face twitched, his voice stiffening. "She really is a friend of the Holy Maiden of my Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect." This, is there some mistake? The sixth elder still couldn't quite believe it. Sixth elder, I'm sure there's no mistake. The Holy Maiden said these things herself. The disciple affirmed. When did the Holy Maiden make a friend at the inscription realm? Isn't she always cultivating in the main hall? And what's with the fellow villager thing? The sixth elder looked utterly bewildered. At the same time, the killing intent in his eyes gradually faded, leaving only confusion. I don't know. The disciple shook his head. Elder, I'll go cultivate now. Go. The sixth elder waved his hand, turning his gaze to Qin Feng under the ancient mulberry tree. Young friend, since you know the Holy Maiden, why are you still killing in my Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect's cultivation ground? The sixth elder's voice softened considerably. Kill if you want to, why so many questions? Qin Feng shrugged, his words still infuriating. The sixth elder wanted to slap this boy to death. But being a fellow villager of the Holy Maiden, that connection. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Huff, huff. The sixth elder exhaled a long breath, turned, and left. He wouldn't take this insult. With the sixth elder gone, the youths began to stir again. One by one, they surrounded Qin Feng. Fellow Taoist, what is your name? Shall we become friends? My name is Wang Wu, from Kunwu Continent, the chief disciple of the Xuantian sect. Fellow Taoist, I am from Beihai Continent, a disciple of Zhongqing. Fellow Taoist, how did you meet the Holy Maiden? Do you have any secret techniques? Please share your experience. Get lost. Faced with the clamor of the youths, Qin Feng uttered only one word. Ah! The youths were startled, but dared not complain. That punch from just now was still vivid in their minds. Even the elders of the Tianyan divine sect dared not interfere. With a shout, the youths consciously dispersed, retreating behind Qin Feng. Following this young man, perhaps they could catch a glimpse of the Holy Maiden's beauty. Whoosh! At this moment, in the main hall, a holy light flashed. A graceful young woman in a long purple dress gradually appeared. Her face was veiled, and she wore a feathered crown. Her feet traced a beautiful arc as she strode through the air. Her long hair flowed freely, making her appear like a fairy. A terrifying aura emanated from her. She had reached the great perfection of the Sea of Wheels realm. At only 30 years old, she had achieved a level that many could never reach in their entire lives. Hiss! The Holy Maiden has appeared. She's so beautiful. That figure, those long legs, I. Excited voices suddenly came from behind Qin Feng. The young men, their expressions exaggerated, were all sycophants. Ding! Ding! Chu Han, a fourth-tier chosen one of destiny, is approaching. The host can approach and befriend her, or choose to severely injure her. Befriend her plus 4000 destiny points. Severely injure her plus 8000 destiny points. Severe injure her repeatedly. The system's voice rang in Qin Feng's mind. He stood up and looked up. He saw a young girl slowly flying towards him. To be called a saintess, she was indeed quite beautiful. Her strength was also formidable, at the great perfection of the Sea of Wheels realm. She was 2 realms higher than him. Chu Han scanned the crowd, finally fixing her gaze on Qin Feng. This young man wore a white robe and was quite handsome. He constantly exuded a powerful aura. He was clearly not simple. Hello Tilda. Miss Chu Han. Qin Feng waved and spoke in the most innocent and simple language on earth. Chu Han trembled, her expression constantly shifting beneath her veil. Then, she slowly descended. The other person spoke the language of Blue Star, and knew she was also from Blue Star. Who are you? Chu Han asked, looking bewildered. Hello. My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng politely extended his hand, gesturing for a handshake. This was a unique way of greeting on Blue Star. Hello. My name is, I think you already know. With a hint of doubt, Chu Han still extended her delicate hand to shake his. The young men were completely dumbfounded. What kind of language was this? They had never heard of it before. However, when they saw the Holy Maiden and the young man holding hands, the young men instantly felt envious. Even the Guanghan Empress, hidden in the shadows, looked bewildered. This wasn't the language of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. She couldn't understand what they were saying, but seeing Xiao Feng holding her hand made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. How did you know me? Chu Han also asked in the language of Blue Star. This, I can't say. But you just need to know that we're from the same hometown. Qin Feng grinned and said, could it be? I also have a system, and I'm the main villain. Such a big secret, should I reveal it too? That's true, everyone has secrets, there's no need to know so much. Chu Han nodded and said, she was also a transmigrator. She knew all too well the terror of transmigrators. They either had cheat codes or systems to bless them, or they were born with extraordinary luck. They could find treasures just walking around. Chapter 45, The Inscription Realm, is not bad. Since we're from the same hometown, let's chat inside the hall, Chu Han invited. Please. Qin Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He was only here to complete his mission. At the same time, he wanted to chat with Chu Han more about Blue Star dialect. Please. Chu Han extended her delicate hand, gesturing for the guest to go first. Then, under the blank gazes of the crowd, the two slowly walked towards the main hall. Thousands upon thousands of disciples of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect felt a pang of jealousy seeing the Holy Maiden and the young man walking side by side. Half their focus on cultivation diminished. The sixth elder, seeing this, was quite helpless. The Holy Maiden was the hope of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. The future Emperor. Many admired her. Most of these new disciples were attracted by the Holy Maiden's name. Cultivate diligently, without distraction. The stronger you are, the greater your chances will be. They're just fellow villagers, not cultivation partners. The sixth elder loudly reminded everyone. The elder is right. Cultivate, cultivate. Only by reaching the strongest can you gain the Holy Maiden's favor. Charge, 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 charge. The disciples, as if struck by 1,000 points of damage, all entered a frenzy of training. The greater the pressure, the stronger the motivation. Qin Feng was unaware that his arrival had such a significant impact. He and the chosen one, Chu Han, arrived at the main hall. Here, it was resplendent and magnificent. There were also arrays flowing within the palace. Jade prayer mats were arranged neatly on white jade stones. Chu Han walked to the first jade prayer mat and sat down cross-legged. Qin Feng sat opposite her. Qin Feng, since we are fellow villagers, I will be frank with you. Sitting cross-legged, Chu Han lifted her veil and smiled slightly. Qin Feng looked closely. A delicate face, smooth and flawless like jade. A pair of deep blue eyes, always radiating light. She gave off an ethereal, otherworldly aura. However, Qin Feng had seen many empresses before. Chu Han's face was beautiful, but she lacked the aura of an empress. Therefore, he didn't look at her for long before withdrawing his gaze. Miss Chu Han, you are exceptionally talented. In just 30 years, you have reached the great perfection of the Sea of Wheels realm. When you become an empress, you must give me your guidance. Qin Feng grinned. Hee hee. Of course, of course. Chu Han didn't refuse. In this world, it's rare to meet an old friend. It's only natural to help each other through thick and thin. Besides, this young man was indeed quite handsome. He was at least the most handsome man Chu Han had ever seen. Brother Qin Feng, do you have a Taoist partner? Chu Han asked, her cheeks slightly flushed. Ah. Qin Feng was startled. Well, not really, but someone from my family came to propose marriage. Qin Feng glanced at the void and replied. This question almost made Qin Feng burst out laughing. There was still the Moon Empress hidden in the void. Luckily, they were using the language unique to Blue Star. Otherwise, something terrible would have happened. Propose marriage. Brother Qin Feng, those worldly proposals are meaningless. At least you should find someone of equal social standing and strength. Chu Han raised her head, adopting the demeanor of an older sister, instructing Qin Feng. Yes, yes, yes. Meaningless. Qin Feng nodded repeatedly. He didn't mention that the marriage proposal came from one of the 10 empresses. He feared Chu Han's resolve might be unstable. How about this, come to my Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect, and I'll arrange a position as a holy son for you. You'll have more prestige when you go out in the future. I'll provide all your cultivation resources, allowing you to reach the Saint Realm as quickly as possible. As for whether you can become an emperor, that depends on your fate. Chu Han pondered for a moment before speaking. To be fair, if Qin Feng had nothing, following Chu Han would definitely be a good deal. However, Qin Feng was an emperor's son. Would he care about a position as a holy son? Miss Chu Han, you're too kind. Having a fellow townsman like you is a blessing indeed. However, I'm used to being alone and don't want to join the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect for the time being. I'm sorry. Qin Feng politely declined, cupping his hands in a gesture of respect, following the rules of the martial world. It's alright. You can join anytime you want. I also have a say in the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. Chu Han smiled and said. She was so eager to invite Qin Feng, because a system mission had arrived. Invite Qin Feng to join the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. Reward, great perfection of the Divine Palace Realm. Alternatively, severely injure him. Reward, Venerable Realm Cultivation. Severely injuring him can be repeated. This was Chu Han's system mission. Severely injuring the opponent could directly break through 2 realms. However, she didn't choose to severely injure him. Instead, she chose to invite him to join the sect. Although the invitation failed, she didn't attack. Everyone is from Blue Star. Unless absolutely necessary, they won't resort to violence. Thump thump thump. Just then, footsteps came from one side of the main hall. Ah, I heard the Holy Maiden's friend has arrived. Who is he? The voice preceded the person. A middle-aged man with a powerful stride strode forward. The newcomer possessed formidable strength, and a powerful aura emanated from him. Qin Feng looked up. The middle-aged man wore a long black robe, his domineering and arrogant eyes fixed on him. A terrifying aura emanated from him, giving off an air of arrogance. Sect Master, this is Qin Feng, my friend. Chu Han stood up, adjusted her veil, and said, Oh, fellow Taoist Qin Feng, you are quite young. Are you of age? The middle-aged man sized Qin Feng up and down, asking. As he spoke, a pressure swept towards Qin Feng. This was a test of Qin Feng's strength. Brother Qin Feng, this is Sect Master Wu of my Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. The Holy Maiden, unaware of the oppressive aura, continued introducing the Sect Master to Qin Feng. Hey, Sect Master Wu, whether I'm an adult or not is none of your business. Qin Feng chuckled coldly. He immediately exerted pressure, trying to test my strength. He's giving me the cold shoulder. Sect Master Wu, please retract your petty actions. Qin Feng's sneer vanished. Hearing this, Wu Lang's smile instantly disappeared. The dignified Sect Master of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect, a Saint Realm expert, yet he was rebuked by a mere youth. Chu Han, your friend doesn't seem to like me very much. Chu Han was somewhat embarrassed. From Qin Feng's tone, it wasn't hard to tell that the Sect Master had used some methods against him. However, the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect was her sect, and she couldn't afford to offend it. Brother Qin Feng, the Sect Master probably didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. Chu Han looked at Qin Feng and said, Miss Chu Han, considering you're from my hometown, I won't hold it against him. However, I don't want any more of this kind of underhanded behavior. Qin Feng glanced at the troubled Chu Han and took a step back. Tisk tisk tilde. Kids these days, they all speak so impulsively. What's wrong with me checking your strength? Inscription realm, not bad. The Sect Master, still unaware of the seriousness of the situation, plopped down on the dragon throne in the main hall. Chapter 46 You little rascal, you're only just starting to get it. I told you, this kind of petty trick only needs to happen once. Miss Chu Han, I think you're more suitable to be the sect leader. Your Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect should change its sect leader. Qin Feng stood up, speaking calmly. Chu Han, what do you mean? Qin Feng didn't respond, but looked into the void. Sister Nangong, I don't like this person. If Xiao Feng doesn't like him, then make him disappear. Nangong Yu transmitted her voice to Qin Feng from the void. Okay. Qin Feng nodded. Suddenly, Wu Lang, sitting on the dragon throne, found it difficult to breathe. Inside the main hall, the void rippled slightly, and the aura of the great Tao overflowed. A chilling aura froze the entire main hall. Wu Lang had originally wanted to say that the little brat was ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth, but when that chilling aura overflowed, his expression instantly froze. Great Emperor. His lips trembled, his face pale. Chu Han also felt an endless chill. He couldn't help but hug his chest and shiver. Even the disciples cultivating outside the main hall couldn't help but shiver. Damn it. It's so sunny, yet I feel cold. Did something go wrong with my cultivation? A disciple opened his eyes and muttered. As for the young men, they wrapped their robes tighter, shivering. What's going on? Why is it so cold? A young man took out a large sweater from his storage ring and hurriedly put it on. However, this biting cold was not something a large sweater could withstand. Inside the main hall, Wu Lang panicked. Thump. Greetings, great Emperor Guanghan. He slumped off the dragon throne and immediately knelt in worship. This kind of aura could only be attained by a great emperor. Among the great emperors, only the Guanghan Great Emperor possesses such overwhelming coldness. The Guanghan Empress, the number one figure in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. To destroy the Tianyin divine sect, a mere breath would suffice. Even in action, the Empress appears weak. Young Master Qin, I know I was wrong. Young Master Qin, spare my life. I shouldn't have probed your strength. Seeing no one speak in the void, Wu Lang could only turn to plead with Qin Feng. At this moment, he realized the gravity of the situation. This young man, behind him was actually the Guanghan Palace. Too terrifying. Chu Han's beautiful face paled. At this moment, her expression towards Qin Feng changed. As expected. None of the transmigrators are easy to deal with. With the number one figure in the 9 heavens and 10 earths protecting him, she had underestimated him. And Sect Master Wu Lang, why did he bother probing his strength? He even investigates his own friend. This is going too far. Brother Qin Feng, sect leader Wu made a mistake, but it was unintentional. Why don't you let him go? Chu Han pondered for a moment, then said softly, although the sect leader's actions were repulsive, this was still her sect. Holy Maiden, save me. Please beg your fellow villager. I really didn't mean it. Wu Lang had no sect leader's airs whatsoever, he was like a dead dog. Now, he directly begged Chu Han. In the eyes of a great emperor, he was just an ant. As insignificant as dust. Chu Han gritted her teeth, Brother Qin Feng. Before she finished speaking, Qin Feng waved his hand and said, get lost. Also, from now on, you are no longer the sect leader. Chu Han is the true sect master of the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. Upon hearing this, Wu Lang's face turned ashen, but he dared not refute. Then, he scrambled out of the main hall. Little Feng, next time just kill him directly. A mere saint-level ant dares to test your strength. In the void, the Guanghan Empress raised her beautiful eyes and transmitted her voice. Qin Feng remained silent, because he didn't know how to use voice transmission. Only after reaching the Venerable Realm could he communicate remotely via voice transmission. As for why he didn't kill him, it was because of Chu Han's existence. He needed to befriend Chu Han. Killing her sect master would only severely injure her and gain chi luck points. They were all from the same hometown. They should save face for each other. Chu Han looked at the scrambling sect master and shook her head. Then, she knelt on one knee. Greetings, great Emperor Guanghan. Chu Han knelt before the void, her long, slender, and fair legs revealed. Rise. The great Emperor Guanghan uttered 2 words. Her ethereal voice resounded throughout the entire hall. Since Xiao Feng has spoken, then you are now the master of the heavenly evolution. Divine sect. Yes. Great Emperor Guanghan. Chu Han did not object, replying respectfully, easily becoming the sect master. And it was the great Emperor Guanghan herself who spoke. It would be difficult not to rise to power. At this moment, the chilling aura emanating from Guanghan gradually subsided. As if it had never existed, the lingering chill also vanished. Brother Qin Feng, I never expected you to have the great Emperor Guanghan as your protector. I even invited you to join the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect before, it seems my vision was too narrow. With the chill gone, Chu Han lowered his head with a self-deprecating smile and said. A glint of cunning flashed in her eyes as she lowered her head. A mere protector of a great emperor. Compared to herself, he was still slightly inferior. Because she possessed a system, the chosen one, the future empress, she was very likely to surpass the Empress of Guanghan. A protector? I suppose so. Qin Feng didn't expose her, responding smoothly. This wasn't a protector, he was clearly a suitor, but if he told anyone, Chu Han probably wouldn't believe him. Ding. Befriend the chosen one Chu Han, luck value plus 4000. At this moment, the system confirmed the successful befriending. Qin Feng received the reward and it was time to end things. Miss Chu Han. No, Sect Master Chu, that's enough for today. I should go home too. Qin Feng cupped his hands and said. I'll see you off. Chu Han smiled politely and said. 5,000 years of traditional culture were on full display. Then, the two walked side by side out of the main hall. Like old friends who had known each other for years, they walked and chatted. At first glance, one might mistake them for a couple. On the training ground, countless hearts shattered. The holy maiden had become so casual, she was even laughing and talking. Wasn't she aloof before? And who exactly was this young man? He could converse with the holy maiden as if she were a learned scholar, handling her with ease. Young Master Qin, please wait a moment. Having passed through the training ground, Qin Feng was about to descend the mountain when a voice came from behind him. The voice was very familiar, causing Qin Feng to frown slightly. Young Master Qin, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. This is the supreme divine weapon of my heavenly evolution divine sect. I now present it to young Master Qin, hoping that you will forgive my rudeness. A middle-aged man ran over quickly, his voice becoming gentle and reserved. Gone was his previous arrogance. The middle-aged man was Wu Lang. In his hand, he held a golden staff. The staff flowed with supreme Taoist energy, shimmering and radiant with golden light. It was clearly extraordinary. A top-tier supreme divine weapon. Chu Han was suddenly shocked. This was their sect's most prized treasure, yet it had been given away. Ahem. If you had taken it out earlier, none of this would have happened. You little brat, you're only just realizing the truth now. Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he coughed, saying, Yes, yes, yes. I'm naturally clumsy. It was only after young Master Qin's guidance that I finally understood. Wu Lang was extremely polite, like a grandson. Meanwhile, in the training ground, thousands of disciples were utterly astonished. Chapter 47 Rejecting the Saintess, visiting the Moon Palace. Was this still the sect leader they knew? The former sect leader. Looking down on everyone, utterly domineering. He only ever glanced at everyone with one eye, but now. The sect leader was now obsequious to that young man, and even presented him with the sect's most prized possession, the sky-supporting staff. This was the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect's most treasured artifact. Is the sect leader alright? Giving the sect's most prized possession to that pretty boy. Could it be that being handsome really allows one to do whatever one wants? Countless people uttered doubts. In their eyes, what else could that young man have besides being handsome? What else could he have? His cultivation level wasn't high, only at the inscription realm. Everyone present was stronger than him. Yet, he received that outrageous treatment. Sixth Elder, what's the background of this kid? Why is Sect Master Wu going to such lengths for him? Could he be a disciple of some powerful figure? He stroked his white beard, looking puzzled. Equally shocked and confused were the young admirers. They all covered their mouths, speechless. A Saint Realm expert giving a gift to a mere inscription realm youth. And a supreme divine weapon at that. Who could they complain to? The crucial point was, their attitude was astonishing, completely lacking the demeanor of a sect master. Young Master Qin, do you have a Taoist partner yet? Our sect Master Chu is quite a good person, why don't you consider it? After presenting the supreme divine weapon, Wu Lang asked again subtly. Qin Feng accepted the supreme divine weapon, and upon hearing Wu Lang's words, paused for a moment. Then, he looked at his fellow villager, Chu Han. A graceful figure, long legs, and exceptional beauty. Plus, she was from Yanjing. Indeed, quite striking. Chu Han, upon hearing Wu Lang's words, also paused for a second. Then, feeling Qin Feng's gaze, a blush rose beneath her veil. Master Wu, what are you saying? Chu Han's voice trembled as she whispered. At the same time, her eyes were constantly scanning Qin Feng. Compared to those stubborn suitors, this fellow townsman was far more handsome. He possessed a unique local charm that was more captivating. Just as the underworld Empress had said, handsome, who doesn't like that? Ahem. Sect Master Chu is a beauty of unparalleled grace. To even know you is already an honor beyond measure, I dare not presume. Qin Feng's gaze darted away, his voice a polite refusal. It wasn't that Chu Han wasn't beautiful. Moreover, Qin Feng was accompanied by the Moon Empress. If I agreed, I'd get a beating. In the void, Empress Guanghan nodded in satisfaction upon hearing Qin Feng's answer. The disciples of the Tianyin divine sect were dumbfounded. Holy crap. This kid's gone mad. Refusing the holy maiden, so hot-blooded. Damn it, he fooled us. The disciples uttered angry exclamations. At the same time, they were secretly relieved that the kid hadn't agreed. This way, they still had a chance. I really don't know what the sect master saw in him, he's so ungrateful, he even refused. By the way, he called him Sect Master Chu just now, what's going on? The disciples were increasingly confused. One by one, they abandoned their cultivation and watched Qin Feng's movements intently, afraid of missing a single word, a single detail. Before Qin Feng, Chu Han heard the words of refusal. For some reason, a hint of disappointment appeared in his eyes. She was starting to lose face. Qin Feng, the old sect master, was probably terrified just now. Don't worry about what he said. However, she still forced a smile. Sorry. Qin Feng could only clasp his hands in a fist salute. Then, he turned gracefully and strode away from the heavenly evolution divine sect. Chu Han watched Qin Feng's retreating figure, his anger gradually rising. Ignoring everyone, she stomped her foot in frustration and plunged into the main hall, focusing intently on her cultivation. The holy maiden of countless admirers, rejected in public, how could she save face? Although the rejection was tactful, Chu Han couldn't accept it. She secretly vowed to cultivate diligently and become an emperor as soon as possible. Let Qin Feng see for himself if following her had been a bad deal. Huff, huff. Wu Lang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a heavy sigh of relief. The sky supporting staff, finally delivered. Shouldn't have offended the Guanghan Palace. It's a pity we couldn't arrange a marriage, otherwise, the Tianyan divine sect would have risen to prominence in one step. Wu Lang murmured softly. Others might not know the young man's background, but he knew it all too well. He invoked the Guanghan Emperor at the drop of a hat. With the Guanghan Empress as his protector, his future achievements would surely be immense. Very likely, he'll be the next Guanghan Emperor, the #1 person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Qin Feng had just reached the foot of the mountain. His body floated into the air, soaring 30,000 miles upwards, arriving above the clouds. Waves of chaotic spiritual mist enveloped him. Whoosh! Qin Feng took out a top-tier supreme divine weapon, a smile playing on his lips. A good haul this time, another supreme divine weapon. Qin Feng looked at the golden iron staff in his hand and said, "This supreme divine weapon is perfect for that little Zhu Yan. Like the Monkey King." After examining it, Qin Feng muttered, "Zhu Yan is a 6th-rank chosen one, possessing both a divine beast form and a supreme divine weapon. He's more than capable of sweeping aside those of the same level. Given Zhu Yan's ape-like appearance, a staff-like weapon is even more suitable." Mainly, Qin Feng wanted to see if this guy had the same reckless spirit as the Monkey King. "Little Feng, how did you and Chu Han meet? Fellow townsmen, weren't you always with the Qin family?" At this moment, Nangong Yu appeared in a flash, asking in confusion. Before he could even feel happy, Qin Feng was stumped by Nangong Yu's question. "Actually, I have a divination ability. I can deduce a person's origins. I deduced Chu Han's origins and even practiced her native language. So, it's easy to pretend to be from the same hometown." Qin Feng started bluffing again. He wouldn't reveal his bizarre identity as a transmigrator. PFF'd. Nangong Yu's icy face suddenly broke into a laugh. "Then you don't know her at all. You're just trying to trick me into giving you a supreme divine weapon." Nangong Yu looked at the golden iron rod and guessed. "Sister Nangong is indeed amazing, you saw right through me." Qin Feng put away the sky-supporting cudgel and gave her a thumbs up. "You little rascal. Next time you want a supreme divine weapon, just tell me. I have plenty at home. There's no need to come to this small sect, it's a waste of time." "Okay, thank you, Sister Nangong." Qin Feng responded outwardly without showing any emotion, but inwardly he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't really want the supreme divine weapon. What he wanted was luck points. The supreme divine weapon conveniently helped him cover up his lie. It has to be said, this Wu Lang is quite adept at handling things. "Little Feng, since you're out, why don't you come and play at my Guanghan Palace?" After teleporting through several continents, the Guanghan Empress spoke. "Sister Nangong, this isn't that inappropriate. I'm afraid if I play too long, Mother will punish me again when we get back." Qin Feng grinned and said, "It's all right, we'll be punished together then." Nangong Yu's icy face flushed slightly as she spoke. Chapter 48 The Rules of the Moon Palace. Okay. Gritting his teeth, Qin Feng agreed. The Guanghan Palace was the residence of the most powerful being in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He also wanted to visit, and if possible, bring some gifts. The Guanghan Palace was not located in the 3,000 Dao provinces. The 3,000 Dao provinces were merely one of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The Guanghan Palace belonged to the boundless heaven. Legend has it that The boundless heaven contained the remains of a true immortal and the body of a great emperor. It was originally the ancestral land of the Wang family, where a great emperor once existed, Great Emperor Wang Neng. However, because he offended Emperor Wangtian, he was ruthlessly suppressed and killed by Emperor Wangtian. Uprooted completely, the entire boundless heaven underwent a complete change of dynasty. Later, after tens of thousands of years, Empress Nangong Yu of the Guanghan Palace became an emperor in the boundless heaven. And thus, she settled in the boundless heaven. He casually created the Guanghan Palace. Now, the Guanghan Palace is the strongest force in the boundless heaven. At the entrance of the Guanghan Palace, 9 beautiful figures, radiating magnificent spiritual energy. Each of them wore a grim expression, exuding murderous intent. This startled the Guanghan Palace, prompting the activation of its protective array. Damn it, where did the Guanghan Empress and Xiaofeng go? It's been 3 days, and they haven't returned yet. We haven't detected the Guanghan Empress's presence along the way. Could it be that Nangong Yu didn't return to her lair at all, but went elsewhere to handle some business? The 9 beautiful figures' speculations continued. The last sentence made them even more anxious. However, the Guanghan Empress's strength was too great. If she wanted to hide, there was nothing they could do. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wisp of chaotic spiritual mist descended from the horizon. Here it comes. As expected, this guy is going back to his lair. We've caught him this time. The underworld Empress looked at the chaotic spirit mist, her face suddenly lighting up with joy. Go, block it. We can't let Xiaofeng suffer such a fate. The glazed Empress waved to her sisters. Immediately, the 9 empresses soared into the air, blocking the chaotic spirit mist. Guanghan, this is too much. Tell me, what did you do to my Xiaofeng? The underworld empress was the first to object, pointing at the chaotic spirit mist and shouting sharply. Then, she looked at Qin Feng in the chaotic spirit mist. Xiaofeng, did she? You mean, that? Even the thick-skinned underworld empress found it hard to say. Her face flushed red. No. Qin Feng understood immediately and quickly waved his hands. That's good. You scared me. The underworld empress patted her chest, her anger largely dissipated. As long as Xiaofeng hadn't met with a terrible fate, she was much more at ease. Not only her, but the other empresses also breathed a sigh of relief. Where did you all go? It took you so long to get back. The glazed empress asked. None of your business. The moon empress raised her slender neck and replied coldly. She'd been blocked at her own doorstep. No matter who it was, she wouldn't give them a friendly look. Unless, it was Qin Feng. Qin Feng, Sister Chu, we went to the Eastern Wilderness Continent, to the Heavenly Evolution Divine Sect. What's the point of going to such a small sect? The glazed Empress Chu Xinyao asked, puzzled. To collect gifts. Qin Feng grinned. Collect gifts. The glazed Empress was even more confused. However, as long as Xiaofeng was alright, everything was fine. They didn't want to fight the Guanghan Empress. Whoosh! The Guanghan Empress waved her hand, and a Guanghan imperial decree flew out instantly. Then, it landed on the myriad arrays. Pop! Instantly, the arrays shook and dispersed in all directions. In a flash, a gap appeared. Everyone, since you're here, please come in and have a seat. The Guanghan Empress, Nangong Yu, holding Qin Feng's hand, transformed into a streak of aurora and slipped into the Guanghan Palace. Guests are welcome, so an invitation is warranted. Besides, these empresses were blocking her way too. Keep each other in check. If she wasn't invited, and these guys saw her and Qin Feng enter the Guanghan Palace, they would probably tear open the array and force their way in. The empresses exchanged glances, then transformed into aurora and followed closely behind. Within the formation, a vast, shimmering palace, resplendent with glazed tiles. Floating palaces, imbued with Taoist energy, hovered beneath the silvery moonlight. Surrounding the palaces, lush green grass and verdant vegetation created an ethereal, otherworldly atmosphere. A shimmering stream cascaded down from within. Upon closer inspection, one could see countless wisps of chilling energy, transforming into white waterfalls that hung upside down from the sky. But these palaces were merely the outer perimeter of the Guanghan Palace. The true Guanghan Palace lay within its inner perimeter. Passing through a grand avenue paved with countless palaces, an ancient and magnificent Guanghan Palace suddenly appeared. White mist swirled, spiritual energy swirling like fog. The Guanghan Palace was in no way inferior to Qin Feng's family mansion. Every brick and tile, every carved railing and jade-like structure, was constructed with countless precious treasures. A single piece taken from it would be enough to unleash a bloodbath in the outside world. Countless old monsters would fight tooth and nail for it. Greetings, great Emperor Guanghan. Upon arriving at the entrance of Guanghan Palace, two maids at the Saint Realm level knelt before Nangong Yu. Rise. Nangong Yu flicked her sleeve. Then, she began to introduce Qin Feng. This is your future master. My husband. Keep your eyes open. She blushed slightly when she said, my husband. Yes, great Emperor Guanghan. The two maids were startled. Greetings, Master. Then, they knelt before Qin Feng. Get up, get up. Qin Feng quickly spoke, preparing to step forward and help them up. But the two maids simultaneously took a step back. They dared not let him help the great Emperor Guanghan's husband. Shameless. 9 curses came from behind the great Emperor Guanghan. That's right, shameless. He's clearly my husband. The Netherworld Empress stepped forward. Greetings, great Empress of the Netherworld. The two maids' worldviews were turned upside down, and they hurriedly knelt down one after the other. Greetings, great Empress of the Glazed Palace. Greetings, great Emperor of the 9 Netherworlds. Greetings, great Emperor of the Devouring Heaven. The two maids' bodies were visibly trembling. What's wrong with the Moon Empress? She brought back so many empresses, and now she's fighting them over a young man. The young man is handsome, but he's only at the inscription realm. Won't they start fighting? The maids were terrified, not daring to speak. It's too shocking. Netherworld Empress, haven't you figured it out yet? Little Feng has come to my Moon Palace. My Guanghan Palace only allows one man to enter, and that man is my man. The Guanghan Empress gritted her teeth and said. Even she, who was usually cold and aloof, was now determined. The man who stepped through this gate, she, the Guanghan Empress, would marry no one but him for the rest of her life. I don't want to hear it. This is nonsense. That's your own rule, what does it have to do with us? That's right, it's none of my business. I've never heard of this rule either. The empresses chimed in, indicating that no matter what, they wouldn't give up. Qin Feng smiled helplessly. My damned, uncontrollable charm. Chapter 49 The Unparalleled Elixir. Vegetarianism, a good reincarnation. Easily reaching heights insurmountable by ordinary people. Most ridiculously, Qin Feng also has a system to bless him. On the importance of reincarnation, and reincarnation well. I don't care, my rules cannot be broken. Come on, Xiao Feng, let's go in. The Guanghan Empress's delicate body trembled, and a chill emanated from her. Then, pulling Qin Feng along, she stepped through the magnificent gate. The other empresses followed closely behind, leaving only 2 maids witnessing the dog food scene. Is this our Guanghan Empress? The maid on the right slapped herself across the cheek, saying incredulously. Shish, are you courting death? How could we possibly fathom the thoughts of the emperors? Quickly go and prepare to entertain the emperors from all sides. The maid on the left, though also shocked, was more rational. Yes. It was my carelessness. The maid on the right nodded hurriedly. Then, they bowed slightly, placed their hands on their stomachs, and entered the Guanghan Palace through the side door. 9 empresses had come to visit, along with the husband of the Guanghan Empress. As maids, they had to go and prepare the grand feast. Upon entering the main gate, there was a vast lotus pond. It was filled with lotuses of all sizes. Each one was a peerless medicinal herb. It contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, shimmering with radiant light. Even the water in the pond was dyed azure. A faint mist permeated the lotuses. It was like a fairyland, breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Feng, visiting the Guanghan Palace for the first time, was awestruck by the sheer scale of the scene. This was the residence of the number 1 person in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Walking on the azure lotus pond was like strolling through a painting. Empress of the underworld and her entourage were also visiting this place for the first time. Looking at the layout of the Guanghan Palace, they were slightly awestruck. Only Empress Xiao Exener, the devouring heaven empress, was utterly disdainful. Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Not even something worth acquiring. She pursed her lips and said, there was no way around it. Not every empress was as wealthy as the stingy Xiao. She had collected most of the treasures of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The clutter piled up in her house were all top-tier treasures. She possessed countless supreme divine weapons. She also had more than 10 imperial weapons. This array is quite well arranged. Empress Xiao Exener couldn't help but praise, looking at the thousands of arrays above the palace. Streams of cold air crisscrossed, covering the entire palace. Above were the 5 elements, below were the 8 trigrams. The two merged into one, their power immense. Ancient runes were added to the formation. It was clear this was the work of the Moon Empress. The Underworld Empress, the formation is quite good, but the cold is too intense. I wonder if my little Feng's constitution can withstand it. The Underworld Empress wasn't concerned about the formation, but rather about Qin Feng. Qin Feng was only at the inscription realm, how could he withstand such cold? The Glazed Empress, indeed. I'll help little Feng resist the cold. With that, the Glazed Empress flashed to Qin Feng's side. Then, with a wave of her jade hand, a glazed flame appeared above his head. The faint flame intertwined with the surrounding cold, mutually restraining each other. Thank you, Sister Chu. Qin Feng smiled slightly and said. The innate sacred body and Tao embryo were completely unaffected by the cold. However, Empress Luli's actions stemmed from concern. Qin Feng naturally expressed his gratitude. The contrast between the cold and heat didn't create a stark contrast. In fact, they cancelled each other out. The air around Qin Feng was neither too hot nor too cold, perfectly normal. You're welcome, her house is too cold. Come to my house next time, it'll be warmer. Empress Luli seized the opportunity to invite him. With your volcano, it would melt Xiao Feng. Empress. Guanghan spoke before Qin Feng could even speak. Get lost. That's not a volcano, it's heavenly fire. Even a volcano is much better than your icy cold. Empress Luli rolled her eyes and said. Even at this point, the empresses were still engaged in a constant battle of wits. However, there was no sign of them actually fighting. It was just a verbal argument. Qin Feng smiled sheepishly. Sister Chu, I'll definitely go next time. Following this, the other empresses also extended invitations. Qin Feng didn't refuse, accepting them all. After all, these empresses were all powerful rulers. And they had been so kind to him, how could he bear to refuse any of them? Shortly afterward, led by the Guanghan Empress, the group arrived at the Guanghan Palace. Countless pieces of 10,000-year-old sandalwood supported the vast palace. Two maids had already prepared the finest delicacies, waiting for the empresses to take their seats. As for the flesh and blood of saint-level demonic beasts, there was none here. Most of the food was vegetarian. However, these vegetarian dishes were not ordinary. They were all rare delicacies and unparalleled medicines, tens of thousands of years old. For example, enlightenment tea. It could help one quickly attain enlightenment and also extend lifespan. Only the Guanghan Palace possessed one such tea in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Another one is in a foreign land. Quite precious. There's also the Immortal Peach and an Immortal Elixir. These rare and precious elixirs were all used by Guanghan to entertain everyone. Of course, the azure lotus fruit was indispensable. The ground was covered with azure lotuses, and the lotus fruits within were edible. A table full of meticulously prepared delicacies. The maids' mouths watered at the sight. A maid at the Saint Realm could perhaps advance her cultivation by 100 years with just a sip of the enlightenment tea. As for the Immortal Peach, they wouldn't even dare to dream of it. Just smelling its aroma would be enough to satisfy them. Greetings to the great Emperor Guanghan, greetings to the Master. Greetings to all the great emperors. The two maids were very clever. Seeing the empresses gracefully approaching, they immediately knelt down. Nangong Yu nodded. You may all leave. Yes. The two maids obediently withdrew. While preparing the ingredients, their cultivation had improved considerably. This was all thanks to the immortal peaches of immortality they had obtained. They loved doing things like this. However, the Guanghan Palace hadn't received guests for thousands of years. Their opportunities were few and far between. Gentlemen, please excuse the simple feast I've prepared. The maids left, and the Guanghan Empress extended her delicate hand, politely gesturing for everyone to take their seats. Guanghan, you're usually so cold and aloof. I didn't expect you to be so kind to us. However, don't think that using these unparalleled elixirs will make me give up on Zhaofeng. The Underworld Empress grinned, taking her seat first, while simultaneously stating her position. The Supreme Empress Wu Jing, yes. Eat and drink as you please, our stance remains unchanged. Seeing this precious elixir, all the empresses were tempted. One by one, they sat down without any hesitation. Xiao Feng, sit here. Empress Guanghan arranged for Qin Feng to sit in the main seat. She herself sat in the second seat. The empresses didn't object, their consideration was impeccable. This. Qin Feng didn't know what to say. Everyone present was stunningly beautiful and possessed immense strength. Yet he was made to sit in the main seat. It made him feel like the head of a household, surrounded by his women. If this vegetarian meal were seen by outsiders, someone's Tao heart would surely waver, and they would collapse. Instantly. Chapter 50. The Child of Destiny appears from another world. Let's eat. Qin Feng's voice trembled slightly as he spoke. The Empresses weren't making a move. Wasn't this clearly a blatant order for him to issue the command? Eat the Guanghan Palace into bankruptcy. Eat Nangong Yu into poverty. These immortal peaches are quite good, juicy and flavorful. The enlightenment tea is also absolutely delicious. One by one, the powerful Empresses began to eat with remarkable speed. Glug. Qin Feng also picked up the jade cup before him and took a small sip. This was enlightenment tea. It takes 1,000 years for a single leaf to condense. Each leaf was incredibly precious. After taking a sip, his entire body relaxed. The rich aroma of the tea lingered in his nostrils, mouth, and intestines. Qin Feng instantly entered a profound state. He closed his eyes. Countless traces of the great Tao and ancient runes of powerful techniques flashed in his eyes. The aura of the Tao traces was very weak. Qin Feng was unable to fathom its mysteries. He could only observe glimpses, unable to internalize it. Furthermore, the constant chatter of the various Empresses prevented Qin Feng from grasping the ancient Tao techniques this time. Shish. Keep your voices down, everyone. Xiao Feng is drinking tea, he's about to comprehend the Tao. Just as Qin Feng was about to leave, the Guanghan Empress pushed her jade cup towards Qin Feng. The aura of 2 pieces of enlightenment tea swirled around him, making his vision clearer. Seeing this, the other Empresses silently placed their own enlightenment tea before Qin Feng. 11 pieces of enlightenment tea, condensed from 11,000 years of Tao fruit. This instantly propelled Qin Feng into a deeper level of enlightenment. At the same time, the 5 uncomprehended supreme bones within his body emitted a blazing golden light. Good heavens, the aura of the supreme bone. The supreme bone has awakened. The Empress of Guanghan was suddenly startled, muttering softly. As expected of my little Feng, his enlightenment is so fast. It must be another ancient technique. The Empress of Mingtu was delighted. The Empress of Juyu, let's go somewhere else to eat. We can't disturb this enlightenment. The other Empresses agreed. Then, they quietly took away a pile of vegetarian food and moved to another place to eat. Enlightenment is something that can't be forced. Some people don't experience enlightenment even once in thousands of years, while others can achieve enlightenment simply by observing scenery or objects. Wonderful, indescribably wonderful. They didn't want to delay Qin Feng's important cultivation because of a meal. Qin Feng entered a state of enlightenment, ancient runes intertwined, dazzling like stars. Secret treasure, 1 finger annihilation. He copied the scorching runes and engraved them on his right index finger. Instantly, countless ancient auras filled his index finger. This caused his strength to surge. The inscription seemed to have reached its peak. He was taking a step towards the array formation realm. Ancient great art. 1 finger annihilation. 1 finger transcendence. At the same time, the supreme bones within Qin Feng's body began to tremble. Of the 9 supreme bones remaining, 4 had already been unlocked. 5 remained unsealed. This time, the runes on the 2 supreme bones in the Dantian area were very clearly visible. With a little comprehension, they could be broken open. Golden light shone brilliantly, a dazzling glow. Every pulsating rune was golden. Qin Feng immersed himself in the sea of runes, constantly practicing and digesting them. Half a month later, the aura of the enlightenment tea before Qin Feng grew increasingly faint, and he, too, awoke from his reverie. Ancient great law, 1 finger annihilation, 1 finger transcendence, treasure technique, dragon summoning hand, dragon controlling technique. Why are they all true dragon treasure techniques? Can't we have something simpler and more unadorned? Qin Feng opened his starry, ocean-like eyes and shook his head. The supreme bone he had previously unearthed quite a few true dragon treasure techniques. Treasure technique, dragon roar technique, true dragon illusion. Now, in total, there are 4 true dragon treasure techniques. However, there is also 1 thought golden body, which is relatively simple and unadorned. The other is the 10 ferocious treasure techniques, the Kunpeng treasure technique, and the boundless ocean. These are Qin Feng's trump cards. They are all 10 ferocious treasure techniques, except for the golden body of a single thought. The golden body of a single thought is a bug-like existence, an invincible state. No matter how strong you are, once the golden body is activated, even a great emperor is no match. Ding! Ding! The child of destiny has appeared, a third-tier child of destiny, available for hunting. The child of destiny, Wang Lei, is located in the boundless heaven, the ancestral land of the Wang family. Wang Lei, relying on the inheritance of the ancestral land and third-tier destiny, has already broken through to the Sea of Wheels realm. He possesses the twin swords of twin blossoms left behind by Wang Neng, a quasi-emperor weapon. A cheat code, backed by the ancestral land, with a wisp of the great emperor Wang Neng's remnant soul guarding him. Before Qin Feng could even rejoice, another system task arrived. Indeed, adult life isn't easy. Quasi-emperor weapon, twin swords of twin blossoms. Backed by the ancestral land, wasn't Wang Neng dead? How come there's still a wisp of his remnant soul? Qin Feng wondered in his mind. A third-tier chosen one of destiny is actually this monstrous. However, his quasi-emperor weapon can be collected. Hunting chosen one of destiny Wang Lei, reward, destiny points plus 3000. Mission duration, half a year. Remember, there is absolutely no possibility of befriending him. If this person grows up, he will be ruthless and merciless, undoubtedly becoming the most decisive great emperor of this generation. The system reminded him again. Received. However, isn't 3000 destiny points a bit excessive? Qin Feng asked. Ding. Ding. This isn't a market, there's no bargaining. All right. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. Having just comprehended an ancient great technique, he could use chosen one of destiny Wang Lei to practice. However, the opponent is at the Sea of Wheels realm. 2 major realms higher than him, and with the remnant soul of a great emperor guarding him, he shouldn't be underestimated. Ding! Ding! The chosen one has appeared. The chosen one, Li Xing, is located at the border between the otherworld and the 9 heavens and 10 earths. A second-ranked chosen one. This child was sealed by an ancient demonic source. Now that the demonic source has been broken, he has begun to awaken. A chosen one of the otherworld, you may hunt him down. Because he has just awakened, his strength is not very strong, at the inscription realm. His fortune has not yet reached its peak. You may hunt him down first to eliminate future troubles. Qin Feng was stunned. 2 missions at once, are you kidding me? Host, you must not let him escape back to the otherworld, otherwise, the mission will be even more difficult. The failure rate will also greatly increase. The system ignored Qin Feng and continued transmitting information. Hunting the chosen one of destiny, Li Xing, luck value plus 20,000 inches, holy crap. Why? Qin Feng was immediately shocked upon hearing the luck value after the kill. The opponent is the chosen one of destiny from another realm. A mortal enemy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. With the cheat code and the ominous curse, all luck value after the kill belongs to the host. Qin Feng instantly understood. A mortal enemy of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. If not him, who else? Wang Lei can be put aside for now. The chosen one of destiny from another realm must be dealt with first. 20,000 luck values. Looks like I'll have to deal with that other realm more often in the future. Qin Feng grinned and said.